Hello, this is a guy who likes fanfiction and is too lazy to read, so here is Protector of the Fairies in audio form. Check the description for the links to the author. Protector of the Fairies. The strike to destroy hope. Some battles end with a bang. Some with a shout of defiance, a last act of desperation to steal away victory. But as the magic being fired at him began to slow, Wywak knew for certain that it was not currently looking that way. With each passing second, the joint offensive against him weakened. With each member that fell to the side, their strength exhausted, the greater strain it put on those around them to pick up the slack. And as the first cry began to sound out, his arrows slowly but surely making their way unopposed, the tide of the battle began to shift. As he threw an arm forward, purposefully ensuring that he appeared to have overstepped his reach, Sting shot in as fast as he could. Even knowing it was coming, it would have been impossible to physically react in time. But the arrows had already been ready, the few he had kept in reserve around him firing down instantly and tearing through the Dragon Slayer's leg as he lunged forward. That wasn't enough to stop the blast that the Dragon Slayer unleashed anyway as he fell forward, a fist of black and white magic, mixed to its purest form, slamming into his chest strong enough that not even his blood could weaken the blow enough. His feet skidded along the ground as he felt himself forced back until he hit the barrier, immediately flung forward once again by his own momentum. Using it, he swung his leg up, feeling it connect and break something before it sent Sting flying away from the impact. That very act, though, disabling one of his foes, opened him up again. A barrier was quickly thrown up against the barrage of magic that tried to take advantage of the brief pause of arrows before it immediately was devoured by the flames that slammed against it, Natsu lunging through with his body cloaked in flames. And as his gaze began to turn to Natsu, Toshiro came from his other side and swung his sword up, the area freezing along its path. Both were powers he couldn't easily deal with individually. They probably thought being together they could overwhelm him. In reality, they merely gave him options. He felt the ice Zanpakuto barely miss him as he stepped forward, ice being left in its wake that began to spread along his back. Immediately he kicked up from the ground and spun, turning his back so that it was dragged through the flames as Natsu shot past, burning away the ice and leaving him with minor but more preferable burns in their place. As he prepared to step in to cut them down, another leapt into the fray. Ichibe, the monk he had killed once before, slammed his brush down against the ground hard enough that it caused the ink that coated it to splatter in all directions, some of it landing on one of his weakened legs and causing his power to begin to weaken. The effect wasn't as drastic as before, however. By losing access to the vast magic Ukin could call upon, Ichibe had been weakened drastically. The same had not been said for him, and he proved it by crossing the distance, even as his leg protested, and slicing his blade up against the man's brush Zanpakuto. With their weapons locked, he allowed the arrows he was constantly forming around him to do the rest. The barrage unleashed forced Ichibe to abandon his weapon, but he wasn't quick enough to avoid the few that dug deep into his shoulders, forcing him to the ground for a moment before he broke them free with a burst of magic. Toshiro tried to help in that moment, but he failed to realize that the outcome was already decided. Raising his weakened foot, he slammed it down on the brush beneath him with all the strength it could muster. It coated it entirely in black ink, making him almost unable to stand, but it also hit Toshiro on his approach too, hitting his sword hand and causing the strike to lose its momentum and bounce off harmlessly against his blood. Stepping in, he swung a blade of his own up and tore a line straight across the man's chest, ignoring the splatter of blood as he kicked the Dragon Slayer's body backwards and fired off a round of arrows for good measure. It wasn't meant to kill, though. He had known even before firing that Zeref's demon would move to protect his friend, barely making it and unleashing a wave of flames against the barrage. He raised his leg as the flames approached, letting it linger near the edges and have the ink and its effects burnt away by the deadly magic before him. Testing it briefly as he deflected a few blasts of magic sent his way, their attempts growing weaker and weaker with each passing moment, he winced slightly as he felt the pain when he tried to put strength on it. It hurt, but it would work, better than it would have covered in that ink. It would have to be enough. Especially as there were more enemies to fight than just the demon before him. Getsuga Tensu. The giant attack, made entirely of flames, slammed into where he had been moments before. He swiftly summoned up a second blade to his energy arm, bringing one of them up and catching the knife blade of Karen Kurosaki against it. I wondered when you might decide to recklessly charge in. How is Yuzo doing? No better thanks to you, you bastard. Karen forced the flames around her to explode forth in intensity, ignoring the pain as her shunkao fused with them and pushed her body to its limits. The chains around her legs snapped up with her will, just as she pushed herself forward and tried to overpower him with raw force. Amargamek. Only for the flames to slam against the barrier he placed between them as he stepped back, taking in her shocked look for a moment. These flames aren't the ones I'm worried about. Be gone. The barrier collapsed before him as he stepped back in, closing the gap even as she tried to widen it in as she retreated, and with his other sword raised he stabbed it down through her stomach and pinned her to the ground, ignoring her screams as her own flames burnt the wound shut around the blade. Ice slammed against him harmlessly as he stepped away from her, his blood ignoring the pesky creations of an ice mage as he turned his attention back to Natsu, the demon carefully watching him from his position in front of Taoshiro. Wait, in front of where the Dragon Slayer had been. He could see signs of the white-haired man further away, having been dragged back to try and recover. Most of the other mages too appeared to have tried to put some distance between the two of them, bearing this girl at his feet. You want her back? He asked, grabbing his sword and pulling free, ripping open the burned flesh before grabbing her by the throat. With a lazy glance towards those relegated to spectators, he threw her to one side and returned his gaze to Natsu, keeping his sword at the ready. Thanks. Thanks. You have a strange sense of gratitude. For getting her out of the way, Natsu clarified. I wouldn't want her to get caught up in what I do next. It was only fair. Because unless you act, I can hardly eliminate you easily. And how fitting that it would come to this. I thought I might have to face you once 400 years ago. Now here we are in the present era and this battle is still happening. Do you wish to see whether Ziraf truly succeeded in making his perfect demon? That doesn't matter, Natsu shot back at him. Regardless of who I am, I'm going to make sure you get stopped here and now. Then by all means. Feel free to make the first move. The demon took the bait immediately, throwing himself at him at full speed. If it was any other opponent, that would have been where it ended. But those flames made everything difficult. As he dodged out of the way, he unleashed a barrage of arrows down from above, but they didn't even make it halfway through all the flames Natsu was emitting, the very landscape around them starting to burn from its intensity. Flames that burnt away magic. It was possibly his worst matchup as someone whose greatest strength was being able to control and utilize small amounts to such great lengths. Each blow could have little magic needed but could unleash a massive impact, but in the eyes of these flames it only cared about the magic holding them together. The less there was, the easier it was to burn. As such, only strength would pierce through. But he wasn't someone like Aknologia. He couldn't merely summon up great strength like that in a mere instant. He had been able to maintain his magic levels so far by carefully moderating the drain his actions to against the amount replenished forcefully. But to break through these flames meant push that balance down to dangerous levels. Well, it was still within the parameters of what he had expected. He could not win if he wasn't willing to go this far and risk this much. Darting back, he noticed as Natsu suddenly brought his head back and roared, a torrent of flames rocketing towards him. Shifting to one side, he narrowly dodged them before placing himself in between the demon and the barrier of Nirvana, immediately making his enemy hesitate. What would happen if the flames interacted with the barrier? It was one powered by magic, so it might be burnt away. Or it might still reflect them, its power acting on a level unreachable to the flame and their cursed nature. There was no way to know without testing, and it had probably never occurred to the two to test such a combo. Something he was more than happy to take advantage of to ensure Natsu couldn't just unleash one giant attack on the off chance he survived and was able to freely enter the hole it would make in the barrier. That would force him to fight at close range, using those flames only when they would hit and to protect himself. Gathering energy, he allowed multiple arrows to form in his hand and for them to blend together, more and more energy being gathered to form one single oversized one in the palm of his hand. Letting it hover slightly above it, he brought his arm back and held it there, waiting like before for the next move to be made. But this time Natsu hesitated. The demon was smarter than he gave him credit. His combat instincts were just as sharp as his strength was. He knew this was a trap and was hesitating. It would have been the correct decision. If he had needed Natsu to make that first move at least. With Natsu refusing to take that step though, he stepped forward and threw the oversized arrow forward, catching the demon momentarily off guard before he charged forward to meet the arrow head-on. For all the strength bundled together in it, it hardly mattered when Natsu swung his fist forward against the point of it. The flames tore it apart in seconds, leaving not a trace of the arrow behind. But that was fine. The arrow was only ever a distraction. As its traces were devoured, he shot forward from its shadow and lashed out with his left hand, his palm stretched out wide towards the flames before he pulled. The power he had gained from Ichigo, the absorb, immediately went to work, trying to absorb the hostile energy before it. But as it made contact, the very magic it tried to absorb was being burnt away. Neither could gain true ground. He could not gain this strength, and he felt his magical power dropping rapidly just from the attempt. But in doing so, in attempting this method, it forced the flames it was trying to absorb to vanish, failing to absorb them but causing them to be stripped of their fuel as their magic fought for dominance. All he needed was that brief hole in Natsu's defenses. His other hand lashed forward and the energy that made up its surface dispersed, instantly reshaped into one large arrow that stabbed straight into Natsu's side and tore its way through the back. Even with that wound though, with blood pouring out and putting his life at serious risk, he didn't see the slightest bit of hesitation as Natsu lunged towards him, his right arm pulled back as the flames around it swelled up. "Take this!" The demon roared out in defiance, swinging his fist down at him with all the force he could muster, as if his wound meant nothing. What few barriers he could put up in time shattered against the blow. His blood couldn't even do anything, and he felt his ribs crack as the fist forced him back and sent him crashing into a crowd of mages. They didn't get a chance to try anything, skewered by arrows as he pushed himself to his feet, but the damage was already done. It hurt to breath, and he could feel the dozens of other injuries, some small and others more worrying, adding up with each passing second. Even his focus was beginning to waver. Just like they wanted, he was being backed into a corner. But he didn't need to worry. This was not where it ended. Not yet. "Is that the best you've got?" He called out to the demon, Natsu struggling to stay on his feet himself. "If that's all, I'm disappointed." Turning towards the barrier, he walked closer to it, ignoring the pain flowing through his body and raised his hand towards it, acting out as if he was knocking in a door. "Do you plan to let me in? Or do I need to wait for your energy to run dry?" Wendy remained silent to his words, her gaze locked on the dragon slayer near him. He simply smiled as he turned to look at Natsu, the demon now on his knees as he clutched his wounded side in pain, a small pool of his own blood already collecting around him. And he wasn't the only one in a critical condition. There were dozens and dozens of mages nearby in a similar state, vitals targeted where possible and would surely die in a matter of minutes. There was not a single healer capable of saving all of these people in time. But there was a magic that could do the job. "How much more blood do I need to spill?" he asked out loud to her, throwing forth a few more arrows and putting down more of the feeble resistance that had been raised against him. "How long can you watch for, I must wonder? How many lights can you watch be extinguished in your pointless attempts to delay the inevitable?" "Don't listen to him, Wendy." Natsu roared out through his pain, forcing himself back up through a strength of will even he thought was impressive to watch. But it was meaningless. He crossed the distance with ease and avoided the slow blow sent his way, the demon unable to maintain enough of his strength to properly fight. His leg shot out as the demon tried to retreat and found himself immediately flung to the floor, a sword raised and being thrust down for the neck. With this, the greatest demon of Zeraf would. Enough. A triumphant smirk filled his face at the girl's scream, and not even the fact he had been teleported high into the sky once again could dampen that. Turning his gaze back towards the ground as he began to fall, he could already see the intense light of Nirvana shining across the city. The destruction the city had taken was being reversed in the blink of an eye, bricks and tiles being pulled back up into the area and slotted back into where they had once been. Mages that he was sure were moments away from death began to stand, their lives spared and their magical power rising. "And yet it's a foolish endeavor," he muttered. "In saving them, you have confirmed your loss." Because with this much expenditure, her magical power would be taxed to the brink. She could no doubt recover it, but he knew the ramifications that had on the body if done without careful control. But what mattered the most was that she would never be able to replace the barrier quickly enough. Not if he acted now. Besides, it was time for everything to end. As he broke through the clouds, the church shattered outwards. Magical power skyrocketed in that one area, magic of all kind rising in mass as their wielders put everything they had on the line for this one moment. A giant of golden light, with layers of earth slowly beginning to coat its major limbs. Golden flames, their appearance generated from a variety of effects of words, wrapped its way around its chest and right arm, giant wings of flame spreading out as the golden light that they radiated began to spread across the rest of the construct. Green energy, the walls of a great barrier, condensed down to a single side and hung on the giant construct's left, creating a shield large enough that the construct could take full cover behind it. And in the construct's right arm was a lance of electricity, radiating pure power and causing the winds around it to get drawn in. This spell likely did not have name. It was created entirely for this moment, and would probably never be used again. There would never be a situation that would gather all these individuals together to fight a single enemy such as himself. A unison raid amplified normal spells to great heights. But these weren't normal spells. Legendary spells, the pinnacle of a branch of magic of the new era, pushed and pushed to its utmost limits to create strength capable of rivaling the greatest of foes, even if only for a short while. Put together, formed from a unison raid while used the resonating properties to amplify the strength of the resulting spell, its strength was almost impossible to fully get a grasp on. Such a shame power like this was so fleeting. For as strong as a legendary spell was, using it was to say that you had placed all your remaining hopes on it. Because once used, you normally would have no strength left after it ends. It would consume everything for that single glorious moment or moments of overwhelming power. And then would leave the wielder helpless, unable to draw out the strength needed to fight any further. Now how to speed this along? It should be just like this. Discarding his weapons and the barrage of arrows he had been previously wielding, he put his full focus onto readying all the magic around him to fit into any mold he might desired. A few careful bursts against the air below him helped begin to slow his fall, giving him more fine-tuned control as he began to approach the ground. First though, he had to get past the giant aiming that lance at him. The roars of various mages, as if cheering he construct on, erupted forth as the lance of electricity was thrown towards him, easily large enough to consume him in the resulting blast if it hit. They had timed it right, waiting until he was low enough in the air that he wouldn't be able to adjust his course in time to dodge. But he had already known dodging would not be an option in this situation. His hand stretched out, the magic around him gathered instantly and solidified before him as he began to push himself in the air towards the edge of where the attack would hit, creating layer after layer of barriers. The first one shattered instantly, as did the next few until finally the last broke. But the initial explosions had done their job at releasing the necessary shockwave to blast him out of the attack's path, the spear detonating too late to reach him. Of course, being flung out of the way of an attack was not an easy thing to control. He crashed straight across the roof of a newly reconstructed house, grabbing onto the edge of the guttering at the last moment before he could fall to the ground below, and with one swift motion he pulled himself up onto the roof and carefully observed the giant before him. A core body of light, more specifically a mixture of heavenly body magic linked to light make magic. That was the role of Danga Jiao in this union. It was arguably the most flexible of all the legendary spells, primarily because it took the enhancements it made to the body and projected it outwards onto the giant construct generated by light make magic. But because of how it functioned, matching the wielder's actions, it required the user to be present within the spell itself. Which meant that Jalal likely resided within the core of that giant itself. Not only that, the body was merely one of light. It was fast, capable of very human actions and feats, but favored mobility over everything else, especially defense. For the earth-plated armor, there was no other spell but Kokya Jiao Tenjin Mai Yuou. An earth giant which carried forth all the stability and strength of the ground itself. Crushing foes with sheer strength through its overwhelming weight of densely packed earth or weighting strikes to a body that could take so much punishment at no physical cost. But like earth, it was rigid to its purpose. What good was a giant immovable object when the enemy was too fast to hit? By sacrificing its full form and control, Jura was instead turning the defensive strength of the giant into unbreakable armor over the flexible light body beneath, removing the weaknesses of both while maintaining their strengths. With the armor focused at the limbs and avoiding the joints, it would be hard to deal serious damage. There was always the option to go after the caster himself, as this spell normally did not require him to be part of the construct. Rather, he controlled its actions remotely. But to maintain this unison raid, all users must remain in close proximity with their magic linked. If Jelal resided within the giant, so too must Jura. But due to the nature of the spell itself, there was no telling of what part of the body he might be hidden in. The solid script mage, Levi, was far easier to tell. She would be near the back of the giant's chest, potentially between it and the neck, going by where the flames were originated and focusing from. Being there would allow her prime position to see and coordinate instructions to her legendary spell, Cacao, probably the most malleable one of the lot. From reducing its size to that of a small bird to maximizing its form as that of a majestic phoenix, her spell could be adjusted at her whim by simply controlling the amount of words that made it up and how they interacted in their current container. Utilized as wings right now, there was no doubt she would be capable of making the giant evade an advantage at astonishing rates, creating the necessary propulsion to try and catch him unawares if he made a mistake. The more problematic side of it though came from the golden light it was wrapping around the giant itself. Fairy glitter, a technique for gathering light, containing it, and then unleashing its stored power. The latter hardly mattered in this situation as it was the former two that posed the danger. By capturing the magic the legendary spell itself was emitting and trapping it within, she would be reducing the need for constantly replenishing the spell's dwindling form that would occur as time passed. The drain of fairy glitter was unavoidable, but it could easily buy minutes for their combination, minutes that could make all the difference. His eyes briefly fell on the giant green shield, knowing that Nozomi would be held within that hand. Renzin, Hajukwari. The only legendary spell to be designed without offensive purposes in mind if he was to take a guess. It did possess offensive capabilities, but it did so by firing raw energy, and was entirely unsuited for it. Because the spell itself was designed to protect, to shield away those within its walls from any harm that might befall them. Focused now down to such a small surface area, he could throw some of his strongest attacks at it and it likely would not break. Finally, there was the left hand. Laxus was within. The proof was in the sight before him, lighting being unleashed in massive amounts and being reshaped into another of the spears used before. Such a waste would have been unthinkable a week or so ago. But with the man's new constitution, and the increased magical power that it came with, his usual legendary spell was easily able to be regenerated again and again and again. All others would fall before he would run out of magical power. Those spears weren't something he could take head on. Whereas all other legendary spells had a form to endure, even Cacao which could unleash its full power in one devastating attack, this spell was different. Thunder-piercing Lancer was one whose shape was merely a weak container, housing the energy only temporarily until it could carry its payload to its destination. Used in close combat, it was nothing more than an oversized blunt instrument. But when that power was unleashed, especially if it hit its target directly, it was probably the strongest of the five in that single moment. And that didn't even consider the power the man's new variant held, seen countless times in the possible futures. He couldn't afford to take a direct hit from one of these. He would never survive one from the stronger version. But then, the mages present and the city might not survive either. Before him right now stood an impossible foe. Even if it only lasted a few minutes, he didn't have any attacks that could easily break through. Even if it would soon break away, he could only dodge until that moment happened. It was the ultimate card Ishgar had left to play. Their last hope, pinned on the backs of 5 mages. It was to be the trump card that would prove his undoing. But as he began to take steps towards it, he couldn't help but smirk. He had offered a chance, but they simply hadn't listened. This was dangerous, but even with all this before him he had no seen it as the greatest threat. Battered and bruised, on death's door, you all won't get a better chance than this. He called out, leaping off the roof and landing on the road below as countless mages gathered ready to try and keep him here, the giant above waiting for its moment to strike. The final act of desperation. And I shall show you how hopeless it all was. Protector of the Fairies. 10 minutes. That was how long he was able to maintain this fight for in his condition. Honestly, it was something he doubted anyone else could manage. Bleeding from countless wounds, multiple bones broken, dozens of bruises, burns running deep across his skin, holes through his body as his blood began to weaken and his strength began to give up, the list went on. Breathing hurt. Moving hurt. Everything hurt, and his vision was growing hazy. It was a miracle he could keep himself moving as it was, and it wouldn't even be possible if not for his use of Ransutenge. Manipulating his body with strings of magic, wielding it as a puppet, had been the only way he had been able to keep fighting once his legs began to give out. He had only needed to last long enough for the unison rate of legendary spells to fall apart. It would have burnt through their magic and rendered them helpless under normal circumstances. But they never did, their energy being replenished just like all of those around him. People like Gildarts still questioned why he would view that little girl as the most dangerous person here. And yet he was, worn out and at death's door, because his multitude of enemies simply recovered whenever he cut them down or had their magic replenished whenever it began to drop. An army of weaklings he could fight. A single strong individual could fall before his might. But the gathering of mages present here, the ones that stood at the peak of strength, fighting all of them by himself was simply unfeasible if only he would accumulate damage. Still, had they noticed yet? Had Wendy noticed? They surely were still wary of him. He had not stood fighting till now, able to keep up even with all these wounds. He had not moved to try and secure Mavis either, despite the situation appearing to turn south. Those that were smart clearly understood he remained a significant threat, no matter how he might appear, and that he had not dismissed the fight as unwinnable. And for that reason they hadn't ever let up. Even now, another of Laxus's spears was being created, the giant's arm held back ready to strike. One blow. That would decide it all. Was now the right time? Things would become uncertain following this. Was it time to break away from these collapsing timelines and start anew? No. Not yet. Another minute more. He could endure that. Most of them would not. Sending out commands to the strings holding him up, his body began to move once more. His arm of magic widened tremendously as he raised it, gathering up all the energy nearby and condensing it down into a blade as large as the destroyed cathedral nearby. Don't let him attack. Pin him down. He couldn't tell anymore who was ordering out commands, too focused on his current actions to locate the voice. Swinging down with his arm, it slammed against the raised green shield of the giant, failing to break it but forcing the giant back a few steps, coming close to the figure resting at what used to be the cathedral's altar. She didn't even look concerned, though he knew the giant would have taken the blow instead if it meant putting her at risk. Right now, she was the fuel source for all these mages. Continuing his swing by dispersing the energy making contact with the shield, he let it slash down at the mages to his left while dispersing their crowds. He couldn't move from his position though, having to hastily discard any attempts at offense to create a barrier with his other hand, taking the blows of magic from other standing mages. Arrows formed and half of them were shot down before they even finished being created. He was slowly down too much if they had the time to take out that many. But the rest were still able to be launched, forcing the mages onto the defensive for the moment as he pushed himself forward, step by step. His eyes briefly glanced round as he moved, looking for the one person yet to show up. He hadn't seen him yet, but he would be here. Still, why was he hesitating? Surely he could see this was the perfect moment? Why hadn't he acted yet? Had he mistaken something? No. He hadn't. He couldn't have. He pushed such thoughts away as he raised his hand once more, preparing to block a blow before fire consumed his vision. Only quick instincts had him moving, but half the strings holding him in place vanished in that instant. He couldn't stop himself from falling to one knee, hastily trying to recover and replace the lost strings. Gathering up all the energy he could from around him in that moment, he shaped it into an arrow and slammed it against Natsu as he tried to close the distance, giving him time to try and recover. The giant was raising his arm now, more lightning than ever before being gathered, which meant he had to act now to finish this. Laxus would be using his full power in this strike. But his body refused to listen, even with the strings of magic pulling at it. He realized immediately what was wrong, the familiar energy of Kisukura Hara binding him in place as he struggled to fight against it. The man had surely been waiting for a chance like this. waiting for just the right moment to seal his movements and to have the fight end here. He didn't waste any time at attacking the bonds holding him place, the restraints straining as magic struck it from all sides at every point, but it would still be close. Finish it. The giant before him began to swing, the deadly power of massive amount of lightning being gathered together into one single giant spear, his bonds loosened just enough for his arm to break free. This was it. The moment he had been waiting for. The moment where all would be lost for him, and where victory was absolutely certain for them. And then a single sword appeared in his left hand, a blade that had already shattered into a million pieces and should not have existed in this world any longer. A blade that only a few would ever recognize, but one whose effects would have been shared to all. It was the blade whose strike had brought them hope that the future would be able to be changed. And it was the blade that would shatter it like the blade itself. With one swing, taking all the strength he had left to do so, he cut through everything. The ground. The buildings. The clouds. The sky. Space ripped apart under the blade's arc and even time split in that moment. However much power the legendary spell being thrown at him had, it was nothing to do. It tore straight through the lightning without a second's pause, continuing right up and slicing the giant in two. It was a shame his aim had been slightly off though. Rather than cutting it straight down the middle, it was split down between the head and the right shoulder. The damage was enough though. It forced the mages apart, broke their precious union, and shattered their focus. The blade in his hand suffered the same fate as it had before, breaking apart into a million pieces and being rendered useless once more, a remnant of the past now lost once again. But he didn't need it anymore. As the 5 mages before him were forced apart, their fusion of legendary spells coming undue and hastily trying to recover from it, he pushed himself up to his feet, his bonds breaking apart and his wounds vanishing in a single instant. Blink and you would miss it. He was sure that is what many of them were experiencing right now, especially at the sight of his left arm. No longer was it a substitute of pure energy. Now it resembled one of true flesh and blood. It was no illusion either, no trick of the mind. Neither was his recovered condition, and he proved it by taking those first few steps forward without any show of discomfort. Then he leapt, crossing the gap to the 5 mages still suspended in the air with their magic. They tried to put up a fight but even they were realizing it was too late, shocked by his instant recovery. Still, it wouldn't be good to let them try and prolong this. Not when the battle with this would be over. He reached out and grabbed Jalal by the leg as the man tried to retreat, swinging him down and sending him flying into Jura. The flames of the legendary spell Cacao began to gather once again, but before they had the chance to form a shape he closed the gap and brought a newly constructed blade straight into Levi's chest, releasing the hilt once he angled her down and pushed it away with a blast of magic, sending her flying towards the ground. That left only 2. Nozomi was already trying to retreat like Jalal had, space warping as she tried to slip away, but before the gap could close he stuck his hand in and took control. The magic running through the dimension was quickly absorbed, analyzed, and immediately he knew how to rip it back open before it shut completely, pulling her out with his other hand and holding her up by the neck. He didn't have time to finish her off, simply dropping her as he spun round to deal with the dragon hybrid bearing down on him. Catching the man's fist with one hand, he mitigated most of the damage by pushing his blood to its max, remembering to form an arrow in the air with his other hand and to signal it down towards Nozomi. And like he expected, Laxus disengaged, and shot down towards the ground, intercepting the arrow with time to spare before opening his mouth wide and unleashing a roar of lightning and wind. It was powerful, he would give it that much, but it wouldn't be enough. Raising one hand, a barrier was generated before him before countless others appeared instantly afterwards, the numbers doubling with each passing moment. As strong as the attack might be, it only pieced half of the barriers before it ran its course, Laxus unable to maintain the attack any further. And in that moment he struck. Appearing right before the dragon hybrid as the attack dispersed, he struck out with a blade of pure energy, tearing through the lightning holding one of Laxus's arms to his body and temporarily separating it. Knowing his enemy wanted to fall back and try and recover, he let him do so and in return formed dozens of arrows in the sky, instantly letting them fall down on everyone within his sight. No sooner had the first arrows began to fall, replacement ones had instantly manifested, hanging there in the sky for a moment before falling behind the first. The feat repeated once more before Laxus crossed the gap, the lightning connecting his arm to the body, sparking back to life and pulling it back in place as he realized he couldn't allow Wywak the breathing room to continue his barrage. He didn't even worry about the arrows heading for himself, knowing he could tank the blows and trusting the others to keep those that couldn't survive them safe. Except he should have watched them. Those arrows weren't for everyone else. They were only for him. Latching his control only to every free-falling arrow, he redirected their path and backed away, creating a gap between them just briefly before the first barrage of arrows hit. The second and third followed up instantly afterwards. Still, a barrage of that nature wasn't enough to put a beast like this down, and the sparking electricity coming from the explosion of magic his attacks had caused was enough to know it hadn't caused Laxus to fall just yet. But that was perfectly fine. I took this strength from you earlier. Would you like to have a taste of the same strength you threw at me? Raising his hand up, a single sword formed, taking on the appearance of one of Ichigo's fake Zanpakuto at first. Its form rapidly shifted as he customized it to one he preferred, its size decreasing until it was the length of his usual blades, before lightning began to course around itself, immediately causing the blade to begin to crack. Unstable. To be expected from such a weak imitation. There was a world of difference between fake Zanpakuto and true ones, and the blueprint he had for the fake one was too customized towards a single individual. His own attempts would be luck to last for a single blow or two after making the necessary modifications. It was a good thing he only needed this blade for one then. As Laxus tore out of the lingering energy, all but a blur of light to most, he swung his arm down and brought the blade crashing down against the form of Laxus, forming him back to his physical state as a massive amount of lightning was suddenly released through his system, attacking every part of him that it could touch. Abandoning the shattering blade, he knocked Laxus back with a swift punch to the head before gathering all the energy up around him, including the lightning he had just utilized, and unleashing it as raw power against Laxus, sending the man flying and crashing into the ground, unable to get up. Not bad, he muttered, impressed at the raw power the Dragon Slayer magic he had previously absorbed had shown when unleashed. It had taken a bit of modifying to ensure it would be treated as foreign energy to Laxus, but the effects were surely worth it. Now if only that was enough to make you all give in, he muttered, glancing around at all the mages with hope dwindling in their eyes. It meant it was easy to see when the last of it dried up as their bodies began to fail them, cracks appearing along their bodies and causing many to collapse in pain. But I was waiting for this. Such a boon Wendy must have been to you. And yet now, as your hope dies, she is your undoing. It was over now. He had won. Protector of the fairies. An almighty truth. Almost everything had fallen silent in the wake of the last few actions taken by the man before them. Few still had the strength to stand. Fewer had the will to. As the fallen desperately tried to grit their way through the pain, running through their bodies as their ability to retain magic weakened from overexposure, and took ragged breaths in an attempt to calm themselves, single footsteps, leather tapping against stone, disrupted every bit of it. What was once barely audible now sounded deafening, each step reminding them of the man who made them. Of the man standing, without a hair out of place, who had fought them all and won. Step by step, Wywak seemed to make no effort to hurry. Within the broken ruins of Cardia Cathedral, Mavis was visible to all. Whilst it lay in his gaze, nothing would escape his sight. If he turned away, anything they saw wouldn't be missed by him. As a result, there was no need to rush to claim the prize of this war. Any attempts on her part to escape would be seen the moment they happened. And, perhaps, before they happened. Coming to a stop at the edge of a once pristine fountain, one side now reduced to rubble with water flowing freely through the gap, he swiftly turned on the spot and faced them all, carefully settling himself down on one of the undamaged points. Whether he had chosen the spot intentionally or not, it was almost the same point that Wendy had sat, watching him from within the barrier of Nirvana. Even standing where she had been, let alone resting there, reminded them all of how cornered he had appeared, and how now the situation must seem entirely reversed. Exhaustion. Overabsorption of magical power. Magical strain. Physical strain. I could go on, Wywak said to them all, listing off the symptoms many of them were either displaying one or more of. And yet so many of you still live right now. Countless do, far more than you could have expected even in your best-case scenarios. You expected losses. Tell me, any of you, do you understand why so many of you live? They did. So many of them did, but none more so than the ones who tried to orchestra it all and knew the risks. Kisuk, Hibiki, Hades, Shunsui, any who had understood the full scope of what they believed this man's power to be and hadn't been blind to the reality they would face knew what was to come. To defeat a man like this who could fight an army and win, when he was supposed to have been weakened, was not someone ordinary individuals could hope to match, let alone face for brief moments. To fight Waiwak, sacrifices had to be made. For every group that could fight Waiwak and hold him at bay for a short period of time, there was 10 who would be slaughtered just buying 30 seconds. Even within those groups that could be expected to survive, only half of them truly had the strength needed to potentially survive the encounter. And they could count on 2 hands the number of individuals who could be counted to stand their ground alone. So the fact so many of them were lying here, helpless and vulnerable but so very much alive, wasn't something that could be ignored. For someone like Hibiki, who could monitor the life signs of all individuals present, the scale of Waiwaka's words was only heightened. Countless green symbols upon his screens, displayed from his spot out of sight, where there should have been a sea of red. They had expected death. They had been prepared for it. Prepared to shoulder that burden and guilt for the rest of their lives if necessary, if it meant preserving the lives of everyone else in the world, be it present, past or future. They had been prepared to wager their own lives if necessary, and for most had done so in the hopes it would deal the blow they needed to shift the tide of the battle. None had worked. And yet none had died. Through the actions of others, some escaped. Through the mercy of their enemy, some were ignored, the closest thing there was to being spared. And through their own wills to live, their own stubbornness to cling to life, they had survived thus far to be brought back to a stable condition, whether it be through the actions of individuals like Kisuk, patching those he could find back together so that they wouldn't die if he left them, to the vast reach of Wendy herself, unwilling to allow any who she could detect to die in her presence if they could be saved. But for all of this, it required a single fact. For them to have been alive. For them to have been savable. Some individuals could be overlooked. Others looked at questionably. But there was no way to ignore the sight of countless individuals being brought back from what amounted to life-threatening injuries. Waiwak could not have missed it even if he had wanted to. He had known. He had seen. And he had chosen to continue the actions he was taken. Thinking carefully, it would have been clear that Wendy could only save those who still lived. If the target died before she could act, even she would not be able to bring them back to fight in that brief moment. Perhaps with time and careful preparation, binding their souls back into their bodies, it might be possible. But Waiwak had never even tried. His arrows had continued to fly as they always did, piercing their targets with fatal, but not irreversible, wounds. Not even by accident did a killing blow occur. And when surrounded by so many enemies, his focus split so many ways, an accident should have been almost a certainty. And for none to occur, it left only one conclusion. He hadn't been intending to kill them all from the beginning. Like puppets on strings, you all moved exactly as I foresaw. Truly an impressive showing, but it wasn't merely as shocking as it was the first time round. The man before them let out a slow sigh, every bit of disappointment that he felt being released in that one action. Then he let his eyes drift over them all to land on Kisuk, one hand rising to the man questioningly. Kisuk Urahara. For a man of your intelligence, I expected many of the decisions you took. The belief that one can overcome the future, that belief is not false. Indeed, the future is something that can be changed. Merely knowing what might come to pass can shift the flow of time, however slight that may be, and give you a chance for victory. What is more, Waiwak continued to add, you correctly understood the scope of my vision and took means to combat it. Expecting I would foresee countless futures and take the optimum path, you sought to trap me in it. To slowly whittle down my chances as time passed, to make whatever path out of a battle that was the easiest and most likely to succeed overall to come with some form of loss. Give up 10 battles, give up 100, but win the overall war. A smart decision, and one that would have led you to victory. So long as you were correct, of course. Bringing his hand back, Waiwak raised it towards his face, letting it hover a finger's width away from his sole eye. The multiple pupils shone within darting around, never once staying still for long. This eye of mine, what did you believe its power was? To see the future? To see all futures. However, many had believed that, not one of them could cling to it as the Quincy King slowly began to shake his head. No. That is not the case, nor has it ever been the case. The power of the Almighty, the script bestowed upon me since my birth, was never something so insignificant. Insignificant. Where silence had fallen at such a declaration, only one had found the courage to speak, unable to stand and using her weapon as a crutch to pull herself up to her knees. Staring at her enemy in complete disbelief, she asked the question few dared but many wished to know. How could such power be insignificant? To see everything we've planned out, to trample on it so effortlessly. How could it ever be insignificant? Is that what such a power sounds like to you? To you all? If my power had been merely that, it would have been a curse. What I can see is not the same as some mere seer, peering into the distant future and picking up scraps of knowledge that may or may not come to pass. I see everything. From every branch of what will happen, I bear witness to it all. Countless deaths, countless destructions, countless losses, and no matter what happens, no matter what actions I take, I have already witnessed the outcome even after that has been taken into account. Fighting fate, such a power does not allow that, said Waiwak as he further elaborated, his gaze shifting away from Nozomi momentarily as he took in all the destruction around them. Such a power would merely pick what, of countless possibilities, is the path that should be taken. The lesser of evils, the path of greatest success, the path with the fewest losses, but know that you can never fight against a fate that has already had each and every possibility written out before you. A power to merely see all futures, that would never be something I would desire, nor is it the power I hold. Then what is it? Natsu growled out from his position on the ground, his eyes filled with anger as he stared down the gaze of the Quincy King as it turned towards him. Stop beating around the bush and tell us already if you want to gloat. If you insist, Waiwak stated in response, his next words causing that anger to get buried by a far different emotion. I suppose it's only right due the efforts you all showed fighting against my power's side effect. Side effect. The decisions many of you made, they weren't entirely wrong, Waiwak stated, ignoring Natsu's confusion as he directed his words to all around him. But what you believed was the power of the Almighty was nothing more than a mere consequence of its power. A side effect, existing only to serve its true function. Without it, the true power of the Almighty can hardly be realized. Side effect. Those words pierced through the thoughts of everyone, striking them deep into their hearts and slowly continuing their work of crushing the hopes of all around them. Even the strongest of souls found their spirits crumbling as they began to realize the implications of what Waiwak was saying. The power they had fought against, the power they had tried to overcome, it was nothing more than a result of another power. The Almighty is not a power that merely allows one to witness the future, to grant omniscience. It is the power to become omnipotence, to become all-powerful. This eye of mine witnesses all the futures of what can be and grants me the power to reject those choices. To make something new. My power has never been to see the future, but to change it. No, to create it. Upon his proclamation, not a single soul spoke. Not in anguish, not in disbelief, not even in pain. Everything was forgotten in that moment, those last words echoing through the minds of all that heard them, slowly being digested as they tried to find any evidence, any at all, that would prove Waiwak wrong. But he wouldn't let them find any, not with his next words. Perhaps you think my words are lies, he spoke coldly, spitting out the last word like it would poison. But I detest such things. No matter what I have ever said, no matter how it may be interpreted, not once have I uttered a lie. And these words are no exception. But I can hardly blame any of you for doubting them. Many of you still can't comprehend it, how your victory could have been snatched away so easily. So allow me to demonstrate. Taking one hand, Waiwak reached down towards the broken bricks at his feet and picked up a chunk. Then, with a slow and telegraphed swing, he threw it up into the air above him. Only as it began to fall back down to earth, it vanished. In that same moment, the very brick that had been previously thrown reappeared in Waiwaka's outstretched hand, as if it had never left. Is that enough proof? He asked, his gaze shifting over them all as he began his search for any who still doubted. The original piece was thrown, witnessed by you all. But there was a future where I did not throw this. I merely held on to that future and brought it into reality after throwing the brick I already held upwards. A point in time that I stored and brought into the present. And of course, it is possible to have chosen the other timeline, one not witnessed by you all, instead if I so desire. Discarding the pieces of rubble and letting them shatter at his feet, Wywak swung his arm out slowly so that his index finger was pointing towards a random blade, discard on the ground by its user at some point in the previous battle. Energy gathered at his fingertip, densely packed together as it was shaped into a miniature arrow. Then, with a light press against its back, the arrow shot forth and shattered the blade in a single blow. That should have been it, and would have been if not for Wywak raising his other hand, his fingers clenched around a sword's hilt. A sword identical to the one that has just been shattered, resembling it in every bit of detail from the wearing of the leather near the guard to the small chunk missing across the middle of one side's edge. I walked over there and back, Wywak carefully explained. Such a short distance, I crossed it in a few steps. Then I returned to where I was. All I had to do was track the timeline I desired and pull the fragments I wanted into the current one. Perhaps some of you still doubt it. Perhaps out of denial you seek to believe otherwise. But you already witnessed the impossible. Taking on injury after injury, coming close to the brink of death, only one or two more pushes and I might have fallen. My initial injuries from Aoesu, the wounds I sustained through countless battles from that point on, all of it was removed in the blink of an eye. Look at me now, can you still ignore what is before you? And if you can, is the alternative any kinder, believing that I am capable of immense restoration magic? In the end, the result is still the same. That everything you did, it all amounted to nothing before my might. No one could refute him. No one knew how to. To have a power like this, such a claim was always impossible. It was a power that defied conventional logic, one which rewrote the rules that all things followed and played with them like a god. Even if they tried to believe Wywak was lying to them, it still made little difference. He had been powerful enough when they had believed he could merely see all possible futures, and in the end had lost. Trying to pretend that the man before them was lying didn't ignore that original level of strength. Despite everything I possess, however, there is truly one flaw I despise about my power. Wywak admitted, his gaze shifting towards Mavis for a moment. I cannot bring to pass what has already been. My physical state, that sword just now, they are merely results of tracking a desired outcome, whether through recording a current snapshot of the present time or through following a set timeline and drawing in the desired event at the moment it would occur. But if I fail to track an event or state, if I allow it to come to pass, there is no way to change it. All I create is the future and alter the present, meanwhile the past, the thing that I most desire to change, is forever sealed to me. You may laugh if you wish, Wywak stated, though none dared. But I have seen far too much pain. Centuries I have lived for and far too many have died for reasons that could have been avoided. Families torn apart because of a small grudge one might have against them. Empires crumbled because rivals envied their prosperity. Hopes and dreams shattered because people could not forget their own deep-seated prejudices. I have watched, unable to do anything but, for 400 years, sitting on the throne of the remnants of a once glorious kingdom. And I have seen so much fall apart since that day. Those that knew they should do something merely watched. The man's head briefly turned towards Ichibe, a scowl briefly taking over his face. Those that could do something meanwhile didn't, wasting their talents for all the wrong reasons. The gaze shifted away towards Jalal, disappointment now clear as day. And the rest? For those that struggled, for those that tried, there would always be those that would pull them back. Whether well-meaning or not, whether selfish or not, it all lead to the same result. Creation followed by destruction. A circle that never ends, and that no one wishes or cares to see end. Do any of you truly think your actions are right? Wywak added, turning now towards those of Fairy Tale. Take the relationship shared between the once proud Magic Council and the members of Fairy Tale. I'm sure many of you are happy to see the old fools gone. You don't have to hear them nagging at you for every little mistake you make, nor for making doing what is right that much harder. How happy you all must be, enjoying the benefits brought by the suffering of others. The Magic Council was responsible for so much in Ishtar. From keeping the peace between guilds, ensuring no trade war might happen again, to locking away artifacts that would be prone to misuse, to making the calls necessary in a changing world to ensure peace and stability ensured. Regulations, bills, complaints, all of that is a hassle to the one receiving them. But the reverse is true, and you lot certainly caused enough trouble that it posed a risk that might threaten the stability of the country. There is no wonder so many eyes were kept on you all. Sooner or later, if not for the destruction of the Magic Council through Ziref's actions, your two groups would have inevitably come to blows. Win, and you would bring down the very group keeping peace. And yet even knowing that, you would still seek that outcome. Such situations are nothing new, clarified Wywak. This is merely another pattern that shows up through time, repetition that only shows how foolish and short-sighted people can be. Why can no one see it? Why does everyone let it happen? Which is why I will stop it, bringing an end to this pointless cycle once and for all. And all that I need to do is go back to when it all began to fall apart and prevent it. So that's your objective. Wywaka's head snapped towards Ichibe, annoyance clearly present at the man's audacity to speak. Chasing after Lumen Histoire, fighting a war even as everything you had left slipped away, it was all for this. You talk about how people make the same mistakes. But at least they are moving forward and trying. You're frozen at the very moment everything crumbled, and all you can see is trying to redo it. To bring peace, power is needed. Not merely the power of one, nor the power of strength. An empire, an army, a kingdom loyal to its ruler. Why waste time creating a new one and trying to unite a hostile world when it is far easier to claim the power to go back to when everything was fractured? The death of the dragons and the disappearance of Ziref, both created a vacuum of power that was only amplified by the fall of the Shinigami, the Nervits, and my own people. That allowed new factions to form, new kingdoms to grow, and eventually form the present scene today. But if just one of those original groups had survived, how far could their reach grow? How better could they unite a world already seeking a guiding hand? A guiding hand? No. With eyes like yours, you do not guide people. You manipulate them, ensuring they go down the path you desire, whether they want to or not. Does it make a difference if the world is at peace? Wywak asked, turning his attention back to all around him. If there is no conflict, is there not room for happiness to grow? If there are no enemies, is there not safety for those you care about? One by one he found those whose eyes were wavering, pushing his words forward. For those that have lost partners, would you not wish for them back? For those whose children may grow up without knowing who they belong to, would you not wish for them to experience all the joys of life without hardship? And for those that have experienced untold pain, on both themselves and others, would you not wish for it to be erased from this world? Stabbing the sword he held into the ground, Wywak spread his arms out wide, gesturing to them all. So I offer you this. Know my strength, know the futility of fighting, and surrender. You have lived so far because I willed it, and now I offer you a choice. Surrender to me and I shall listen. Whatever you desire, whatever future you wish for yourself and those close to you, I will herd it all and take it back with me. So that when everything changes, your lives shall become as you desire. Resist however, and you will die. Nothing will change, and you will merely have gained nothing. So, what shall it be? Silence fell at his words, his offer, but he appeared in no rush to break it. Instead he merely waited, allowing his words to infest their minds piece by piece. Fighting was pointless. Hadn't they already seen that? They had suffered and struggled and did everything they could, and this was the end result? What good would it to try any further? From the moment this battle had begun, their fate was already sealed. And yet despite the inevitable end approaching, they still had the chance to make what replaced it better. All the pain they'd once experienced, all the losses they'd taken, this entire war that had consumed their lives for the past few months, all of it could be undone and replaced with something better. Knowing they could not win, knowing it was pointless to try, was it wrong to take this offer being freely given? What else did they have left to lose from giving up? What else did it matter losing if soon it would not matter anyway? One by one, the resistance of those listening faltered. Hope dimmed, efforts to resist crumbled, and acceptance began to emerge. And Waiwak saw it all, a small smirk pulling at the corner of his mouth as he witnessed it happen. Well, what is your answer? After all, there was only one possible answer they could give. Only one. And it was. No. Not that one. Protector of the fairies. He barely noticed as Waiwaka's head whipped towards him, the man's right hand reaching out for the sword in the ground and pulling it free. He was hardly aware of much really, trying to focus so much on merely finding the energy to stand. Footsteps echoed towards him, one by one, sounding so much louder with the silence that had fallen around them both. No. A single word, so small and easy to say. And yet he had almost been unable to say it. He wasn't sure he would have been if not for what he had seen. Perhaps it was because of that sight that he had a spark of life still. It wasn't right to call this hope. No, hope was long gone now. And it had been since the moment Waiwak had revealed the depths of his strength. Telling them about the Almighty, that wasn't to show off. It was to make them understand simply how outclassed they were. To crush what little hopes they had left, to make them understand how futile it was to fight. That was what it had all been about. Every action taken up until this point by Waiwak was for this moment. To make them believe they had a chance, and then to rip it away and render their efforts null. And then, when they were shattered and broken, to offer them a prize far beyond their reach. A prize few would ever refuse when brought so low. And it was tempting. So very tempting. Because there were things in his life that he wished he could change. Things he wished could be different. God, there were so many things. This war for one. If not for it, his grandfather might have eventually died a different way. He'd always imagined it with the old man lying in a bed somewhere, surrounded by the entirety of the guild. His family. Then there was his foolish mistakes of his past and his helplessness. It had been a time when his best friend was struggling and yet he had done nothing of worth. Shouldering the burden, forcing the guild to change then and there, anything would have been better. But he hadn't known what to do, and even now he wasn't certain of what could have been done. There was even things like his father that he wished could be different. What if his father had never become obsessed with his desires like he had? What if he had never strayed from the path Gramps wanted them to travel? Would he have been better? Would he have been good? He didn't know, but he couldn't pretend like he didn't wish to know. There was so much that could be different. So much that might be better different. But it's not right, he muttered, the footsteps coming to a halt as Waiwak stood before him. Despite how he towered over the man, the pressure he was feeling made it feel like the opposite. Even so, he forced his gaze to meet Waiwaka's own, so that even if there wasn't hope in his eyes there would at least be defiance. What you're offering, I can't accept it. Waiwak stared at him for a moment, a tightness in those eyes as they tried to stare deep into his own soul. And then, with great exasperation, Waiwak let out a long sigh. Such a fool. Do you not see what you are denying? Of course I do, he replied, feeling much more confident than he supposed he looked. Peace, safety, tranquility, what you offer, it's appealing. I cannot pretend like it isn't, not when it could save so many. Then why? Because that's not living. Perhaps this was only his own foolishness talking, but for all that pain he could not simply imagining it gone. Everything I am today, every lesson I've learned, every step I've taken, I'm here because of my past. Every mistake, every regret, they are just as important as every success or victory. No matter how painful it all might have been, there was worth to it. That was right. It was because of the mistakes he made that he came to realize how impatient he had become. It was because of his grandfather's death that he had been forced to understand the responsibility and duty that came from being the guild master, instead of seeing it as a role he would naturally fill. It was because of his father's actions that led to him becoming closer with the guild initially in the first place. And it was because of Ichigo that he had found a friend in that guild and not let his arrogance rule over him. He couldn't wish that away. No, he didn't want to. To do so would make him something he wasn't, something he didn't desire to be. Even if it was pointless fighting now, even if it wouldn't lead to anything, he didn't care. Because he would fight to his last breath to keep those precious experiences, good and bad, as a part of his life. How foolish. How terribly foolish, Waiwak muttered in front of him, his disappointment plain to see. Such a pity, but there are always fools like you. There's always one, you see. One person whose hope just stubbornly refuses to go out. And like a spark, it begins to light up others once again. What can I say? I guess I'm just too stubborn to accept your perfect world. Oh, you thought I was talking about you? No, it's not you. You're merely another follower, brought back to life by that single bit of light that she refuses to let go of. With a swing of his arm, the sword Wywak held was flung away, at first looking like a completely random action. Right until it slammed into the sight that Laxus had seen as he was about to give up. Isn't that right, Miss McGarden? Pinned to a wall, a sword stuck through her gut, Levy couldn't even move before Wywak closed the distance between the two, completely ignoring Laxus now before he rested his hand on the hilt of the blade, pinning her against a wall. Did you think I didn't do my research? That I didn't understand the kind of people Ichigo hung around with? Out of all the friends he has ever made, of all the allies he has had by his side, I don't believe any are as stubborn as you are. Not even he himself can match you in that. The girl who simply cannot accept any limitations before her, and will struggle on no matter how much it tears her apart. That is who you are, am I wrong? Fie, Wywak didn't even let her finish speaking, slamming one hand against her face and causing her to choke on her own words. Even she felt her head slam back against the wall, however, she never stopped moving. Each finger drew out what little magic she could currently handle, words forming in the air before unleashing small streams of fire towards the man before her. They did nothing. They were so insignificant to Wywak that he didn't even need to dodge, instead letting them hit him as he waited for her spell to die out. Then, when it did, he ripped the sword out from her body and threw her to one side, causing her body to skid along the ground before it finally came to a stop. Even now you don't appear to listen to reason, spoke Wywak as he took slow steps towards her. A spare glance around told him the current state of those watching. For most of them, it was Laxus who had helped give them back that strength, however little it was. They had seen him get back up, to try and challenge him. But this girl was the source that inspired him, overlooked by too many because she simply didn't make a fuss or stand out in the same way. Yet despite all of that, she had been the first to strike back at him. A pathetic attempt, more of a nuisance than anything else, and yet it was something no one else had been willing to dare try now. Even as he approached, she was struggling against the pain. As her head turned towards him, the glare in her eyes never died. Her will, despite all odds, remained intact. Why? Why do you still resist? It was a question not even he could resist asking. He knew the outcome to this. Knew she would resist. He could see it now. But even seeing the words uttered, he didn't understand them. Nor did he as she spoke them in the present. Because I can't accept it, Levy said softly, trying not to let her voice break from the pain. I've never been good at that really. I reach brick wall after brick wall and I just ignore it. I can't keep up. I can't win. I've heard those words too many times. Half of them were probably from myself, tiny doubts questioning why I kept pushing myself so far. And yet each and every time, I've continued on regardless. I've pushed forward, regardless of how much it hurts and how hard it might be, until I reach the end. And yet the end here is death. And struggling, clutching her gut as her hand began to get soaked in blood, she forced herself up, standing on shakily legs as she tried to stare him down defiantly. You think that's enough to make me give up? So long as I can see a chance, I'll risk everything for it. There is no chance, Wywak stated, his voice sounding more agitated than before. I have witnessed all that shall be and my victory is assured. Your efforts will be for nothing. It is impossible. If that would make me give up, I would have never gotten here today, Levy replied, one hand moving carefully and tracing out words. Say whatever you want, I'm fine with it being impossible. Because I simply don't know when to quit. For a moment, Wywak said nothing. Then, without giving her a chance to act, he closed the distance and slammed her back against the ground, holding her there by her neck as he slowly began to cause her to suffocate. Fools like you never learn. Resisting to the end, despite how futile it is. You gain nothing. Nothing at all. All you do is throw your lives away for less than scraps. Get away from her, Lightning erupted from Laxus's arm, forming a loose bolt-like shape before he flung it straight for Wywak. But in response the man merely raised up his other arm, extending one finger off from the sword's hilt and using it as a focal point to absorb the entirety of the attack's power. Then, without a word, he took the same energy he had absorbed and unleashed it through his other hand, Levi crying out in silent screams as her body spasmed in pain. Still nothing. Suddenly, as quickly as he had acted in the first place, Wywak released his grip on Levi, standing tall as he began to let his eye scan the surroundings. Raising his voice, he called out, "How long do you plan to simply watch and wait? I know you're here." Silence greeted him, no one truly sure of the meaning behind his words. Wywak paid them little heed. After all, these words were not for them. "If you do not plan to reveal yourself now, then when? I saw it too many times. You appear here on this day. Are you still hiding yourself? Do you still wish to delay action?" Silence continued to greet him, causing him to raise his sword up and stab Levi with it once more, her screams filling the air. "I'm going to kill her. Can you truly accept that? At this distance, you will never stop me in time if you miss your moment." As the silence dragged on, only broken up by the small whimpers from the girl at his feet, Wywak finally had enough, roaring out, "Show yourself, Ichigo Kurosaki." And then even the whimpers quietened, the girl at his feet going wild-eyed as she stared up at him in shock. "What are you talking about?" she managed to mutter. "He's dead." "Yes. And yet I saw him in multiple futures when I approached this place." It was obvious to Wywak from just a glance that Levi did not know the reason for why that might be. Nor did anyone else he knew as his gaze shifted from person to person. They were too shocked by his words, unable to find an appropriate answer. They didn't know. How disappointing. The amount of timelines he showed up in was limited, yet one constant was always present. If I delayed, he arrived. I may not have done so, but the fact he could appear in the first place should mean he is nearby. Surely he must have reached this place by now. So why does he refuse to act? A side effect of whatever reason he has to be here? Perhaps, and if so, then I don't need you to lure him out, do I? Those words, spoken quietly, may as well have been shouted in the silence they were said in. Laxus was desperately trying to rush forward, picking up speed as he forced his body to work for him, but it wasn't going to be enough. Wywak merely turned round, his sword raised, and swung down towards the helpless girl at his feet, ignoring the weak attempts of her word magic to delay him. With a single strike, she would be dead at his feet. He had already seen it, and there was no future where she was saved. No. His arm came down and finished its swing. The next moment Laxus barreled past Wywak, scooping up Levi in his arms and darting as far away as he could as fast as he could. Wywak didn't even bother to try and stop him, his eye wide in shock as he looked at his clenched fist, missing one important detail. Where had the sword gone? He had seen the future. Witnessed it. This was not an outcome he had foreseen. It didn't exist on the new branch of the timeline that he had built. The sword should have cleaved through Levi's head, and Laxus would have attacked him in retaliation and met his death swiftly afterwards. That was what should have happened. So why was he lacking the sword, the very instrument used in those futures, in his hand now? Opening the palm and closing it, he tried to work out if there was any disruption of his senses or anything off with the feeling. But it felt exactly as it had before. Only the sword had vanished, nothing else had been affected. His gaze slowly shifted, turning towards the outstretched palm of a young blue-haired girl, her eyes still wide in shock from the sight. But the power around her was positively alive, black and white light intertwining all around her with her vision already clouded by said light in one eye. It wasn't possible. It couldn't be possible. Nirvana was the magic that manipulated the forces and concepts of the world, exchanging them, rearranging them, restructuring them, and allowing the user to do whatever they wished provided it could be understood. She couldn't have. I used my power to make the future where I held that sword, he muttered in realization, his mind becoming clearer as he began to understand what she had done. In other words, I created the future where I held that sword at that moment. It was a brand new path that we had all diverged by. But you, sneakily watching, recording, memorizing, you remembered how the world was, didn't you? It was the only possible explanation. If she could memorize the state of the world in its entirety, even if she might not fully understand it, it would of course be different from the state of the world after he used the Almighty. Creating a new future meant creating a new path entirely for time to follow, time that was then applied to the world itself. But by remembering how the world was and applying it against the world he had made, she effectively restored the world to how it should be without his changes. When had she realized this was possible? Was it after he had first used his power? When he had first showed it off? When he had first explained it? No matter when it had been, no matter who might have told her, by the time he created the future where he held the sword, she had understood enough to realize she needed to memorize the world. And if she could do it once, it meant she had the potential to do it again. I knew it, he muttered, taking one step towards her in anger. I understood the danger you posed. But to think I would overlook the danger you represented this much. This magic, your existence, I cannot allow either to exist. In the world I seek to build, you are both unnecessary. There is no need for one who can undo the great works I plan to enact. To do so is to sin against me, and for that there is no greater punishment than death itself. Beginning to raise one hand, energy already taking shape in the air around him, he prepared to end the girl's life then and there. To rid himself of the threat she posed. But then he paused, the tiniest flicker of magical power hitting his senses. He'd be a fool to not recognize it, especially when it was the very power that the prize he sought possessed. Instantly his gaze snapped towards Mavis urgently, but all he did was find her still sitting within the ruins of Cardia Cathedral. It was like she hadn't even moved from there. Every so often she looked up at him, but something was off. Wrong. Her actions were familiar even. He had already seen them, his eye had made sure of that, but there was something off here in the way it felt. She was too looped. A doubt began to form in his mind, a nagging thought that simply wouldn't go away. And it was a worrying one, enough to make him temporarily forget all about Wendy. Step by step, he walked towards the Lumen Histoire, getting very little response in turn. He ignored the slow attempts of recovery from a few nearby mages, desperately trying to regain some will to fight, as he leapt over rubble from the cathedral, closing the distance with each passing step until he felt it. At first he wasn't even sure what it was. It was so tiny that he barely noticed it even when he was standing in front of it, only a few feet away from Mavis herself. Even being this close to her, her actions had no changed. A bit of regret, following by a long point of looking down at the ground. Then one brief moment of rage and then, a speck of confusion? Why? Why was that emotion there? And how had he missed it? Was it because it was so sudden? Because he had to be this close to notice? No. It was because he hadn't been looking, had he? He'd only cared if she had still been here. It didn't matter what face she made after that. Did this emotion matter? Normally, no. But combined with his other suspicions, growing increasingly alarming with each passing second, it was enough to make him act. His arm reached forward, painfully slow, until he felt the tiniest bit of resistance against him. It wouldn't stop him from passing. It was merely the boundary, one he could easily pass in and out from. Then, knowing that, he took a step forward. The world turned gray, and all around him felt like it was out of sync with the rest of the world. But what mattered most was the sensation left within, the reason this magic must have been hidden so well. He recognized it. Few mages had this much skill with this kind of magic, nor could fill him with this much rage. For within the space he had stepped in, it was nothing more than looped time that was witnessed outside. There was no girl here. There was nothing. Mavis Vermilion, Lumen Histoire, was gone. And with that, he let out a roar in fury, screaming out the thief's name and tearing apart the space of looped time through sheer magical power. Zeref. Protector of the Fairies. Waiting for that moment had never been more nerve-wracking. Once upon a time, such fears would have never even come to mind. Wywak was powerful, but all the strength in the world mattered little if you could not die from it. If it had been a few days ago, he would have been more than confident in his ability to weather whatever Wywak threw at him, achieving whatever he needed to do and then fleeing before the man tried anything smart. That confidence wasn't there anymore. It simply wasn't possible to remain when he was mortal. He could bleed once more. Wounds wouldn't shut instantly after the damage was done. The only thing that hadn't changed was his ability to handle pain, which helped with the dull aches he still got from the stub at his right shoulder. The wound didn't bleed nearly as much anymore with his immortality not getting in the way. All of this meant though that he could die. One wrong move and his life would end. It might not be easy for Waiwak to do, but he had no delusions in believing he could match the man as he was now. His time magic couldn't hope to compete with the Almighty. His death magic would be too obvious to that same power and would only stop Waiwak from getting close, and his demons would meet the same fate as those of the mages present here. They could delay Waiwak, nothing more. That was why he had forced himself to be patient. Waiting for the moment Waiwak's focus shifted, waiting until he dealt that power to the fusion of legendary spells, and then he had acted whilst Waiwak was too busy focusing on Fairy Tail's guild master. In his diminished state, some things were beyond him now. He wouldn't be able to stop time in the whole area and control who moved, even more so when Waiwak would neutralize the effect on himself. Nor would it be effective by itself in a small area if everything appeared to be absolutely the same, never changing or moving. So he looped it instead, connecting it back seconds and seconds before he had moved and letting it replay upon the edge of the space's radius. To all looking in, this would be all they would see. Which had made it the prime location to talk to Mavis, even for a moment, in pure peace. She was different than he remembered. Her eyes were red, like she had only recently stopped crying, and she was a mess. Her usually well-brushed hair looked like it hadn't been properly looked after in days, and there was a look in her eyes that took him a moment to identify. Pain. She was in pain. The moment their eyes met, her gaze shifting towards him, and he hoped that he hadn't caught the start of that on the time loop, and she had muttered in annoyance her frustrations to his appearance. He couldn't blame her. Recent actions hadn't proven for him to be a friend to her. But he needed her to listen. We need to move. Now. She'd spared once glance towards the other mages, and for a moment he had even considered the possibility of her rejecting him. That she might rather die. But then her gaze shifted from him towards the hanger-on behind him. He didn't see what the entity did, though the fact she saw him was enough solid proof that this wasn't a mere figment of his imagination like the entity had tried to play it as, but that was fine. Because whatever she saw from that entity, it was enough to convince her to move. All right. From that point on they had been moving as quickly as they could. Using a few dozen of the cloaks he had stolen from mages of Ishgar, it was proving enough to hide her magical power. But only if they didn't expose her much. If they even tried to run, they would flap around just enough to let out that single drop of magic necessary to ruin their current ruse. But if they walked, carefully taking their time, they were perfectly unseen to Waiwak's own senses. That wouldn't last though. He knew it couldn't. Waiwak was too perceptive. Repeating time. The magic requirements might be high, and the technical aspect difficult without a good understand of what it meant to control time, but when shown it was nothing more than a parlor trick. The only way it would fool Waiwak for long was if he was focused on other things. At the very least, he was glad he had waited so long. He had been right to be wary of Waiwak's power, and seeing the Almighty in actual had proved it. A power to create new time. Had anyone else realized it yet? He was sure Mavis, having now seen it for herself, knew now, but the mages of Ishgar? None were well versed enough to recognize different time magic from one another. It also meant they didn't understand the correct countermeasures, and lacked the ability to use them too. Time magic never played well with itself. What one changes, another can immediately interfere with. The ability to see the future was always the most heavily influenced, with some variations of time magic outright interfering and ensuring what was seen doesn't match what occurs if the user knew the right thing to affect. As long as Waiwak didn't sense the disturbance, all he would see if he looked at Mavis in the future was what should have happened if she was truly there. Well, as long as he didn't look past the point in time at which the repeating time would run out of energy, but he probably had a good while before that occurred. The bigger danger was when Waiwak would notice in the present. Did they risk going further away? They needed distance right now. He couldn't risk trying to use magic to teleport them far away. Waiwak would constantly be on them and they'd never be able to outrun him enough to have the time they needed. But the longer he waited to act, the less time he would have when Wywak eventually did discover his ruse. And if he didn't start his plan far enough away, Wywak would catch up and intervene before it could be completed. "Has that spirit told you what I'm planning?" he asked her, dragging her down another street as he checked over his shoulder for any signs of commotion in the distance. "He's been annoying, pulling at my strings like some puppet master." "How rude," said the entity hanging around him. "I could have been fake. Besides, I never did force you into anything, nor confirm anything. You came here of your own free will. Don't make me regret it more than I already am," he snarled out before quickly turning back to Mavis. "Well. No. I'm only trusting you because he's here. Nothing more, nothing less." "I see," he muttered, glancing once at the tight grip she held within the cloaks, keeping the golden knife within safely out of sight and sensing. It didn't take much to understand that even the spirit's presence was only making her see what this was all about. If not for its connection to Ichigo, she might not have even cared enough to move from that cathedral. Wywak has to be defeated. Whether I wish to engage him or not, the matter remains that if left alone he poses a threat. At least that was how he was currently justifying this to himself. "But I can't beat him," Mavis said without hesitation. "You're not equipped to. You're mortal. You noticed." "I can see your death," Mavis said simply, that look in her eyes he had seen a few times before when she was seeing something far away with her power. Not clearly, and not for certain, but the fact it remains capable of being observed so loosely is different than it was before. "Plus you're bleeding. I thought that might have been a trick, but I know it's not. No. And if you're mortal, Wywak will kill you with ease. You aren't a fighter." "I know," he said, confirming her words. "I would rather not leave this in his hands, but none of the mages here managed to beat Wywak. Even if only to help tip the scales, or whether he can gain some advantage through you, only Ichigo can prevent this current collapse of the time we know. So we need to bring him back." He paused, noticing the lack of shock or disbelief she seemed to have at his mentioning of Ichigo. "You don't seem surprised? Confused? In denial?" Mavis shook her head, careful not to let the hoods fall down in the process. "I've known it was possible. Knew it was possible the moment I was told he was gone. I just..." Her eyes dropped, her hand within the cloak clutching the knife's hilt more tightly. "I didn't know how to bring him back. How to save him. All I could sense was a faint lingering presence, untraceable to my senses and unobservable no matter where I looked. All I knew was that he wasn't gone entirely, at least not yet." "His presence has been fading then," he muttered, glancing up at the entity nearby. The being, spirit, whatever it was with the same face as the man he hated more than anything, simply nodded, not giving him anything more than that. "You can still sense him?" "Yes." "Then we can work with this." He took another look into the distance, trying his best to see if anything was happening. Was Wywak still occupied right now? "How much are you willing to sacrifice to have him back?" "Think everything." Carefully, he growled out, not liking how she had cut him off so quickly nor how little hesitation she had in offering up everything. "Let me finish first." "Does it matter?" "My answer won't change. Even if I ask you to abandon him afterwards? To never see him again?" She hesitated, doubt clouding her eyes for a moment. Then her resolve strengthened once again and she nodded. "That's fine. Just, if you can, please bring him back." He sighed, seeing the sadness she wanted and failed to hide. For her, bringing Ichigo back was top priority. Even if it meant being separated from him, that was fine if she got to see him at least one more time. Just knowing he was fine would be better than knowing he was being sentenced to oblivion. He had known she would answer this way. He just wished it didn't hurt so much, knowing that once upon a time it might have been him that she would have risked everything for. The one who had torn away any chance he had of having her at his side was now the one she would risk everything for and offer it up to him. He didn't want to bring him back. But if he didn't, his own mortality would remain a curse, forever reminding him that the one he despised was the one who saved him from the fate of eternity. As of right now, his soul is being torn apart, he stated calmly, pushing his own emotions to the side in the face of what needed to be done. By becoming an avatar of magic itself, he took that power into his own soul. And it broke it. Miracle after miracle held him together, but he was doomed from the moment he took that risk, and he could only delay the inevitable. And once magic broke free once again, there was nothing to pull him back together. He was lost, sentenced to a void where he would simply fade away to nothing. But it takes time for something to disappear completely. Remnants still remain. He pointed once at the entity following him. This thing still seems to believe parts remain. And his Zanpakuta still linger. None of which are enough, mind you. Not alone at least. But they still are connected to him, however weak. And so is myself, as well as this dagger, Mavis muttered. It's got a piece of us both. It's why I can tell he still exists so certainly. It's because of these that we can find his position and draw him back in. The remnants that are a part of him or that are connected to him can bring back the pieces of his soul, and I'll force it to bind together within a container, not trying to tear itself apart from the whole force of magic. His own Zanpakuta. Because the blade is him, Mavis said, understanding his intentions. You intend to use it as a catalyst. But to do so you'll need an immense amount of power. This was the part he hated. Need more than that. I've thought this through carefully a dozen times. The sword might very well give the blueprints necessary to fix him, but, to put his soul back into the right shape, and contain him correctly, but, it won't necessarily find everything. His existence right now is too unstable. Another blueprint is required. Not so much for the shape of his soul, but its order. Of what should be in there, of where it is, and what it should be recognized as. I understand. There was no doubt in her eyes. She knew exactly what he was referring to. Me. I'm one of the only ones who knows his soul so instinctively that can also consciously identify and position the pieces into the framework his Zanpakuta lays out. But doing so puts me in the eye of the storm. For me to be able to access this process, it means intertwining my soul with his restoring one. It's more like merging, he clarified. I've done this before with demons. But never on a scale like this, and always from the outside. The more fragmented the soul, the harder it is to put it back together. And I never cared if the individual was exactly correct or not. But in this case, we need the same individual back if we can get him. And that's why you asked me what I would be willing to give up. Yes. I don't know what will happen to you. I don't know what will happen to him. Your souls might merge. Or they coexist. Or they might both perish and something entirely alien might form from the remains. I don't know. Even knowing that, are you sure you wish to go through with this? Of course, Mavis answered, without delay. If it has even a chance of success, it's worth taking. And because she didn't really care if she died in the process and he wasn't restored went unsaid. But he doubted he had the time to try and convince her of anything like that right now. Not when he had just seen a spark of lightning in the distance. He didn't know how much longer they had. Letting go of her hand and raising his own up horizontal to his body, he willed the shadows at their feet to move, carefully but quickly writing out dozens of runes within dozens of magic circles, spreading out into the nearby streets as they expanded. This was why he preferred to record his spells down in books, even if it increased their length and complexity by ensuring the book itself was interwoven with magic to order the runes and circles correctly. At least the process itself was not too complex here. He didn't need to build a demon from scratch, just use the process to pull an individual back together. So where do I stand? Here? Over there? Mavis asked, moving carefully around the runes so to not trigger anything. Right in the center. You'll need this too, he added, reaching into the shadows and carefully pulling out the two blades of Ichigo's Zanpakuta, sticking them into the ground and ensuring they were surrounded by runes. 2 blades, encircling you. Who holds the third? So I just stab this one in here dash. Wait, no. He was too late to warn her, the edge of the knife briefly becoming exposed as she moved to dig it down into the runes. For a fraction of a second, he juggled with the idea that maybe Wywak hadn't noticed. That he was busy enough to have missed it. He urged his shadows to move a bit faster anyway, trying to hurry and finish the preparations as Mavis sat herself down with the knife hidden at her feet, keeping a tighter grip on the cloaks suppressing her power. On my signal, Unleash all your power and focus in on him. I'll activate this spell at the same time. Won't Wywak notice? He will, but that's unavoidable now, he muttered, carefully monitoring his field of loop time. Any moment now and... He felt the power in the distance skyrocketing at the same time that his looped time zone collapsed, knowing that he had finally been discovered. Now. Mavis wasted no time, unleashing her magical power and unlatching the cloaks from herself, letting them get flung away as a pillar of golden light shone up into the air. At the same time he activated the runes, a dark purple glow barely keeping pace with the sheer amount of power being funneled within their confides. Good. It's working. Can you see him? Vaguely. But it's going to take time. That's fine. I was prepared for this. With Mavis's own power fueling the spell, he didn't have to worry about his energy failing him midway through. Which left him enough for what needed to be done. Don't worry about time. I will buy you every bit that you need. Stepping away from Mavis, he moved back to the open street just before them, knowing it would put himself before Wywak. The shadows at his feet began to extend while darkness began to spread from his ring, spreading up his left arm and covering it in a shadowy substance. Open the gate, Solomon. He felt the air behind him get pushed away as the gate formed, the doorway opening and unleashing the darkness from within. It was a far cry from the days of old, this gate little bigger than himself, but demons quickly formed from within and began to populate the street. As the first lot fell to a volley of arrows though, he knew it was hardly going to be enough. Wywak was vicious, tearing through his forces without taking a single step back in retreat. His eyes saw everything, his demons nothing more than tiny obstacles in his way. Still, even seconds was better than nothing. A demon quickly flung itself in front of him as a blade was sent flying at his head, intercepting the blow before he began to move past its dissolving corpse, his death magic at the edge of his fingertips. That was finally enough to bring Wywak to a halt. His magic acted quickly, and it had been fast enough to almost catch Ichigo a few times. If Wywak wanted to reach Mavis quickly, the straightest route would be blocked until his magic was activated. Of course once it would be over. Wywak would close the gap and take him down in one blow. He just needed to buy time, use his death magic as a bluff, and hope it would be enough. So long as it was a card to play, Wywak was sure to try and fight from range, and with his demons he could easily intercept most of the danger. That was what should have happened at least. But before his eyes, Wywak began to walk towards him once more. His actions were steady, confident, and he could feel that eye burning a hole through his skull, tempting him and taunting him all in one. Wywak was in his range now. And Wywak had to know that. So what was he after? Was he trying to force him to use his magic? Did he believe he could outrun it like Ichigo could? It might be possible. And if Wywak was this confident, perhaps he had seen it. He had to wait. Until the moment that there would be no doubt that Wywak would not be able to flee. Waiting for each step was tough, and he was having to fight every instinct he had not to activate his magic too early. Demons flung themselves at Wywak from all sides, but each was dispatched by arrows without the Quincy ever turning to face them. Finally, Wywak took that last step that brought him right in front of him, a sword raised up high. That was the moment he struck. His magic erupted out, a field of death spreading out and consuming the nearby area, falling just short before where Mavis was. But the man before him didn't die, merely looking at him in disappointment in the one point within the field of death where his magic had simply failed to penetrate. He knew what had happened. He had felt the shift of time, Wywaka's power changing events so that that one point in time had never been affected by his death magic. Kicking back, he flung his left arm up and let the gate him dissolve away, the mass of shadows that it broke down to wrapping around the mass on his arm and solidifying into a large shield as the sword came down. The blade failed to cleave through his arm, but the force was enough to stop his attempts to retreat in their tracks, knocking him to the ground and winding him. Before he even had a chance to move, a new blade had formed in Wywaka's hand and he dug it straight down into his leg, pinning him in place. "Now you can't run, you little rat," Wywak growled out, his gaze briefly shifting towards the street Mavis was in. "You should have fled faster if you wished to keep her from my grasp. You sure you want to be standing so close to me? You've wasted some pretty dangerous seconds." If you believe so, go ahead, and prove me wrong. But know that it will be pointless. Your magic cannot reach me, no matter how much you try. Nor can your pathetic attempts of diverting my attention. Without even the need to gesture, the demons trying to sneak up on Waiwak were torn to pieces, arrows tearing holes through the bodies of those still standing. Without your immortality, you can hardly hope to win against me. I've done what I needed, he shot back, a smirk on his face as he felt the magical power from the alleyway flare up to greater levels than before. It's over for you. You'll never obtain Mavis. Sending her away, are you? I know you haven't told her to trigger Lumen Histo Ire. I would have already sensed the build-up if you had. Know that no matter how much you make her run, no matter what methods you attempt to use, it won't matter. Nothing can exit this place. Nothing? Oh. I wondered why you were lax enough to take your eyes off her. You've erected a ward. When did you do that? After you destroyed that union of legendary spells. Can't have been before. Maintaining it would have taken a toll on you, and I would have noticed it upon my own arrival if it had been active. But this sensation I'm noticing. Oh. Thief. I merely refined the weak measures you took. Refined? This is hardly refined, more like redesigned. You must have examined the Celestial Spirit King's magical power. He was released from my jail and re-engineered the method of locking him down. This isn't so much as to keep others in check but to keep him out and Mavis in. What's the filter here? Immense amounts of magical power? They are the only two that could fit into those boxes. Are you quite done? Yeah, he shot back arrogantly, blocking out the pain as Waiwak twisted the sword in his leg. I'm just surprised. You're actual being wary of the Celestial Spirit King's presence here. Let me guess. If he's present, the scales tilt a bit too much. He knew he was spot on when Waiwak raised his hand and brought up another blade. You should have learned to watch your mouth when the consequences became applicable to you. You are unnecessary, both now and in the new world. Know that I will take great pleasure in ensuring your past self suffers in agony, bound in a prison that he shall never be able to escape from for all eternity. Waiwak paused for a moment, the magical power that had just previously spiked suddenly vanishing. And know that even your foolish attempts to buy time will all be for naught. As the blade swung for his next, he almost wondered if he should close his eyes and not see this. He was far too used to seeing the injuries happen and just dealing with it. It wasn't traumatic to witness after you had seen it a dozen times over. As a result, he had a clear view to see the blade come to a stop right above his next, held there in place by a figure with solid grip on Waiwak's wrist. Above him, Waiwak let out a slow sigh, as if wishing to express every bit of disappointment he felt at the action. You're saving him? Him? I knew trying to kill someone would draw you out, but I expected this from targeting Levi or perhaps Laxus. Not Zeref. Silence greeting him, Waiwak merely shaking his head slightly and letting the sword he was holding fade away into particles of magic. The moment he did, the grip loosened and he was able to pull his hand free, turning briefly to face the one who had stopped him. You did take your time though. I was wondering when you would show up, Ichi-desh, and then he froze, his eye widening as he took in a sight that for once his eye could not explain to him. Golden eyes stared at him, shining as if a light burnt within them. It was a vast contrast to the darkness that clung to the figure before him, swirling around the man as if blown by the wind. Gray bandages, though they were more akin to some kind of ceramics with their thickness and structure, stretched all across the upper half of the man's body, with golden markings spreading out from beneath as they came to end right before the left arm, while also covering the lower half of the man's face. The entirety of his lower half meanwhile was covered by that same dark energy, shaped like the bottom of a robe, with only his feet visible, wrapped in the same style bandages as his upper body. Then there was the hair. Not the color he expected, no, instead it was as black as the energy hanging in the air, falling down past the man's waist, lightly being blown around as the energy circled him. You're not Ichigo, he muttered, lost for words as he tried to decipher the sight before him. That's not right. You aren't meant to be here. What are you? The man before him didn't even answer, instead raising his right arm slightly as energy began to pour from its surface. Then, by simply swinging it forward, a blast of darkness, in the shape of a crescent moon, was unleashed. A technique Waiwak recognized all too well. Getchuga Tenshao. Protector of the fairies. An unforeseen danger. Where was this? When was this? How much time had passed since that moment? What had that moment been? One moment he thought he understood, the next it was like it had all slipped away. He had been fighting, right? No, that wasn't it. Or perhaps it was, but it simply didn't feel like that was all it had been. There had been something. A name was on the tip of his tongue, a name he felt he should be able to remember. Ah yes, it was. He lost it again, the words he sought slipping through his grasp like running water. But at least for a moment he remembered the end. Or rather one of them. Countless times he had died. Or had it been countless times that he had delayed it? A golden gate, a memory so distinct in his mind that it was hard to ever forget it, stood out over so many others, and he knew it had been the start of the end. And he felt like it had been there at the end too. A memory, one closely tied to it, perhaps triggered by his own desire to reach out for those linked to the gate, returned to him for a moment, and he remembered seeing a black-haired man, standing there with only one arm. He remembered a look of shock, some words of anger, and then nothing. Was that because he couldn't remember anything more? No, it felt more like that had been the end of what he had been able to recognize as solid memories. Everything that felt like it came after that was so hazy, so disjointed, so alien. In some emotions were missing. In others only a single one remained, brought to an extreme. He remembered intense joy, from what he could not remember. He remembered crippling despair, caused by memories he had not been able to find. And sometimes he remembered the triggers for those memories, and yet felt nothing in return. That was when he had even been able to put together some form of consciousness. He wasn't even sure how much he had been able to recognize his own thoughts, but for every time he did. The gaps between them had felt long once before, but now they felt so short. Was that because they had gotten closer? Or was he less conscious of the passage of time, unable to retain his sense of self for as long? At some point he had known it would end. Bit by bit, the state he was in would fade. And after that, he didn't know what awaited him. The fragments of his mind had even begun to accept that. Until that light had appeared. He didn't know why it felt familiar, nor why it had made him, even in such a state, attempt to reach out for it. He didn't remember the reason for why he was struggling. Even as he began to understand the words directed to him, he wasn't sure who was saying them nor what they truly sounded like. He just knew to reach out. The light was warm, a vast contrast to the void he had been falling towards. So long as he reached for it, things were clearer. He still couldn't understand everything completely, nor piece together all that had occurred. But something inside him was telling him to not give up yet. Or was that her? Her? Why did he assume it was a girl? Was that from a memory? Or did he instinctively understand? The light reaching out to him had felt different, yet it felt like it belonged. Like it was a part of him, and he a part of it. He didn't know how much time had passed since she had called for him, but he hadn't been able to refuse her summons. So he reached out for her. And then he saw everything. Everything began to click together once more. And then it distorted once again. What had been her name? What had been his name? What was their name? Protector of the fairies. It wasn't possible. How many times did he had to think that before it would settle in his mind? A dozen? Even as he brushed aside the lingering energy in the air, the after effects of the attack that had almost consumed him, he still found it hard to understand the sight before his eye. The attack was obvious. Its owner should be even more so. There were only 3 people in the world capable of this attack. Others could try and replicate it as much as they want, but the sensation it brought and the power it held would never match up to the original's. And as someone who was familiar with the original, any small fluctuations from it would be seen as clear as day. Knowing that, he understood that this attack was the genuine article. Getchuga Tenshao. It could not belong to the father or the sister. The latter had too much fire in her magic, fire that left its trace on every attack. The former had more freedom. He was surely capable of both, and he certainly hadn't been seen yet in this battle, so he could assume he was well rested and ready to fight in contrast to the latter. But the energy behind the attack was far stronger than what he calculated as Hein Kurosaki was capable of without exhausting himself. And even then, it would never look like this. Energy as dark as night. Even without process of elimination, there was always one face that would spring to mind when put with that attack the appearance it took. Ichigo Kurosaki. From the beginning of this battle, he had been prepared for this eventuality. It wasn't all futures that Ichigo appeared in, but in those in which he acted an hour later he had found that he was always there. And in all of those futures, that was enough to tilt the scales in the ensuing battle. Against so many foes, with so many variables to deal with, Ichigo's presence alongside Mavis simply complicated too much. That was why he had chosen to strike sooner, knowing that even if Ichigo showed up after the future changed that he wouldn't have the allies to help him. One-on-one, he knew he could win. With the Almighty, everything was within his grasp. Victory would have become certain and Lumen Histoire would have become his. That was how things were supposed to go down, and he had believed that even as he had prepared to end Ziref's life and felt that grip on his wrist stopping him. And had continued to up until he turned face to face with this. He didn't know quite what he was looking at. It had to be Ichigo. The attack all but confirmed that. But he hadn't seen this form before. Not in a single future had the man before him been present. Even then, he could have perhaps accepted it as a fluctuated to his plans. That his efforts to create new futures had created unforeseen variables that hadn't even existed in all the other timelines. But he didn't see that. He didn't see anything. As his one eye stared forward, the present vanishing in the face of the vast possibilities that made up the countless paths time would take, all he saw was Ziref lying on the ground in an empty street. There was no man standing beside him, not in a single one. And yet as his eye abandoned those visions and looked back to the present, and as time moved forward to those same futures he had seen, he could not ignore the fact that despite all that he saw, the man before him stood there as if to dismiss it all entirely. He watched, unable to fully comprehend it, as the man leaned down carefully, helping Ziref to his feet. "You took your time," he heard Ziref say, though the man he was talking to hardly paid him much attention. "With this, all debts are paid. Right?" There was silence for a moment, and he watched closely waiting to see what the man would do. Would he simply ignore Ziref? Would he attack him? Any action taken would do wonders to understand just who exactly this was before him, because even if he was sure this was Ichigo he couldn't be certain yet. Debts. Ah, yes. I remember that. The man before him muttered, speaking slowly as if struggling to find the words. Yes, that's fine. So leave. Of course. Just don't lose. Ziref glanced back at him once to make sure he wouldn't interfere, but he need not worry, his gaze only shifting once to ensure that the dark mage truly meant to leave. And as quickly as he had arrived, he slipped away, traveling through shadows and running to whatever hole he intended to burrow down in. It mattered little where he went, as once he had Lumen Histoire the present would matter very little. "I wondered how you did it, you know," he called out, carefully watching for any reactions he could take advantage of or for any signs of hostility. If he couldn't see the event happening, then he would rely on his other abilities to foresee it in a different way. "How you clawed yourself back from what must have been oblivion. It was Ziref, though how you gained his help for this I can only guess. Is it because he's mortal? Are you responsible for that?" The man continued to ignore him, instead holding out a hand again and letting energy gather in his palm. He prepared for another strike only for the energy to simply be reformed into a variety of shapes, as if the man before him was testing his capabilities. "How did he do it? How did you do it? Did you tie your soul to something and have it brought back to the surface by Ziref? Revival isn't outside of his area of expertise, and is the pinnacle of that, so it should have been possible for you if you could keep yourself in one piece." He was still being ignored, the man before him continuing to watch the way the energy danced in his palms. "Answer me, Ichigo Kurosaki." It was like a switch had been flicked. One moment the man had been playing with energy, the next he had crossed the distance between them so quickly that he found himself leaping back to avoid what he had expected to be a deadly blow. But instead the man merely came to a stop in front of him as he lunged away, his gaze showing some hostility, but there was more confusion in there than anything else. The man didn't even try to stop him from keeping the distance between them, looking as if he was trying to properly piece together why he had leapt back so quickly in the first place. Go. Ku, R-O-S-A, ki. The man sounded out each part of the word carefully, testing each sound as if confused about something. Then, as if having pulled all those thoughts together, the man turned to him and said, "That name. I know it." Knew it? Of course he should know it. It was his own name. How could Ichigo not know it? Was this some case of amnesia? Had to be selective if it was, he had still been registered as an enemy. "That's your name," he stated, half curious about what kind of reaction it might even bring. "Ichigo Kurosaki. Or do you not remember my name?" The man before him paused for a long while at that, muttering a few things that he couldn't manage to decipher with his eye, before their eyes met once more. "No, that's not it. It right, but it's wrong. And..." The man began to look away for a moment but paused. Then, without warning, he flung his arm out to the side and unleashed the energy around it, devastating the arrows that had almost reached him from his blind spot. His eyes quickly snapped back to Waiwaka's own, the light within them seeming to shine a bit brighter for a moment. "I remember you. Waiwaka. There's anger here. And pain. You're a threat." As if those words had been the trigger the man needed to act, he immediately moved to close the gap. If not for having realized it was coming, he wasn't sure he could have dodged in time, leaping up into the air and narrowly avoiding the slash of energy as the man before him brought down his arm. What was merely concentrated energy rapidly consumed the area he had been standing in, shattering the ground and even lingering along the edges like remnant flames. Taking the opportunity while he had the chance, he filled the sky with arrows and quickly grabbed the future where they hung there, saving it and unleashing it back into the world as the barrage began to fire. Immediately he grabbed the next copy, repeating the action a few more times as the barrage turned into something more akin to rain, too many blades for any individual to dodge. That was how it should have been. But those eyes looked up at him, or rather the blades falling towards him, and then the man began to move, adjusting his position ever so slightly as the swords rained down around him and narrowly avoiding each and every one that fell in his position, eventually to the point where he was carefully stepping from hilt to hilt of the blades without ever blinking. Such a feat was normally impossible. Even the fastest of individuals would normally favor to strike down the blades that got too close, knowing they were able to do that. This barrage itself was merely a way to test the limits of his foe. But he hadn't expected him to dodge them all like this. Could he do the same? With the Almighty, it would be child's play. Ah. Was that it? But there was something else. One bit of information he was missing. His eyes drifted to where Zeref had hidden Mavis, knowing the answer he sought would easily be seen in that alleyway. It only took a moment to redirect the last of his arrows towards that location, pushing more magic than they needed into them as they flew through the air and letting them detonate on impact. Then, as the smoke cleared, he got his answer from the lack of any sign of the girl he had been seeking. "Around the time you showed up, I stopped sensing her magical power. It was easy to overlook though because I was too concerned about what your existence meant, but now it's all as clear as day. The way you got brought back, the reason she's missing, and the reason you saw through those swords so effortlessly and reacted to my previous attacks. And it explains the confusion to your memories. You're not merely Ichigo Kurosaki. You're Mavis Vermilion, Lumen Histoire, too, aren't you?" "Yes. And no. I'm not quite sure who I am right now. Memories, which is which? Whose is whose? Everything's jumbled. Which means this is early for you," he muttered in realization. It made sense to explain why the Ichigo he had seen in different futures had been more put together. That time had allowed him to not only reappear but to piece together his mind back from the broken state it must have ended up in when his soul was torn apart. "How are you maintaining your soul?" he asked briefly, not expecting an answer for that as he carefully watched his adversary. Not merely resurrection, the upkeep alone would be tremendous and would be too unstable for you to be fused with Lumen Histoire in such a way. "Ah yes, you did have a connection to her, didn't you? It was how we could easily trust that she had yet to be killed by Baragan. So as long as that connection still existed, even faintly, it becomes possible to rely the pieces of your soul, despite how scattered they are, back in. But that alone won't contain it. Not unless you were to put a new shell around them. She's acting as the shell to keep you in the physical plane, or at least until your soul can heal itself enough to linger on its own merit. However, such an undertaking must be costly, he added. The magical power you've unleashed has been impressive, but is this really all you can muster with the power of Lumen Histo-Ire? Based on what he had witnessed, he knew it couldn't be. If he couldn't foresee Ichigo's actions, he needed to understand the limit of power that he could handle from him instead. Having access to the magical power of Mavis Vermilion wasn't the troublesome part. Rather, it was the way energy freely escaped his body, as if so much was bubbling to the surface that it was escaping in any way it could. Still, he could match raw power for raw power of his own. No one could stop him from wresting control of all the magic around them to bring it to his aid, and there were plenty of barriers that could fight raw concentrations of power. He merely had to pick the appropriate one based on how much energy was being released and gathered by Ichigo. But as the man raised his arm, the energy gathering to a level he hardly deemed a threat, he knew this wouldn't be difficult to handle. Mujutsu. He was proven wrong when the entire area in front of Ichigo was blanketed in a curtain of darkness. Protector of the Fairies. For once in his life, he knew what it was like to fight himself. The way Ichigo fought wasn't quite the same. Ichigo favored raw power while he favored control over every aspect of his magic. But both struck fast with what they had. That alone wasn't anything truly special. Others could do the same, but there was one hurdle so many fell to when they tried to fight him. The ability to know what would come next. From perception and analyzing one's opponent to precognition and even his own ability that let him see countless futures, the ability to understand what came next was a major advantage. It could change the tide of wars, reveal openings in battle before they were even made, and give control to the one who knew the most. And normally that was him. But not this time. The Almighty could not see Ichigo. There was nothing there, no matter how hard he tried. If he looked closely, he could witness some of the destruction that might occur, but he could never focus long enough to utilize that information. Not when seeing the future meant being blind to the present, and Ichigo was far too fast to let that slide. And it was all made worse by the fact it would become obvious to Ichigo when he tried to see the future. Because Ichigo himself would see the changes to his behavior too. While he might not be able to see Ichigo, the reverse was not so clear-cut. Time after time, Ichigo was proving that he knew what was about to occur. It was never far in advance. Perhaps a second if he had to guess. But with that speed of his, it didn't matter at all. 1 second might as well be minutes for all the good it did him. If he hesitated, he was seen through. If he advanced, he was cut off before he could finish the first step forward. If he was retreated, he was pursued before he could make it back an inch. And if he tried to retaliate, his own counters were repelled. All the while those golden eyes never lost sight of him, watching his every move and seeing what would come next. All he could do was try and buy time, focusing his energy into working out how to make it out of this situation. If short-term efforts were seen through, the only path left was to double down on long-term plans. Like how the mages present had hoped to trap him by eventually forcing him to a point where there was no future where he could make it out, he had to do the same to Ichigo. That was assuming Ichigo couldn't see further ahead than he currently did, something he was putting a lot of faith in due to how rapidly Ichigo adapted each time he tried to change the future in some small way. But even thinking ahead like this, trying to lead Ichigo down a path to such an end was proving to be almost impossible. And as the seconds passed, he was not being put in a better position. Dodging the arc of energy unleashed from Ichigo, he barely brought his hand up in time to absorb the other that had lied in wait in its shadow, the energy giving him a boost in strength that he knew he would need to keep fighting. The energy around him wasn't enough anymore, not with how much he was being pushed. The biggest drain was expected. Even if he couldn't afford to use the Almighty to see the future, he wasn't passing up the chance to manipulate the landscape and try and shift the future to a more favorable one. It had saved him a few times from taking a few hits, and it had stopped the fight from ending immediately when Mujutsu had been unleashed. It was the only technique Ichigo had named since he had taken this form. He was familiar with it to some degree. Reports had indicated it had been used to counteract Knowledge's own breath attack, though this version had seemed scaled down in comparison. Whether it was because Ichigo had yet to get a full grasp on his current abilities or whether it was because of the risk of collateral damage, it didn't change the fact that it was dangerous to take head-on. He hadn't had the choice to avoid it when Ichigo had unleashed it so suddenly, and even his strongest barriers had shattered. In response to that failure, he had tried to absorb its power for himself. He had only partially succeeded, reclaiming the energy he had lost to those barriers but finding himself incapable of absorbing the attack fast enough nor holding it off long enough to absorb it all. The rest of the energy had slipped through his grasp and left him in a shattered street, one step away from death if not for a quick use of the Almighty to revert his physical condition back to normal. It was that moment at least which had given him most of the evidence to support the theory that Ichigo couldn't see that far ahead into the future. He had waited a bit too long to launch a second strike, not Mujutsu but merely a second arc of energy like the first strike he had done. If Ichigo had been able to see far enough like he could, he would have struck immediately knowing the first strike wouldn't have finished the job. Still, he wouldn't be so lucky if Ichigo decided to use Mujutsu again. The only reason he hadn't was because he was forcing him not to. Even if it meant taking a hit, losing the advantage, or even being pushed to a point where he might lose, he refused to give up his position and let Ichigo get behind him. If he managed to do so, he would have his back to his friends and there would be no reason to not use Mujutsu. Even a second would be too risky to allow after having seen just how quickly Ichigo had unleashed the first one. Which was why as Ichigo lunged at him, the distance having shrunk in the blink of an eye, he knew better than to allow him an opening. Arrows firing from all sides, bulked together so much that there would be no room to dodge around them, he forced Ichigo down the one open path towards him. His sword swung as Ichigo followed the path set before him and he knew in that moment his blade would not hit. Ichigo had already seen his strike, and so knew to dodge around it. So in that moment he changed time. The Almighty activated and he felt his arm almost get yanked from its socket as he let his magic pull him completely along to the new timeline. The strike, that had been coming almost straight downwards, just left enough to force Ichigo right if he saw the strike, was moved to one that put it right in Ichigo's own path, an inch away from cutting clean through his head. Then Ichigo moved again, reacting so fast that the blade merely scraped against the left side of his face as he rushed upwards. His hand was thrust forward, energy shaped ready to pierce his head then and there and bring the fight to an end. For a single agonizing moment, he knew he had lost. He couldn't dodge that strike, nor could he recover from it. He would die too quickly. And desperately, he allowed himself to look forward into the future, desperately trying to find the path out. And then he saw it, his smirk returning as he returned to the present and pushed back ever so slightly. It wasn't much. It didn't even buy him a second, nor did it stop the energy as it shot towards him. He could feel it hitting his blood vein, overcoming it and breaking his skin as Ichigo forced the energy forward. All he had done was prolong the fight for a moment more. It was enough. The force behind the attack vanished right before it could carry through and finish the job. His head was bleeding, blood clouding his eye slightly, but he could just about see clearly enough to see the being before him split, darkness being unleashed from all sides and then clearing as its source broke apart. And in its place, where one had stood now resided two very confused individuals, trying to grasp what had just happened or perhaps who they even were. It didn't matter though. What did matter was that he had seen them as clear as day. And if he could see them, he could win. Protector of the Fairies. The second his memories had flooded back, where everything had cleared up and he had managed to regain a rough understand of who he was, he knew how quickly the situation had shot down to hell. It had taken Mavis even less time to understand, probably because she had a better grasp on what had happened due to initiating it, but by the time it took them both to reach out for one another, the faint tendrils of black and golden magic reaching out for one another, Waiwak acted. Before their hands could reach one another, a focused blast of pure energy slammed towards them both. He quickly was forced to raise a hand up to shield himself, energy responding to his will far easier than he anticipated and buffering him from the incoming blast. Mavis was forced meanwhile to fall back on her golden shield, the light of fairy sphere solidifying before her. But while he could grasp onto the air with his feet, his energy keeping him steady in the air, she had no such luck, the force of the blast sending her crashing down towards the ground. Before the blast even entered, Waiwak had shot forward, completely ignoring him as he passed as he lunged for his fallen partner below. His head shot round in response, his eyes latching onto Waiwaka's form as one glowed as he felt Mavis' power settle through his body once more, the link still tenuous but enough to offer up to him some of her strength. And with it he could see the path Waiwaka would take. He didn't need any more prompting than that. Kicking off from the air, using what remained of Waiwaka's attack to propel himself forward faster, he sped down towards the point where Waiwaka was about to reach, willing the energy still lingering around him to shape. It was an odd sensation. It didn't feel anything similar to the way his magic normally worked. He wasn't sure how to fully explain it, nor what had caused it. But even if he couldn't put it clearly into words, he understood it. Just feeling it move to his will, he instinctively knew as he swung his arm down that it would match his desire. And so rather than an empty hand swinging down, gripping nothing but energy, instead it was one clenching a long thin blade, a familiar guard along it with a chain growing and wrapping up his arm. The blade didn't meet flesh like he saw for a brief moment. A mere glance at the last moment from Waiwaka had been enough for the man to see everything. Steel meets steel as a blade was revealed as Waiwaka spun, his other hand lashing out with familiar lightning sparking across its surface. Lax's magic, he realized, seeing the damage it would cause before the force rapidly changed multiple times as he made his move. Ducking his body down, part of his blade vanished and forced Waiwaka to swing up through empty air, throwing his aim off. But it wasn't enough to fool the man, the lightning that had been meant for a focused attack being unleashed early, forcing them apart. It was only a temporary shield, however. He saw Waiwaka begin to move through one eye and stopped him as he began to see it with the other. But the blow itself, a courtesy of an easily reformed blade, was seen through just as clearly. In the same vein, so was Waiwaka's own counter-attack. It was easy to move just enough to dodge the arrows from his blind spot, using the tells of his vision suddenly shifting or being thrown off to determine their origins and the actions needed to avoid them. And doing so, he pressed his strength down against his blade, his other hand pressing against the back of the top of his blade as energy poured out from all around the metal. Getchuga dash. Waiwaka had already begun to act before he even finished the words, doing the same as he did before and letting his blade shatter to use his strength against him. His right eye clearly saw it though, and so he let himself get thrown forward, pressing against the air with one leg and spinning so that his blade swung back up in an arc towards Waiwaka, snapping up so fast that Waiwaka barely got a new blade up in time to avoid losing a limb. Avoiding that loss, however, put him in range for this. Tenshou. Black energy exploded out in force, consuming Waiwaka and the nearby area behind him, leaving nothing but destruction in its wake. But throughout it all, the resistance he felt against his blade never died. As the energy cleared, Waiwaka revealed himself as an injured foe for only a moment. Then he was the picture of health once more. The future shifted. Fighting Waiwaka was odd because what he kept seeing wasn't merely changing because of his own actions. The slight modifications he took to adjust his stance, chance his approach, redirect his path, all created a small chance to the future that lead to a desired outcome. But all of that and more was witnessed by Waiwaka, and by choosing to move towards one he changed the future once more. Neither truly had the advantage for the immediate future. What one saw and chose, the other could immediately react to and try to change, or failing that attempt to take control of the next moment. There was only so much time they had to react to a future about to happen, so in many cases it was easier to mitigate the damage as best as possible and focus on securing the moment that followed to retaliate. But when Waiwaka created the future, a process he only understood from Mavis as she spoke through their bond and explained the nature of Waiwaka's power, it was something else entirely. It was like he saw seeing nothing but darkness for a brief moment. Not the darkness of death, where his life ended past that point, but rather a static kind of darkness where for a moment the connection to the timeline was lost. Then, the instant time settled to the part Waiwaka had created, it became clear once again. And, as he reached up at Waiwaka and saw the man's eyes momentarily widen in surprise as he grabbed the man's blade and threw himself up at him, a knee slamming up against a hand that barely caught it in time to soften the blow, he realized something else. He had acted first. Thinking about it, he believed he understood why. What he saw, it was always at the same point in time. Rather than witnessing all futures or a possible future down the line, his eye was more akin to a window to a set instant that always existed a fixed amount away from him. He would always peer into the next moment, no earlier and no later. Whack could surely see everything that would happen at any point in time, in any variety of combinations, but to create a future from nothing meant something very different from simply shifting what branch of time they were following. It meant planting a new tree and having all the new paths being mapped out. Whack couldn't see them. Not until the future was created. It was the only explanation for why he had been caught off guard. A better position and he was sure he might have been able to wound the man a lot more than his mere pride, and from the look he could see being sent his way, the grip on his knee trying to tighten before he forced himself to lash out and force both to disengage for a second, he knew that Whack understood that. To change the future meant that for a moment Whack would be utterly blind to the next outcome. But he wasn't. Once the timeline settled, both could peer into the future with ease. But unlike Whack, he was already looking. His right eye already had the window open, and so long as it did then it meant the first moment of time would be his to act in. Would it be enough? A mere second to act? He shot a brief glance towards Mavis and almost paid for it dearly when he saw steel in his right eye, narrowly deflecting the blade swung at his next as Whack tried to pass him. The man almost made it past, his goal clearly to reach Mavis, before he managed to reach out and grab the man by his foot at the last second, swinging him to one side and away from the girl he was trying to protect. He couldn't take a step towards her either though, not when a barrage of arrows came flying at him from his blind spots, forcing him to rapidly adapt and figure out their flight paths before they hit. It was easy to avoid most, but doing so moved him slightly away from Mavis so that he couldn't try and reach her. Whack's aim no doubt. Seeing her secure though, a barrier of fairy sphere containing her whole body, reassured him somewhat that she would be safe for the moment. A partial shield, Whack would be able to penetrate. But the full enclosed one would resist his efforts too much, enough so that he would never be able to obtain Mavis while he was there to get in his way. But it worked the other way too. Fairy sphere was a barrier almost impossible to overcome. But in exchange for that, it took time to form and disperse. Not long in total, probably a few seconds really to be completely taken down, but there was a lot that could take place in that time when both he and Whack were at the other's throat. Even if she took down the barrier at a time where it looked like he would reach her first, the future could easily change so quickly and have that become Whack instead. Ah, she agreed. So they were on the same page. It was nice to be, especially after his last few decisions had forced them to separate. He was sure he would hear an earful of that later, if there was a later, but right now he had to try and deal with Whack. He could only see so far ahead, but Whack had no such limit. Short term, they would be too even. If that changed to a drawn-out fight, where the future wasn't created enough to force Whack's long-term futures to become worthless, he would only be able to take control of so many moments before he ended up playing into Whack's hand and ending up in a situation he couldn't get out of. Got to end this, he muttered, glancing at his right arm for a moment as part of his flesh flickered to dark energy and back. And quickly too. Protector of the fairies. Darting from roof to roof, his magic straining to keep up with the pace he was being forced to set, he did his best to keep track of the battle unfolding nearby, taking in as much detail as he could before darting away once again to ensure he couldn't get caught in the ensuing clash. Then, having reached a point he deemed safe, he brought one hand up to his ear and tapped the rune lingering behind it, reporting back what he saw. On the other side, using one hand to maneuver a screen and the other to help support a struggling Natsu, Hibiki carefully listened to Mest's report, occasionally giving the odd sound of acknowledgement before telling the man to get out of there and closed down the screen. Well, I've got some good news and some bad news, he muttered, directing them towards the impatient dragon slayer who had only lingered this long due to the uncertainty about the situation and his worry for Levi's life. A worry that had diminished greatly thanks to Wendy's influence and magic. If not for his presence, having sacrificed his secrecy after having found its usefulness cut short, then he was sure Laxus would be heading straight over there without knowing the situation. Which do you want first? Good news first. You'll like this then, he muttered, a brief smile appearing on his face. Whack was right. Ichigo is here. Even in the midst of this terrible situation, he almost found himself laughing at how Laxus' head snapped towards him, eyes widen in disbelief. How? Is that possible? Apparently. Mest confirmed it for me. He's alive and kicking, though I have no idea how. I'm not sure I can even begin to guess. For a moment Laxus let himself smile too, pure joy on his face. I knew it. I knew that energy felt familiar. I'd just been afraid to believe it in case it wasn't. It's his. He really wished he didn't have to continue. There wasn't much joy to be found right now, and he hated having to crush even what little they had. But the situation called for it. Now for the bad news. Ichigo isn't winning. If he wasn't watching Laxus ready, he would have been unable to stop the man fast enough. Wait. He shouted out quickly, his urgency enough to make Laxus hesitate long enough to listen. He's not winning, but he's not losing either. Not yet at least. So he's forcing Waiwak into a stalemate. So let's help him. We will. But we need to be very careful, he stressed out. Mest was hard-pressed to see much from the distance he had to stay at, but he said that neither was rarely landing a serious blow. Occasionally they got one in, but it wasn't often, and even then it wasn't putting the other down. At first glance that's not something to care much for at this stage, but Waiwak can see the future as well as create new ones, Kisuk said, limping over to them as he rested on his sealed Zanpakuto. Like many of them, the man at first glance didn't look too worse for wear. But it was hard to sense much magic from the man, and the damage from multiple replenishments had taken a toll on him like it had for most of them. Not many of them had much magic left to spare, and the strain it had put on their bodies made it harder for the few who could still fight. You said they seemed to be in a stalemate, correct? Then it means that even with all the power Waiwak has at his disposal, he hasn't yet managed to crush Ichigo with it. You sure he's not leading him on like he did the rest of us? Asked Natsu, Hibiki briefly remembering he was still helping the Dragon Slayer to stand. He was recovering quickly, whether a result of his unusual nature or just pure stubborn will, and he was sure he would end up running to the fight recklessly soon if not given a reason to act cautiously. What if he's looking for the right moment to strike and kill him? Waiwak toyed with us because he saw us as people he could crush. He had enough confidence to make things tougher, all to try and crush our hope and have us give in. That's how in control of the situation he was in. But he started getting a little anxious when Ichigo didn't show up like he was expecting, as well as when Mavis vanished. At this stage in the game, he has nothing to gain from playing any further. If he hasn't killed Ichigo yet, it's because he hasn't had the opportunity. You think it's because Ichigo is seeing through his actions? Laxus asked. Between the two, Ichigo is certainly faster. Fast enough to react if he sees a chance in what's to come. Precisely, though it hasn't seemed to be enough to tip the scales in his favor. Both are likely anticipating, as well as witnessing, the other's actions and is reacting accordingly. Hibiki, how often weren't they clashing? And who tended to initiation most of the clashes? According to Mest, that would be Ichigo. Waiwak has tried to make some distance a few times, but Ichigo never lets him. It's part of what made it so hard for him to keep up. The two almost never seem to stop moving. Normally you'd want some breathing room. Even Ichigo needs to let his mind rest briefly. For him to pursue this consistently, and with Waiwaka's frequent attempts to break that deadlock, it's likely Ichigo understands the dangers of letting Waiwak get too much time to himself. Going by the pace of their fight, I'm sure Waiwak can't fully utilize the precognitive powers of the Almighty. We sure about that? Laxus demanded. We haven't exactly been that right about this power so far. Because we were following wrong conclusions, Kisuk snapped out in turn. But if he hasn't managed to beat Ichigo yet, it's clear that something is limiting him. Perhaps it's his missing eye. Perhaps it's a limitation within the Almighty itself. I don't know for certain, but it's highly possible that when using the Almighty he is not having enough time to gather all the necessary information he needs. That's what Ichigo is likely aiming for. Repeated clashes that force the two to react to the short-term future, not the long-term one. Hence the problem if we act too rashly, continued off Hibiki. They're in a stalemate right now. We disrupt the flow of the fight, Waiwak will have more time to see ahead and become more dangerous as a result. When that happens, and it will happen no matter how hard we try and not do so, we have little choice but to force him to change the future. We do that and we can throw everything he's seen out the window. It surely isn't that easy, Natsu muttered up at them. The future won't shift that much, will it? We don't know, Kisuk stated. But the fact stands so far that, based on Waiwaka's own actions, when the future changes it becomes something he hasn't seen. Why do you think he was so confused when Ichigo didn't show up when he was attacking Levi? Why do you think he didn't see what Wendy did before it happened? How come he wasn't already aware of Zeref's plan? None of these events were events he witnessed before he entered Magnolia. Instead they become events that appeared afterwards, a direct result of creating a new future and changing to it. Can we prove it? Laxus asked impatiently. Can we truly count on that knowledge? We don't have anything to lose if we do, replied Kisuk gravely. We'll lose regardless if this keeps up. Based on our current understanding of his magic anyway, there is a high chance that we're right. If we're wrong, the worst that happens is that we'll die. And that'll happen anyway if we do nothing and allow things to continue. Alright then. I'll head off. Out of all of us, I'm one of the only ones left able to fight. I've got more than enough magical power to spare. I'm going to, Natsu stated, pushing off Hibiki's arm and forcing himself to stand on his own 2 feet. Raising a hand, he forced a flame to its surface as proof, and smirked as it managed to cover it all with ease. They knew it was a bluff, that Natsu was far lower on magical power than he wished to reveal, but even a single hit could be a turning point due to his flame's nature. It wasn't something they could merely dismiss out of hand. All right, Laxus said finally, his eyes briefly scanning the crowds nearby as he tried to work out who else was even capable of still fighting. There weren't many, and of those that there were their strength was too low to make a difference. Wendy had done her job too well. If not for his own huge reserves, he would have suffered a similar fate to the rest of them. Still, they weren't without allies. He saw the monk they had been working with, Ichibe or something, sneaking ahead towards the battlefield. The man had obviously been listening in on them, and if he was planning on heading over there then he surely planned to for a reason. He just wished there were more able to fight. Jelal, Jura, and Nozomi's legendary spells would have helpful, even if only to add on pressure to Waiwak, but the drain on them all had been huge. They might be good for one brief moment but not for a drawn-out battle, something he was afraid this might turn into. And as for Levi, she was conscious but barely. He wondered if she had heard them talking. She seemed to have a small smile on her face, though he couldn't tell if it was because of what she had heard or because she was half delirious in her current state. At least her life wouldn't be in danger thanks to Wendy's. Wait. Where was Wendy? The others turned to look the direction he was, making him realize he had said that out loud. Not that he could find much reason to care when an individual Waiwak had deemed one of his greatest threats, out of all of them here, was missing. And especially not when that same individual was nothing more than a child. Hibiki. I'm looking, the man exclaimed, screens already surrounding him as he desperately searched for the blue-haired girl's signal. When did any of us last see her? I don't know, like 2 minutes ago? I wasn't properly paying attention after she said Levi was in the clear. Swearing, Hibiki tapped at the keys for his screens faster. She must have snuck off after we mentioned about Ichigo. What's she thinking, heading there alone? You forget that she puts him on a bit of a pedestal. Laxus shot back. She probably just wanted to help, and considering the fact she isn't suffering the effects most of us then she must have decided there wasn't time to wait. I'll go after her, cut her off provided she hasn't gotten too close, and dash. Hang on, Hibiki said, cutting him off as he paused from his screens and turned his gaze swiftly to the edge of the city. What's that? You see something? Natsu asked, straining his eyes as he tried to follow suit. I don't see anything. Something's coming closer. Just noticed it when scanning but there's a massive amount of magical power heading right for us. I think I'm starting to sense it too. How far away is that coming from? How quickly is it closing? Fast enough that it'll be here in 20 seconds. This signature though. Hibiki paused for a moment before snapping back to his screens, rapidly mashing keys before a wide smile grew across his face. I knew it. We should probably brace for impact. He's going to leave a mark when he lands. Brace? Who on earth is coming? The Celestial Spirit King. Protector of the Fairies. The final stand against the Almighty. The sight of a sword, barreling towards the city with all the subtlety of Etherean firing from above, should have been shocking to most watching. Unaware of the incoming arrival of the Celestial Spirit King, they had little idea what was going on before the blade slammed into a corner of the city, collapsing the surrounding buildings with shockwaves that knocked most of the mages trying to get back to their feet straight off them. But to the two clashing at the center of the current battle, the sword was nothing more than a momentary obstacle. Neither had been in any danger of being caught by its large form, despite its sudden arrival, when they could see it hit before it even arrived. Instead their attacks shifted to encompass it. What could have been a precise slice of energy, intended to weather a storm of energy and break through any barriers put before it, was changed up for a wide sweeping strike of darkness, blanking as much of the space between the two as possible so that the barrier the sword suddenly created between the two of them wouldn't stop his offensive. For the other, the blade that had been made to catch and contain the incoming energy was reshaped into multiple rays of light, each firing off and bending around the blade as it arrived, following aims that their wielder could no longer see but knew would be accurate. Neither attacks truly reached their targets, the dark energy too spread out to deal any significant damage and the rays of light too small to break through the vast quantity of magic in their way. But each still served their purpose, not letting the other have a chance to let up or gain any true advantage. Twice more they clashed, Ichigo pulling himself round the blade and ignoring the damage it caused one of his hands as he forced the distance down to nothing to keep up the pressure. But each strike was deflected just as quickly as the last, Waiwak stepping into a gap he knew was open and lashing out with one palm, energy focused so tightly that when he thrust it out it tore a chunk out of Ichigo's shoulder as he tried to dodge. The wound was paid for in equal measure when he just ignored the pain like it was nothing, his left arm lashing out and gripping Waiwaka's wrist in place. Two more strikes between their blades happened in quick succession as Waiwak tried to pull free, preventing a potential killing blow right there and then, and before any other chances could be attempted he cut off his own arm and detonated the energy he used to do so right afterwards, forcefully creating space between the two of them. The Celestial Spirit King arrived at that moment, his hand latching onto his giant blade and swinging it right at full force. Space ruptured in its path as he roared out, his blade seeming to swing that tiny bit faster as he cleaved away what little resistance that stood in his path. But before the blade could reach Waiwak, the man was already healed and looking ahead once again. Attempting to stop the blade was a futile endeavor, its size alone would make any barrier not tied down to the ground in some way to go flying, contents included, and with the magic being wielded around it currently, it could potentially cleave through the barrier too, regardless of its strength. No, it certainly would. Waiwak quickly released. He could already see it happening, and from that he understood it completely. The energy around it, that was helping increase its current swing speed, was a result of it traveling through a different set of space. The Celestial Spirit King's mere presence was warping the reality they were in with his own, the magic of spatial aurora constantly emitting waves of its own grand magic at Zera's commands, and the rules applied in that small zone were not the same as those outside of it. Whatever barriers rose up against that sword this time, they would not hold. Not when they would be placed in one realm of reality while the sword would be passing through another. Instead he moved to follow the path with the highest chance of success. Down was too risky, the monk below truly did think he was unseen to him currently it seemed, but staying in the air left Ichigo with little hesitation when it came to choosing his attacks. But even if they were dangerous, they were still the same at their core. They were still easier to handle. Of course there were two more variables to also account for. One single future, that was all he had seen of Natsu's presence so far, and it had put him in too precarious of a position to risk following along. Even with his powers, the flames of END were dangerous. The more common variable in the other futures was from the gathering clouds, and the lightning that was to follow. Keeping an eye on it was starting to become a pain, and with a growing number of factors to consider, along with Ichigo's constant pressure preventing him from properly mapping out a desired path to the future he wished for, it would be easier to force Laxus into the open by creating an opportunity that he would not be able to resist striking in. Gathering energy beneath his cloak, he kept it tight across his back as he dodged the Celestial Spirit King's blade, his eyes briefly locking onto Ichigo's form as he crossed the gap between the two of them. The blade being swung though swiftly shifted form as his own rose to block, the end widening until it was more like an executioner's axe being swung down at him. but its form had yet to stabilize, something he easily took advantage of by lashing upwards with one arm and reinforcing his blood vein as he knocked the blade out of the way. It caused the still stabilizing weapon to shatter, leaving Ichigo weaponless for a moment and trying to back away. He immediately moved after him, appearing to push his own assault, and began to whip his other arm forward, his sword aimed for Ichigo's chest to at least catch a glancing blow. Before it would ever hit, a bolt of lightning fell from the sky, the roar of a dragon almost deafening him as Laxus took physical form right before him, a fist being swung up at his chin with lightning coating every bit of its surface. Knowing it was coming, it would be easy to have dodged. But he didn't, instead letting the attack connect while ensuring his blood vein remained strong to reduce the damage. As he expected, the attack lifted him up high into the sky, and in the process he left the energy he was hiding behind, giving it just the spark it needed to lash out like a bomb. It was a far cry from applications done by the traitor Bambietta with her script, but he had seen it long enough to replicate its effects on a rudimentary level, enough to make a small bomb like this. The force wouldn't be enough to even harm someone with the scales of a dragon though. They were too tough to breach with normal magic. They resisted it too well. But the energy still made for a great blinding spell for those looking straight at it, and for a few moments Laxus would be entirely blind to the world and Ichigo would be too far away to respond in time. Seeing such short-term futures meant that Ichigo would have known to look away, not what would follow, or be in a position to stop what would follow. Reaching into the powers he had taken for his own use, he easily found the pattern that resembled Dragon Slayer magic from the time he had absorbed Laxus' own attacks. He even had a record of the modifications he had made to ensure that it would be recognized as foreign energy, despite being copied from the man it was being used against, and the energy he brought forth through the Almighty, saturating the air around him, would be enough to let him act swiftly. Energy was restructured to match the desired outcome, any imperfections wiped out before they even had a chance to show themselves, until he had a smaller version of the man's own legendary spell. It might not have the same kick, it was merely a replication of form with energy condensed down within, but the impression it would give would be demoralizing enough. And it would certainly penetrate the scales that would stop ordinary magic. With the makeshift arrow of Dragon Slayer magic ready, he held it in his hand for a moment before letting it shatter, briefly allowing his focus to turn to Ichigo in time to create a barrier against the wave of darkness launched upwards. Based off previous patterns, it would be a way of hiding Ichigo's approach. But what direction he would strike from was a guessing game, involving who could see the latest future and react in time. Countless possible ways Ichigo could come from, and each time he latched onto one he knew the future had changed once again as Ichigo shifted his plans. So when Ichigo suddenly launched himself downwards from the top of the mass of energy that had snaked its way above him, he was slower to react than he would have wished for. And this time Ichigo had a weapon already fully stabilized, a giant broadsword that he was forced to block with two blades of his own, catching it as he thrust both blades up in an X shape. The weight of the blade above alone almost shattered his own blades, but he couldn't afford to dwell on it. Locking blades with Ichigo was something immensely dangerous because it left the blade in close proximity, and as he expected he could already see the waves of energy being unleashed from the blade itself. Getchuga. Tenshou. Unlike other times, his free fall here wasn't a willing move. The energy struck so quickly that he hardly had time to react before he was flung downward, and in that moment he felt the heat for the first time as Natsu began to make his move. Barriers would be pointless. Blood vein would be pointless. He had mere moments to identify the direction the attack was coming from and move. His vision was too obscured right now, but it was easy to peer ahead to what would be multiple dead ends, some risky paths, but a fair few where he took the safest path out. This was only a single attack, it seemed, one focusing on sheer power over any attempts to trap him or limit down his movements. Wait another second and a half, lash out with a blast of energy to one side, free fall for another 0.6 seconds, and then spin round and throw up a wall of magic before the flames hit. The barrier would crumble in 0.8 seconds, but that would be enough time to finish dropping to get out of their path. It almost did go perfectly, but Ichigo appeared to have been following him quite closely, as if prepared for someone like this. It was too early for them to have organized some kind of plan and clued him in on all of it. He had showed few signs of communication with anyone since the fight had begun, with the few he had seen appearing to be directed at Lumen Histo Ire, not Hibiki Lates. So was this like the other times before? Doubt that the attack had done much? Or was it impatience? The latter had begun to seem more and more possible over time. As the barrier dropped, he was knocked downwards once again, a makeshift blade deflecting the thrust of Ichigo's own but doing nothing to stop the overwhelming force from behind it. His back hit the ground hard but he couldn't recover just yet. Immediately he was forced to dodge out of the way as a spear of dark energy slammed down into where he had been, unleashing a flood of magic all around it that left a dark mark across his leg when it was a moment too slow at moving away. His eyes drifted across everyone he could see, those he couldn't, being mapped out from possible futures he had witnessed earlier and their potential distance from himself. Only when he knew it was absolutely safe did he bring the future in which he was at full health into the current timeline, immediately moving to make a new copy of his physical state to replenish the one he had used. Wounds vanished, energy was recovered, but most importantly was that a new future had been created. It was a shame though that he was never the first one to peer ahead into it. The moment he was healed, all the possible paths from his point onwards were created anew. And the one they were on right now was seen instantly by the man before him, rushing to close the distance in the moment that he was using to save a healed state of himself and before he could see any futures himself. Ichigo's spear work left much to be desired, there was no true technique there, but the extra reach was dangerous in the hands of someone who could constantly correct himself on his approach. A thrust aimed for the head was almost certain to hit if he used his full speed, and even with all his experience and abilities to predict the outcomes of his enemies, it still wasn't entirely unavoidable. He felt the point of the blade tear across where his left eye had once been, but the wound was too shallow to be of any threat to his life at the moment. It was one he could easily deal with, and it let him grab onto the spear with one hand and pull an off-balanced Ichigo forward. The chance he had wasn't to be used though. He used his full force to pull Ichigo forward, forcing the man to go sailing past him as he took a step away and lunged at the lightning that he had already witnessed heading his way. He abandoned his sword for a moment and let his palm stretch out as Laxus began to materialize and strike, the same arrow he had created earlier and destroyed now reappearing in the palm of his hand, as quickly as blinking. Laxus realized the danger a moment too late. As fast as he might be, neither his speed nor his ability to change to an elemental state would help him against an attack of concentrated Dragon Slayer magic. And yet before the attack could make contact, it vanished in the same amount of time that it took to appear in the first place. All that was left was an empty palm, pushing the air forward at Laxus harmlessly. He didn't have time to dodge Laxus' own strike now. Letting it hit, he used its force as he kicked backwards to fling himself away from any further strikes, stabilizing himself quickly by adjusting his position in the air while his eyes scanned the battlefield. And that was when he saw her, trying to hide away but being a moment too slow to avoid detection. Wendy Marvel. The girl who could ruin everything. When he returned to the past, he would need to ensure that Nirvana forever remained out of her reach. Such a power would need to be destroyed, and she was proving to him why every time she used her power. So long as she was around, he could not effectively rely on generating power through the Almighty. Not if she remembered what the world was like before he created the new future and switched it back at the worst possible moment. Countermeasures were needed. Already he was saturating the area around him with magic, rapidly adjusting the signature that countless pieces of energy gave off. It was a simple technique, if taken to the extreme, which made it hard for individuals to get a lock on the caster's magical signature. In turn, they would sense countless dummy signatures instead, but with enough in place, and with them all rapidly being adjusted to prevent them from being remembered and learned, then she would be unable to directly influence himself again. The future might be malleable, but she would find it a lot more difficult to try and warp his location again like she had done once before. He could not risk being sent too far away and losing the chance to keep Ichigo away from Lumen Histo Ire. Still, these were annoying odds. One as strong as he was in his output of magical power, who surpassed him in physical ability and was keeping up with his attempts to control the shape of the future. One who was reaching up and actual posing a significant threat in both areas, and far more difficult to damage than the first. One with magic that would kill him if it caught him unaware. One who was hiding and could end the fight if he acted at just the right moment. One who was too tall to miss and was just as dangerous as the first. And one with the power to throw any carefully laid plans into disarray if he tried to create a new future for them. 6 enemies. 6 extremely dangerous enemies. He'd faced far worse odds. This was still nothing. It was merely dangerous, not impossible. Congratulations. This is the second time I have been forced to use this power today, he stated, reaching into his cloak while forming a sword with his free hand, using it to deflect the thrown spear from Ichigo as the man tried to close the gap and stop him in time. There was no shock in the man's face when he saw him pull a familiar medallion design out. Ichigo was being so hasty because he understood just how dangerous it was if he had a medallion containing a Bankai. Bankai, Zankan no Tachi. Protector of the Fairies. It's hot. Zera complained, clinging to the celestial spirit king as he quickly backed away from the inferno that was a single man. Hot, hot, hot. Zera, you don't feel heat. And you don't complain about it. Come on, you have to be boiling in that stuffy armor of yours. Smash him into the ground before you die of overheating. If you think our blade can hold up against those flames, I'll be happy to try, he shot back in turn, glancing once at his blade and noticing how some of the surface of the blade was already dripping from the blade. Change the properties of the celestial spirit world Zera. Decrease the temperature to absolute 0. You want us to freeze to death instead? Is this really the time for complaints? Just want you to loosen up a little, muttered Zera, doing as he asked and adjusting the temperature within their space. He let out a sigh of relief in turn, the actions she took ensuring that he didn't feel like he would be burnt alive by being near Waiwak anymore. Is everyone else okay? I am now, Wendy called out, carefully hovering in the air beside Zera as she made herself known. The celestial spirit king only had to glance to the left to see what remained of her old hiding spot, the building having crumbled when Waiwak had lashed out with the sword he wielded and burnt away its supports in a single swing. Is the heat getting worse? You don't feel it? She shook her head. I'm redirecting it away from me and up into the sky. You might not want to fly too high up. I've already thrown a lot up there. I don't even want to imagine how dry the air is going to taste later. I'll be careful then, he replied, gripping his sword tightly for a moment when he noticed Waiwak about to move. But before he needed to act, Ichigo rushed through the gap and lashed out with a new blade of darkness, as if he wasn't even feeling the heat, and forced Waiwak to keep his focus on him. The blade only held up for a single clash though, unable to handle the power contained within the Zanpakuto granted to Waiwak by the medallion's contained power, and even when it was the one swung down it was still the one that ended up cleaved in two. That was foolish, Waiwak stated as he reached out with one hand, brushing against Ichigo's arm as he retreated back and incinerating both the cloth and skin beneath it, exposing the bone before dark energy had a chance to spread back over it, reforming the lost cloth and the skin beneath it. But you will not be able to touch me now. Not unless you wish to burn away to nothing. He might not be able to but I can. Roared out Natsu, firing himself forward towards Waiwaka's left side. Whereas for Ichigo he had been able to ignore the heat, for Natsu it was like stepping foot into a relaxing resort. Each breath he took filled his body with energy. Wrapping his fist in the strongest flames he could gather, he wasted no time slamming them straight forth towards Waiwaka's chest. An arm lashed up, redirected his blow just off to the side but the flames remained tightly wrapped around him. He wasn't going to allow them to be wasted so easy if he could hold off on the attack for one moment more. While he had the advantage, while he was still this close, he quickly spun back around and lashed out once more, putting as much strength behind it and using the force of his flames to keep Waiwak suppressed. Each punch brought him closer and closer, forcing Waiwak back a moment, and then, when Waiwak tried to make some distance, he unleashed the flames he was storing in one giant wave. They weren't meant to do any damage. They weren't focused enough, and from the flame guard he could feel surrounding Waiwak, he knew they wouldn't overcome it without his help. But for a moment, the entire area around them both would be surrounded in flames that devoured magic. This was a gamble, one he wasn't even sure would work. And normally he doubted he would have ever gotten the chance to try. Using this Bankai had given Waiwak a brief sense of invincibility, what with it neutralizing the effects most of them even had at close range. And if he was to guess at a reason why he used it now, it was because he was trying to buy some time to look further into the future. To get a better idea of possible scenarios and outcomes. He didn't know how that power worked. Smarter people than himself had guessed at it, and all they had were the words of the man before him along with some theories based on them. But if that eye had multiple pupils to see the future in, even he was smart enough to know that there was an element of sight to it. He had to see it through that eye, but even a smokescreen wasn't enough. Not when Wywak had already proven how futile it was. But what if the smokescreen not only obscured Wywaka's eyes but also ate away at any energy trying to reach out from him? If Wywaka's power had to reach out from his body and traveled through any space in their reality, even if just a tiny amount, with this many flames he knew he could break that link temporarily. It wouldn't be for long. Just as long as these flames blocked any magic that couldn't overcome it from actively leaving. Without letting any words slip, he simply delved deep within himself and pulled at E.N.D's power, letting more of it immediately flood to the surface. Then, before he could lose the chance he was betting on, he raised one palm upwards. There was no time to try and counterbalance it, nor could he afford to with it having such a high chance of catching the others back in the center of the city in the crossfire. Instead he dug his feet into the ground as best as he could, hoping he would be able to stabilize himself long enough, and let all the energy stored within, ready to be unleashed, go wild. A massive vortex of flames erupted forth, almost sending him flying in the first moment. It was enough to completely cover the entire area where Wywak had been, wide enough that there would have been no room to dodge easily without taking some kind of damage in the process. But Wywak hadn't dodged. He could sense the man's presence too, feel the heat coming off the flames of the stolen Bankai, and the first sign that someone was beginning to go wrong was when he saw some of his flames beginning to part. It was slow going, but he could see his flames beginning to part down from the top. Had Wywak used that sword he had gained to split his attack down the middle, just enough to create a small space that he could minimize the damage to himself? He wanted to believe it was impossible, but he also knew from seeing them how strong a Bankai could be. And when he had first seen this one, it had reminded him a hell of a lot like Ichigo's. It was one that compressed its power down, and that meant that right now that blade must have most of the Bankai's sheer power running through it. His flames were powerful, they could eat away at the very magic fighting against him, but one could overcome them the same way one would with magical barrier particles. They merely had to overcome it with a few magnitudes of force greater than the attack itself. How much damage would that sword do if it hit him? Beyond the blade itself, how much damage would the flames do? He'd only faced flames that he had actually feared once before, against Zhang Crow with his Fire Godslayer magic, and back then it had been because he couldn't devour those flames and because they could harm him. The latter was certainly applicable here, while that armor of flames or whatever Wywak might wish to call it that wrapped around his body, was someone he could overcome. Even getting it near it made him feel like he was going to burn himself. If he couldn't neutralize it to some degree, he knew he wouldn't even be able to stand this close, but whatever advantage he had wasn't going to be enough against an actual strike with the Bankai's full force behind it. But what stood out the most of him was the knowledge that if he could barely stand these flames, what was it like for everyone else? How could they reach Wywak when he was like this? What could they even do? So long as Wywak had those flames around him, he wouldn't be able to be approached. So perhaps he should take them away? Taking in a deep breath, he let his magic reach out and latch onto every source of fire nearby. And then he pulled, sucking it all back in and having it swirl up before him like a vortex. But when he felt the first drop of fire enter his mouth, he almost choked. It hurt so much. He was tasting blood in his mouth for the brief moments it lasted before being burnt away. He could feel pain as the fire rushed down his throat, each bit torture to swallow. The flames were too hot. He couldn't absorb them fast enough. If he kept eating, he felt like he might die. But he continued anyway, pulling away the armor of flames that surrounded Wywak. The sword was swinging at him faster now, the flames within sealed too tightly for anything but those being unleashed on the surface to be eaten, but he couldn't when the armor was still there. If he could just hold on for a moment or two more. Just a tiny bit more. Wywaka's eye suddenly looked away from him, the knowledge making him realize that his flames had parted enough to allow Wywaka's almighty to work again, but the man was pulled out of it instantly by the danger approaching. Ichigo hadn't missed the opening, crossing that distance in the blink of an eye and lashing up with a sword against Wywaka's right arm. The blade and the hand that held it went flying, Wywaka's giving up the limb for a chance to instantly retaliate by lashing out with his other hand, the medallion still clenched within, and unleashing a blast of energy large enough that it tore a hole through Ichigo's body and sent him flying back, one of his arms now hanging by a thread. In that moment, no one else was close enough to interfere with Waiwak. It was the only moment Waiwak could take to look to the future once more. And so once more, his eye closed to the present. The pupils within darted widely around their socket, seeing more than they wished him to and would show him more than enough to ruin any plans they might throw in the next few seconds. That was how it should have been. Even as Laxus shot forward and as the Celestial Spirit King moved to swing his sword, even as him himself tried to push himself forward and lunge at the medallion, it was all pointless. Waiwak was already moving out of his way, his movements having been too easily seen already while the others were being plotted out to their last detail. Waiwaka's left arm came back, flames appearing to erupt around his hand once more as the flames that had been lost began to reform from the Bankai's power, and then his eye snapped back to the present, his grip on the medallion twisting to shield it. Waiwak was a second too late. The medallion shattered to pieces as a gunshot rang out across the battlefield, dark purple energy left harmlessly impacting against the hardened blood venae of Waiwaka's skin. Where had that attack come from? Even as he found himself glancing towards the direction the bullet had come from, he couldn't tell. How far away was the shooter? Had that been that silvered-haired spy? Jin or something? His timing was brilliant though, and with it he forced fire out from his outstretched hand and blasted himself back the way he had come, getting him out of the way as Waiwaka's lightning-encased fist slammed down into the ground, missing Waiwak by an inch but causing the whole ground to shudder for a moment before being caved in when the Celestial Spirit King tore it apart even further. Waiwak moved to retaliate, dozens of arrows forming, now laced with dark purple energy as the energy fired at him was absorbed and incorporated into his own arsenal, but as they fired Ichigo was in their way, his body fully healed as he swung out with a wave of energy. Some of the arrows got through first, slamming against him but he could only watch as their effects were shrugged off, the wounds they inflicted and the poison that they flooded into Ichigo's body being pushed aside with the mere shifting of dark energy across Ichigo's body. Pushing himself up, trying to push through the pain from that Bankai's flames, he found it easier with each step, doing his best to chase after Laxus as the older Dragon Slayer went on the assault. The damage he had suffered from the flames was slowly diminishing, he noticed. Was someone healing him like they had with Acknowledge? Was it Levi? She hadn't been in the best condition. So if not her, was it Zeref? It felt like a question he wasn't sure he wanted answered. So he'd settle for being thankful for small mercies like this. With the damage lessening, he could instead focus on the massive influx of energy flowing through his body from the flames he had devoured. Their power wouldn't last. Power like this was limited to the amount of flames he had absorbed, and the more he used them the faster they would be blown out. And when he fought all out, the amount of flames he tended to summon forth normally would mean a power that could have once sustained him for an hour of pure fighting would now be lucky to last a few minutes. The fight might be decided in a few minutes though with how fast of a pace they were all moving at. A few minutes was enough. Keep up the assault. He heard the Celestial Spirit King roar out, slashing out with his giant sword once more and causing the space it traveled along to be ripped in half for a few moments until reality pulled itself back together. Don't let him recover. Otherwise we'll be back to square one. The Celestial Spirit King was right. If Waiwak reverted himself back to a saved state of himself, it wouldn't be just his injuries that would be undone. So would the destruction of that medallion. Everything would be as it was before. They had to finish this right here and now. But even with Ichigo charging in to catch up to Laxus, the two of them set to almost reach Waiwak, he could see that it was too late. Waiwaka's body healed once more, his condition returning to normal, and in his left hand he held an undamaged medallion, its power ready to emerge once more. It should have done. They wouldn't have reached Waiwak in time. But then Ichigo was there, a sword lashing up from his right hand from behind Waiwak. He recognized that move. Wasn't that Ichigo's phantom step? Wait. Had he been holding back his speed for a moment like this? He wished it could have been the move to end it, but Waiwak was still fast enough to react, beginning to spin to the left as he moved himself away from those charging at him. But a single eye still saw it happen faster. As Waiwak tried to escape, a left hand lashed out now, with a golden knife pulled from within his cloak as it slashed down across Waiwaka's wrist. The medallion fell loose as Waiwaka's grip failed, his other hand shooting out to grab the medallion. His fingers merely grasped around empty air, however, his eye snapping towards the one reason for that. He couldn't help let his eyes follow the sight too, spotting Wendy high above with the medallion held within her outstretched palm. This was destroyed, she simply stated towards Waiwak, her grip tightening slightly as black and white energy began to emerge through the gaps in her fingers. And that's how it should be again. And in what was merely a blink of an eye, the medallion returned to nothing more than pieces once again, and the remnants of the power within flowed away like embers, being blown away by the wind. Protector of the fairies. How frustrating, Waiwak muttered, flexing his wrist a few times as he dodged the giant blade of the celestial spirit king. His left hand hardly responded to his commands. The knife had cut far too deep. Only his blood stopped the blood from spilling, but it would require constant focus to keep it at bay, an easy task to do but an annoyance when having to balance so many other factors. It wouldn't have been so bad if that was all there was to it, but his fingers weren't responding to his commands. He would have to use Ransutenge to keep full mobility, but even with that it would be a fraction of a second slower than before. Against any other opponents it wouldn't even be noticeable. But these lot were dangerous enough that even a small weakness was a dangerous one to have exposed. Under normal circumstances, he would have simply brought in the future where he was unharmed, and that would be that. But Ichigo's actions had forced him onto the defensive in the brief moment he had after recovering from his previous injuries. It had been foolish to forget that old technique of Ichigo's, but due to the high intensity of their clashes, he had believed that he was seeing the limits of Ichigo's speed. And, likely as a result of Ichigo seeing the future like he was, the Shinigami had waited and purposefully delayed utilizing that technique for such a moment. By willingly choosing to never use it in any timeline that currently existed, Ichigo had ensured that he never even saw it coming, using that to his advantage in the brief moment where he was unable to read ahead to catch him by surprise. He supposed he was lucky it was only his wrist that had taken such damage. But it wasn't the flesh wound in itself that was the most painful loss. By losing his grip on the medallion and letting it slip from his grasp, it had fallen beyond the area his magic was constantly blanketing. And in doing so, it entered the space that Nirvana could reach. A two-pronged assault, unlikely to have been coordinates but done by two individuals seeing and acting on an opening without a single moment of hesitation. And as a result, he had an injury that would be constantly on his future states in this fight, as well as never having access to Yamamoto's power. It truly was frustrating. But is this really all you've got? He knew how that poison god slayer magic worked after having felt the energy. He had a record of it. But that element wouldn't be effective enough. Too many variables to consider. How long would it take to affect someone with the constitution of a giant or a dragon? How quickly would it be noticed in the air by the girl above? And would it even affect Ichigo at all when the heat of Yamamoto's Bankai hadn't made him flinch, even if it had damaged him? No, he needed something stronger. Shame he hadn't managed to properly analyze the magic of Deliura, but Grey had not been an enemy he could hold back against with how dangerous his ice was, and Yamamoto's Bankai had made it impossible to do so regardless. It was a pity, as pure Slayer magic could have had some devastating effects, but the raw power of God Slayer magic would still be enough here. Now then, what elements to use? His eyes briefly checked the future and used the knowledge to shift his path to force Laxus to begin to make other movements. Ichigo kept up, keeping the pressure up, but he allowed himself to begin to get boxed in as he deflected another blow of Ichigo's, a small barrier taking off some of the pressure of the magic being fired his way while his blood handled the rest. Fire from Karen Kurosaki. It was powerful, though he had only a faint understanding from the energy he had glimpsed. Not enough to fully utilize, but if he filled in the blanks with the other more common instances seen throughout his battles today, he could make it work. He would have to find some stronger magic to work with in the future, but it would suffice. Water next. He had seen a few water mages around, but none he could accurately replicate to the state he wanted. He had bits and pieces here and there, but they were too fragmented. Okay. Work backwards to it. Those ice constructs he had seen earlier, he had taken enough note of them to get a rough understanding. The form wasn't helpful though, but he could shape the magic the right way. Follow the chain down. Ice could become water, so what was the feeling? Perhaps adding in the properties of fire? No, That would make steam. Heat then. Control the temperature aspect only. It was workable. Slow but workable. For a normal attack it wouldn't help, but it was enough here. Lightning shot down at him and darted from side to side, blows raining all around him as he struggled to dodge or deflect them all. The attacks only stopped for a brief moment when the giant sword came down from above and, using the dust that it threw up into the air, Natsu shot forward and tried to unleash a swarm of flames straight at his face, and would have done so if not for his quick actions to step forward, grab the man by the head, and swing him round and release him straight into Laxus' path. Earth now. That was easy. Jura alone was enough. His legendary spell was nothing but it, and while the spell might be beyond his grasp, the foundation of the magic was not. He already had everything he needed there. That only left air. A much rarer type of magic. He needed something that fell under the three major disciplines: wind, air, or sky. He had glimpsed a bit of the first in his fight against Shunsui, but he hadn't been able to take the time to focus on anything but ensuring he was following the future to the letter in that battle. Not without giving anything away. That left him needing something to work with. He would only need to go up to find a user of sky magic, but he doubted he could make a move towards her without the others getting in his way. And pushing through was not an easy task, and certainly not one he could risk doing if it meant letting Ichigo have free rein to make a run for Mavis. So far he had kept him in check purely because they both knew that so long as Mavis had her barrier up, there would be a time delay involved. The moment she began to take down her barrier, both of them would react instantly. Ichigo would go to secure her while he would move to intercept. And regardless of who got there first, the barrier would never be able to fall in time to prevent both of them from reaching her. That would change if he went after Wendy, so it was already an idea that was out of the question. And with her keeping her distance, her attention focused on the magic of Nirvana and likely looking for another opening to exploit, any attempts of obtaining even a glimpse of sky magic would be difficult to achieve. No matter. There was another source. Changing tactics, he rushed at Laxus, reshaping the magic around him and blasting it forward as a dozen arrows, most bouncing off the armored parts of Laxus' skin harmlessly. It was certainly enough to make the man retaliate though, letting out a large roar as a storm of lightning and wind erupted forth from his mouth. Did Laxus expect it to hit? Was it a move to force him into the path of another? The end result seemed to imply the latter in countless futures, but those weren't what he was chasing right now. He let the attack slam against his outstretched palm, doing his best to ignore the pain as he began to absorb only what he needed. Analyzing the energy rapidly as it struck him, comparing it against the record he already knew to be Laxus Dragon Slayer magic, adding the surface-level understanding he had of Natsu's own Dragon Slayer magic when he had been utilizing wind magic to fan the flames, and then finally locating the similarities that the two shared. Bit by bit, however small, would add up. The two might have been too closely entwined to separate out normally, but when compared, it was far easier to determine how the sky magic that ran through both of them was before it had fused with the other elements. As soon as the lightning cleared up, he was on the move, dodging flames and dark magic as they tried to close off his escape routes. It forced him into the air, leaping off platforms of magic and at one point the flat side of Waiwaka's blade as he propelled himself away, only ensuring that Ichigo was giving chase. Did Ichigo know what he was up to? Unlikely. If Ichigo could choose to not use the Phantom Step in any future, he could do the same with this magic. To not utilize it in any future but the one he would create. Take each of the four elements. Understand them. Analysis them. Then modify them with the properties of Godslayer magic from Jin's annoying magic. Then find the correct four futures. He let himself heal immediately, purposefully discarding the other stored futures he had as he grabbed hold of three of the futures while preparing the other within the present. Then, as one, he brought all four instantly to life. Fire, water, earth, and air. All four elements formed around him, taking the points of a compass. He could actually feel a bit of strain occurring from having fueled one of them, giving it enough magic to level a small area. And now he had four of them manifested at once thanks to the Almighty, at no extra cost. He could see the exact moment when Ichigo realized what he was planning, comping to a complete stop and shooting back the other way, shouting out some kind of warning to the others. But it was pointless. Fire, water, earth, and air. That should have given it away much faster, but he wasn't surprised Ichigo had recognized it, considering this technique had been seen and used by others before, even if never to this scale. After all, these were the 4 elements that made up Abyss Break. The magic circle formed before him, connecting to the 4 elements and giving him the appearance of being protected by a gigantic barrier. They said the power of Abyss Break was proportional to the size of the magic circle. Unless the process was compressed down, it was the general case most applications of the spell seemed to follow. But when you added Godslayer magic into the mix, even compression could only take the power so far. A spell that would destroy everything completely, fueled by the power to kill gods. It would be all it would take to ensure that Magnolia, and likely everything for miles around, would be nothing more than a smoking crater. Well, except for the one being inside a barrier strong enough to outlast anything and everything. He saw Wendy rushing down towards the others, and even from this distance he could make out the sense of urgency she must have felt. Nirvana was powerful, but she had never shown the ability to redirect raw force without actively preparing a barrier or willingly stepping before the blast. And as fast as she was trying to be, she was simply not fast enough. Let us see you all try to stop this, shall we? A sheer force of magical power erupted forth, falling towards the earth. And yet, even facing what could be certain death, the mages below rose to try and face it. Getchuga Tenshou. Dragon Slayer's secret art, storm multiplying halberds. Heavenly flame dragons roar. Stars guide my blade. All of space, bend to my will. What had to be all the strength Ichigo could quickly muster rose up to face the blast. Hundreds of Laxus legendary spell formed alongside them, abandoning individual piercing power in the knowledge that they needed to cover as large of an area as possible. A vortex of flames rose with them, delayed just enough that they would act as a second wave, meant to handle and devour the energy not blasted away by the first 2 attacks. And finally there was the flash of the Celestial Spirit King, having in one move cut a large gap through the entire attack, transporting the incoming energy into another space where it could harmlessly fizzle out. He couldn't afford to stand still and wait on his attack. Not when a hole had been opened up that would undoubtedly be filled with the magic from below that passed through the now empty space. And so he charged down, getting closer to the clash of all their strength. In all that time, he let his eyes see what was to come. There was more than enough time now, letting him clearly see far further. And so when the energy did finally weaken enough on both sides for him to slip through, he was not disappointed. It was praiseworthy that they had even been able to stop his attack and save the lives of everyone within the city. It was also a task that had drained away what precious strength they had. He turned his focus first to the dragon-human hybrid. As powerful and vast as the being's magic had become, allowing him to reach strengths he could never have dreamed of before this long war had begun, event that great power could run dry. And generating such a sheer number of versions of his earlier legendary spell, it would inevitably take its toll. Before he could be stopped he closed the gap and swung his fist up, letting the summoned energy of a dragon slayer be unleashed to knock Laxus upwards. Grabbing him mid-air with his other hand, he spun round and swung the large man straight towards the flying form of Wendy Marvel. He couldn't count on her vision being clouded so long as she was capable of reading the atmosphere with Nirvana, but at the very least her sight would be impacted. Nirvana's usage should still be something she had yet to fully assimilate, and he could use that to his advantage where possible. But first he needed to move on another. He had slipped past Ichigo to launch this attack, using the fact that his gaze was locked forward to ensure he was not spotted attacking the others behind him, and a chance like this was limited. There was no doubt that Ichigo had heard the commotion and would be going for his throat at the first opportunity. So first he had to take down a giant. Tearing a hole through his attack hadn't taken out as much strength as he had hoped from the Celestial Spirit King. The power Spatial Aurora had, along with the reserves of magic it held within, were enough to offset much of the power that the giant expended in battle. But the giant had been forced into a wide swing to cover as much area as possible, and that left him exposed. Strong and powerful the giant may be, he was not fast. Not as fast as he was at least. Gathering all the energy he could in the short space of time he had, moving forward while doing so, he kicked back off the ground once and flew straight up towards the giant. Having seen his approach, the Celestial Spirit King managed to recover and swing his sword back down through sheer force. It would have been impressive if it hadn't been exactly the action he had been luring out of him. Dodging at the last moment, he slipped up through the gap that the swing opened up in the giant's defenses and swung one arm straight against the wrist of the hand holding onto the blade, hitting it with enough magical force that forced the giant's grip to break. Then, before the giant could take a single step forward to reach his sword before it slipped away, he unleashed the remainder of the power he had gathered with the swing of his other hand, blasting the giant away and sending him crashing through what little remained of homes in Magnolia. A shame he hadn't had more time. He would have liked to go and move on END next, but he knew better than to push his luck, turning his full focus towards Ichigo for a moment as the Shinigami came rocketing down from above. The sword he formed in time almost shattered under the weight of Ichigo's own blade, the dark construct larger than normal and being pushed down by a massive ton of magical power. But as strong as it was, and as fast as Ichigo was, there was still a difference. You've still got power to spare. No, I hardly believe you do after such a large show of force before. I was prepared to only get half as much as I wanted done before you caught on. You were slow to chase me. Are you starting to tire? Just how long can you really maintain this level of strength for, I wonder? Ichigo just glared him down for a moment, the pressure being brought down increasing for a moment. Then, Ichigo muttered a few words towards him in response. 3 instances, right? He frowned, confused for only a moment before he understood what those words meant. He didn't even let his expression budge, but it seemed there was little point of doing that. Ichigo hadn't been expecting a confirmation. He already understood. It seemed as much as he was whittling away them, they were too slowly beginning to piece together his own abilities. How annoying. Protector of the Fairies. It's quite scary, you know, Ichigo stated, testing whether he could break through Waiwaka's block while making sure to keep an eye out for any changes to the future or any actions he might need to take to avoid any nasty surprise attacks. Abyss break. Never have to face a version as devastating as that one might have been though, nor did any of them have such an overwhelming presence. Were you trying to rush things? Or simply trying to make an opening? Either way, you showed your hand a bit too much, Waiwak. I couldn't work it out until now, he added, letting the energy around his blade expand before firing off in a massive blast. It could have been deadly if Waiwak hadn't already known it was coming, reducing the strength of his defense and allowing the blade to swing down as he moved away, causing the released energy to impact against a smaller area that was more easily covered by a hastily constructed barrier. How many futures could you hold? Considering that you've delayed healing in the past but have still brought other futures into our timeline, I knew you had to be capable of storing or manipulating at least 2. But was that your lower limit? No, you were too fast on occasion with the futures you manipulated. But how many? Dodging a wave of arrows, his dagger slashing up with one hand while his other formed a similarly sized blade from his magic, he narrowly dodged the assault and get pushing forward, not allowing Waiwak to get much breathing room. But I did realize something once you lost that medallion. You can't store more than instance of your healthy state. I was worried for some time that you could, thinking that perhaps you were simply hiding that card to spring on us eventually. But we've pushed you far enough that you would have used that card by now. You're limited to only 1, and even that takes a brief moment to replace once used. Otherwise Wendy and I could never have permanently separated you from that medallion considering how short of a time frame we had to act in. And remembering that, what do you think I saw when you used Abyss Break? He asked mockingly, swinging out with the dagger of energy and allowing the blade to immediately expand, causing Waiwak to act quickly to leap over the blade. He narrowly avoided a slash intended for his eye in turn, the blade instead catching his cheek and leaving a large cut across it. He hardly even noticed, and as he spoke it quickly was covered up by his magic as the skin reformed before Waiwaka's eye. I saw you, healing up then manifesting the water you needed for that spell. Why did you heal yourself at that moment? He asked Waiwak. Your injuries weren't as dangerous as they have been in the past, and that moment wasn't the safest. Yet you did it anyway, then immediately focused on bringing Abyss Break into reality. Except that for a version that powerful, there's no individual future where you could have made it without me seeing and stopping you. You know that, you're smart enough to know that, so you created one of the elements and relied on other futures to create each other element, then used your power to bring them all into this current timeline. Discarding the dagger of energy, he let the energy it dispersed back into the energy gathering around him and get reshaped into a bow as he quickly kicked back, using his greater speed to make the distance he needed. Whack made a move to chase after him, sending arrows of light in the meantime, but it was an easy task to avoid the incoming projectiles, even as they began to multiple mid-flight as Whack brought more of them into the future. The distance wasn't yet great enough for Whack to multiply them so much that he had no room to move. Hiding away the golden dagger he had once more in his sleeve, the energy within gripping it tightly to keep it ready when he needed it, he used his now free hand to form a thin arrow out of darkness, the energy that made it up being condensed down and focused to an immense degree. He didn't remember ever successfully doing this before. His Edala's self had tried to teach him a few times but it hadn't ever worked out that well. But there were memories in his head that he knew weren't his. There was experiences he was pulling from that he never had. And as he pulled back with the power, it was like another was guiding his every move. Having realized he wasn't going to reach him in time, Whack changed tactics swiftly and threw up a series of barriers, one after the other, while preparing a blade. All small enough to cover his person, with their power packed in them as densely as possible. So Whack had already seen the kind of counter he would need to protect himself against this arrow. A shame, but he would use it anyway. He just had to follow after the arrow and let it lead him through the barriers as it shattered them. Why even generate one in the first place? Why not summon forth all four? It would have been less intensive on your magical power. We may have expended a lot of strength but you did too, and even if you can recover your energy it's not as fast of a process as it once was. So why take that risk anyway if it wasn't necessary? The answer? Because it was. You could not hold all four of the futures that you needed at once. Letting the arrow fly, he immediately made chase while forming a second one, widening it this time as he focused on raw explosive power over unparalleled piecing power. The arrow he was just keeping pace with immediately slammed into the first barrier before shooting straight through, and before the barrier could even try and regenerate, if it even had that capability, he slammed the second arrow forward and let the energy packed within shoot forward. Whack chose that moment to move, shifting his body to one side as he narrowly avoiding the arrow that not even a single one of his barriers was capable of fully stopping, before spinning back into his previous position and slashing down, unleashing a wave of energy that cancelled out the energy of the second arrow as it followed through the holes left by the first. I actually thought that perhaps you might have been bluffing, he called out, circling round the barriers and looking for an opening to strike Whack at as he abandoned the bow and reformed it into a more familiar sword. That you were faking the limit you had. Except you healed first. You expended that stored instance and then made your play. Even if you wanted to bluff about your true limits, you wouldn't waste such a future when you've already seen how valuable it can be. You used it because the other choice was to abandon it entirely. Because so long as you held onto it, you would only be able to store two other futures. That's your limit, he finished as he darted in, striking out a few times as he forced Whack back a few steps before he had to retreat a few of his own to avoid the hail of arrows coming down from above. 3 futures at any one time, with only one of them capable of being an instance of yourself. I guess the latter is because any more would begin to conflict, right? But then it doesn't matter much the reasons of why you can only record one. All I need to care about is that you can't store an indefinite number of futures and keep throwing them out there without end. I used to be able to store more, Whack finally spoke up, a faint trace of annoyance presence in the man's voice. With both eyes, I could have both witnessed the many futures that would occur, bring them into reality, and still see the present all at once. Don't feel proud of yourself for being able to keep up with me when I've been handicapped since that traitor pushed her luck too far. Besides, Whack added, a sinister tone to his voice, you think you are the only one to realize the limitations of his opponent's strength. This time it was his turn to control his emotions as Whack continued on. The way you heal, the way you use your magic, they aren't even close to how you used them before. This is not regeneration or restoration through your old methods. You don't feel the pain of your wounds like before. They close up as your own energy washes over them, turning every cut and scrap into unblemished skin. But it isn't about the skin being healed or restored to an old state. It's about the injured parts of your body shifting back to energy and then returning to flesh and bone exactly how your body remembers it should be. Whack raised a hand momentarily, shaping the energy in a showy way before lashing out with it towards him. It was easy to block, but the power behind it still forced his assault to halt for a moment. I couldn't place it at first. Your abilities had changed too much. From the power you can unleash to the control you have over it, none of it matched perfectly to what it should have been. The remnants are there, it could hardly be mistaken for your way of using it, but the control you have over it has changed too much. Not just in how you willingly use it, but in how you don't. Just look at how your body heals itself, Wywak stated as an example. The control for that has appeared subconscious from the start. But more than that, your ability to reshape the energy around you and use it in weapons or for attacks almost made me believe it to be an adaptation of your Quincy powers. But it isn't. It's far purer than that. You aren't forming weapons, you're merely needing them and adjusting the same energy that you use for everything else to give you what you need. Even a Quincy isn't so skilled, but then you aren't acting as a Quincy with this. You're acting as a god. Wywak chuckled briefly, appearing to ignore the severity of the situation even as he deflected some of his attacks. It's a shame the power of one is lacking. It's easy to remember control because nothing has to change. That control is no doubt a remnant of your experiences as the host of magic itself. The after effects of having wielded the power to reshape the world with a snap of your fingers. After handing that kind of power, manipulating such small amounts of energy must be so easy. But even then, it still seems so innate. Like the energy you are manipulating is a part of yourself. And that's when I realized, Wywak added, closing the gap himself this time and altering the future they were in to bring forth a massive ton of magical power, all condensed into one large blast. He barely had time to lash out with an attack of his own, but there wasn't enough time to block it all. He could feel his leg get torn away as he was flown back, caught by a blade that had followed down through the attack, but as he flipped and brought one foot down, he was all ready to bring the other down too, without even a scratch on its appearance as the old one broke apart into fragments of energy. It's because it is. Just look at what you're doing, said Wywak as the man gestured at the dispersing energy, that multi-pupiled watching as it naturally drifted back towards him and got absorbed into his clothes. Where once you pulled out the essence and strength of magic from your soul, now you pull from the magic that is wrapped around it. I should have been faster at realizing it, but those friends of yours made it hard to focus on such small details like this. And when you and Mavis first separated, I was too happy to have received such good fortune. I didn't even stop to consider why you two split in the first place until I could begin to think clearly again and ask myself why I never saw anything like what you are showing now in the futures I saw. Wywak shook his head lightly. It was staring me right in the face, all this time. How disappointing it was to have not seen it sooner. But when you and her formed that entity, you were in a rush. A rush because of me, I might add. You two weren't stable. But more accurately, you weren't stable. I don't know whether it was the fighting that made it worse, but the two of you split because the two of you became untangled, neither able to maintain their focus. It was too soon for either of you two to fight. And it was too soon for you to be spat back out. You weren't finished being stabilized by her. Still, you took away something from that bond. A ton of energy, enough to easily fuel you for the time being. But without a body, it would be useless. Unless one is already familiar with handling such devastating losses. You merely had to reshape the energy around yourself, use it as an anchor to keep your consciousness safe here, and like that you could fight. But there lies your problem, Wywak added, taking a few steps towards him as both sides looked for an opening for their next move. To fight means to expend energy. To expend energy means to loosen the cage holding your soul here. With how much energy you've thrown away in this battle so far, just how much longer can you even maintain this form before you slip away again? A few more minutes? Less? I suppose it doesn't matter. All it means is that very shortly, you will simply die once. Before Wywak could finish his words, the two found themselves locked in place, neither able to move their feet from the ground. As both struggled against it, blue light began to shine across the ground, trailing out to 5 major points where the energy began to rise upwards like as pillars. And at one of them stood a man dressed in all white, his normally immaculate appearance now messy and unkempt. Well, this would have been a surprise if I hadn't already seen your arrival, quite rude to strike while I'm speaking. Whack muttered, but I'm impressed. I didn't even see you prepare this. Springer, isn't it? I'm hardly surprised you're aware of it, said Ryukin as he revealed himself. It's an old technique that most might have forgotten about, but to you it must have been quite commonplace. Actually the opposite. It was never a technique that managed to grab the attention of most. Too many Quincy preferred to train their archery over anything else. And those that would fight on the front lines, they weren't ones to care for such a difficult technique to implement. They would prefer to blast their foes away rather than set up a trap to finish them off in one blow. But you made a grave miscalculation, Whack stated, magic being manipulated by his fingers as it began to stretch down towards the bonds holding him in place, the energy that made up the small solid pentagram surrounding him and Ichigo being the source. Tell me, do I look like one of those people to you? He asked coldly, his left foot budging a small amount as the magic began to take hold. Are you sure you wish to try this? Ryukin asked, drawing out a small capsule from his pocket and holding it within the energy rising up, above one of the small blades that was gathering all the necessary energy and funneling it into the barrier. Move and I'll detonate the spell, he stated, tipping the capsule a small amount so that the liquid within almost flowed out. Go ahead. Give it a try. That is if you think you've gathered enough energy, Whack shot back. It was smart to use such a spell that grows in strength the more energy there is in the atmosphere for it to absorb. But it still requires time. For all the power those towers of magic show, it's a show of force, not an actual measure of it. You're supplementing your own energy into the mix to buy time for them to draw in enough. But it won't work. I already know how this will end. With a show of defiance, Whack moved his left foot forward, taking a step towards Ryukin as the man began to sigh as he turned to catch Ichigo's eye. For a moment Ichigo thought that Ryukin was about to activate the spell there and then. Until he heard the man's urgent words. Springer is a technique brought about with careful planning and is one that even the weak can use. And based on what I have heard, that should fit with the techniques that other version of you knows, correct? So he should know just as much about this technique as Whack if he had studied it so intensely. His Daedalus self? If he thought carefully, he believed he could remember small bits. He could hear words being whispered to him from within his soul, the knowledge he needed the most at this moment becoming clear. Then, without a moment to lose, he crouched down to the ground and pressed his hand against the dense amount of magical power coating the ground while keeping his eyes firmly locked on Whack. So when Whack made to take another step, the Quincy King found himself unable to even move his foot. What? Ichigo. Whack's head snapped back towards him, the man's soul eye furious as Whack realized what he was doing. Magic bound them both. Whack was taking control of it, weakening the bonds and using that as his chance to move. So all he had to do was watch and see the future about to occur and then take the measures necessary to counteract Whack's own efforts. It was easier than he expected, honestly. Even the advice being given to him from within had stopped after the first few moments, having realized he didn't need any further help. Whack had been right. His experience with wielding all of magic had changed him, and for this moment he was so thankful for that. Because it meant he was the one in control, not Whack. You dare attempt to hold me here? Know your place. Whack roared in anger, his patience snapping as he waved his hand forward. It was still an easy matter for the Quincy to tear away some of the energy holding them in place and use it against him, throwing forth a barrage of arrows. He could already see that there were no spots to dodge through, so instead he generated a blade with his free hand and used it to make sure each and every arrow was deflected away from his body. All the while he kept his other hand to the ground, ensuring the spell all around them could continue to build up power while Whack was trapped. Will this hurt? He called out, getting a sigh back from Ryukin and a nod. All right, thanks for the warning at least. Do it. This should be long enough. Very well. With a tilt of his wrist, the liquid energy within the capsule began to fall, dropping down onto the blade, digging into the earth and sending a blue cross of energy down its sides. Ichigo, please try not to die. I wouldn't like to explain this to Ishine afterwards if you do. The released energy rushed in so quickly it was like a flash of light suddenly appeared before his eyes, then immediately he could feel the energy attacking every bit of his body that it could reach. The pain was so easy to ignore that he could simply push it to the corner of his mind. That didn't change the fact that his body was getting injured with every moment. Its current nature made it too easy to break from attacks like this, pieces of himself getting blown away before being reformed as energy was expended to plug up the holes being made. It only took a moment to slip up though, his inability to see Wywak any further preventing his ability to counter the man's actions, and he knew immediately that the man was on the move. All he could do was try and chase him, pushing through the energy until he was finally out the other side. Only to see Wywak standing over Ryukin, the man pinned to the ground with a sword through his gut. "The last Quincy," Wywak stated calmly, his gaze shifting towards him briefly. Any moment now Wywak would heal. The man was only waiting to try and find the right moment, as the distance between them was too small to risk without an opening of some kind. Funny little title, that Ryukin. By one interpretation, it might mean that the individual will be the last Quincy to live. That the knowledge they carried forward would allow them to survive and kill all others, until only they are left. But there are other ways to be the last. You simply hide away, sealing yourself off from everything like a scared animal. All your skills, all your techniques, there is no doubt you are an impressive mage. But how much of that is even your own strength? Wywak asked. You're a master of technique and practice, but you hide away and refuse to fight. It's a waste. I expected more from an individual whose inherited experiences should surpass even my own. You should at least have been worthy of being seen as a threat. Such a pity. But now we can continue with fewer interruptions, Wywak added as he turned back towards him. Shall we finish this, Ichigo? I would prefer for you to die by my hands rather than simply wasting away, though I fear so long as you keep resisting there will be no other alternative. He glanced briefly to one side, seeing the Celestial Spirit King making his way back to them. Laxus and Wendy wouldn't be too far behind, he hoped. He'd lost sight of Natsu, but Wywak hadn't sent him flying, so he was probably close by, and since Ryukin didn't give any warning to Natsu, he had to assume the Dragon Slayer wasn't caught in the blast like he was. At least for a moment or two, he was on his own. Getchuga. Such a predictable move, Ichigo. Arrows were being fired at him before he had even begun to raise his sword. The energy needed was already being wrapped around his half-formed blade though, and it was far too easy to simply unleash it as it was and blast away all the incoming projectiles. Tenshou. It wasn't exactly what he wanted. He was safe from harm, the attack didn't take up much energy, and he was free to move forward unopposed. But that opening had been the chance Wywak needed. The man was healing in that very moment, all his wounds from Ryukin's attack being wiped away like all the times before. Immediately he saw the future that was to come, preparing to move instantly to try and aim for Wywak's neck with his blade to end this battle in one fell swoop. It would probably be blocked if he was being honest. He might have a brief advantage, but Wywak's own reaction speed and his speed at reading the future was enough to change what might be certain death into a possibility if the cards lined up a certain way. But he still had to try anyway. That was why he wasn't even sure what was going on when, unseen to that eye, another figure appeared right before Wywak, as if he had been standing there the entire time. Neither he nor Wywak even had time to fully process what they were seeing before the blade the man was wielding, a silver dagger that must have been in motion long before he appeared, stabbed straight into Wywak's chest. Protector of the Fairies. It hurt. What was this? What on earth was this pain? Silver? No. Not silver. Silver didn't hurt. Not normal silver anyway. But a certain type could, if harvested from the body of a Quincy whose power was stolen. I'm impressed, he heard the man before him say. That face. He recognized it. Urayu Ishida. He knew so much about the man. So why, in the entire duration of this battle, had he not even considered the existence of this man even once? I was revealed for a split moment before my attack hit, and even with all of that you still were able to try and dodge. He could see a broken dagger in the man's hands, one of his own reaching up to his chest and ripping out the remains of the silver. The poison was already in his veins though. He couldn't change that. It was already setting his blood alight, ripping its way through every inch of his body and weakening him physically and magically. But he was still alive. The dagger was short. Even if he hadn't moved, he wasn't sure if it could have reached his heart like Uriah had tried to aim for. But with his actions it had moved from an immediately fatal one to a lethal one instead. He had to heal. He had to heal now. He immediately pushed himself away from all the enemies he could see, Ichigo appearing to make chase for a moment until Uriah swung his hand up to stop him. It's useless. You're already dead, Waiwak. His body began to heal, the future being overwritten with his will. The saved state of the past, held for this moment, took hold and, pain. Pain from the same point, beginning the process all over again as he immediately realized what had occurred and recorded a new state down. It was hard to wait and watch like I did. My father no longer remembered me and I could hardly reveal myself to him and risk allowing you to remember my existence. I had to wait and watch, which is rather hard when every bit of land is a potential minefield with the attacks the lot of you throw around. But it was worth it to see the time it would take you to heal and the moments in which you would likely try and record that saved state of yourself during. I couldn't risk my chance, you see, Uriah added, glancing at the broken pieces of the dagger he had used in annoyance. My father said I would barely get one shot and he was right. He had to harvest this from a long-dead corpse. One you made, I might add. But even more than that, I could not afford to waste my one chance on an attack that would be wiped away once you were finished healing yourself. I couldn't be sure on how your power might interact with the silver poisoning your blood, so I had to be sure it would stick. So I waited. Waited until you scattered everyone else. Waited until you were focused on purely Ichigo, no longer constantly watching everything around you like a hawk. Waited until you took a chance to heal yourself so you could fight at your full potential. And then I struck. This power, he growled out, realizing what it had to be. A script of some kind. Like Ichigo, you had an essence of power left that I failed to take. Afraid so. It's nothing so grand as many of the powers you must have desired, Uriah stated. It's a power I think you'd hardly even desire. It's simply a power to become unknown. Unknown to everyone. No one can remember me. No one can perceive me. You can look at me dead on and not see anything. Even your precious ability to see and change the future would have witnessed me, of that I have no doubt. But no matter how many times you gaze would have fallen over me, you wouldn't even register a single bit of it. Until the moment I chose to strike, to interact with the world once again, you didn't even know I was there. He had to do something. Perhaps if he healed himself and then tore out the infected areas? No, the wound was in the wrong place for that. To tear out all the infected areas, he would end up leaving a wound large enough to kill himself anyway. You lose, Waiwak. Lose? That couldn't be. He couldn't lose. After fighting so many foes, after moving them like chess pieces and making them dance to his tune, after surviving long enough against that fused state of Ichigo and Mavis when he thought it might be the end, after fighting the remains of the strongest adversaries Ishgar had left, this was how it was going to end? The single strike of an archer who had settled into the role of an assassin? Any other time he might have thought the idea humorous. It wasn't uncommon for kings to be slain by assassins. But such a thought of it happening to him had never occurred. It simply wasn't possible, not when he could see it all coming. Even before that, he had never been one to let his guard down even when surrounded by those he trusted. And yet now his reign was going to end before it could begin again? In such a common way, as if he was an ordinary man? If he died here, what would become of the future he wished to create? What hope would there be for the world he would create? But there was no way out. He knew too well how deadly this poison was. The best he could hope to do would be to fight it off as long as possible. No matter what I do, I will die. Is that it, Uriah Ishida? His power began to rise as he felt the restraints he kept on a particular power begin to snap. If he was going to die, then he would risk everything. Until now he had never risked even attempting to use his Volstandig. The last time had been when he had been forced to fight Yamamoto, wielding it until the moment when he reached the point that allowed him to ensure he could steal away the man's Bankai successfully. Since that day it had been successfully suppressed by the same power he had stolen, and for good reason too. However much energy he had, however much power he possessed, he would not have enough to maintain it indefinitely. But that was fine. He was already heading to death's door. So if the limit was how long his life would last for, he would use this power for as long as he could before he himself expired. He might die, but so long as he obtained Lumen Histo in time, then there would still be time to win. He did not need to live in this body in the past. If he could reach the body of his past self, at the moment when he fell into that 400-year slumber, he could overwhelm the mind within and take that body for himself, escaping his dying one and ensuring all the tools he would need would be carried forth with him. Everything came down to time. But at least with his Volstandig, that would be something he would hardly be in short supply of. Volstandig, he muttered softly to himself, letting his tight control of his magic slip and blast away any trying to sneak attack him with sheer force. The energy lashing out was quick to be pulled back, clinging to his body as it forced it through chains, his sight expanding to far more than what he was used to seeing. Omniscience of God. Protector of the fairies. The very world felt different from the moment Wywak took that form. The energy that the man had unleashed had entirely morphed the man's original appearance, twisting his form to one that was made up of a majority of shadows. Only parts of his flesh, the hands, and lower half of his face, were still recognizable. The rest was like a void at first, covered by pure darkness. Until part of that darkness parted, opening up from two sides to reveal a single eye. At first there was merely one, present on the left side of Wywaka's chest. Then a second appeared, opening up on Wywaka's right left. Then another on the top of Wywaka's head. Then another, until countless eyes were covering every inch of darkness that cloaked Wywaka's form. It didn't even seem like the eyes were limiting themselves to just the energy that covered Wywaka's body. As energy leaked out around Wywak, trailing off like an oversized sleeve on his right side, eyes followed and opened up across the stream of energy, peering off into countless different directions. Some of them were watching him, Ichigo noticed. Others were watching Uriah. But one thing was clear. They were covering every possible angle, leaving not a single blind spot left. Almost immediately Ichigo found himself almost doubling over in pain, his weapons dispersing themselves back into energy as he clutched the left side of his face and tried to pull his vision away from Wywak. The more of those eyes opened, the more rapidly everything he saw changed. Now it was nothing more than static, the future he was seeing shifting so rapidly that it hurt to even look. "I see it," came Wywaka's voice, echoing around as the sky began to fill with arrows at an alarming rate. Even the sounds Wywak produced were being repeated and brought across as the futures shifted countless times, the amount of arrows being duplicated repeatedly without any signs of stopping. "I see it all. But do you?" Clutching his left eye in pain, forcing it shut to avoid looking at the futures approaching, Ichigo made sure the energy he had on hand was packed together strongly into a single blade, keeping it ready as the barrage began. Unlike before, he could not rely on his knowledge of the future to correct himself if he noticed danger approaching. All he could rely on was his own instincts, using every bit of strength he could quickly muster to swing his blade back and forth, deflecting every arrow that tried to reach him away from him and the Quincy who had taken to hiding behind him. "Why on earth did I listen to you when you stopped me?" he growled out in anger. "I should have pushed forward and finished him then and there. He would have been in pain, but that would have hardly given you the opening you would need. And I thought he was out of cards to play. Considering he's never used his Volstandig since this war began, and from the passing comments he's made about it in the past, I assumed he wouldn't use it at all if he hadn't already. But if he's using it, it means we've pushed him to a point where he has no choice if he wishes to survive. And that's good how." Uriah sighed in frustration, pushing the bridge of his glasses up as he began to explain. "For him to use Volstandig of all things means he is out of cards to play. There is nothing else. This is the last technique he has. Overcome it and we win." "Yeah, that's not happening," he growled back in response, beginning to struggle to stop the endless stream of arrows Wywak was firing. He wouldn't even be able to move from this spot without being pelted from all sides. "I could barely stay even with him before, and that was a 5-on-1. And I could counter his power by seeing ahead of him. But whatever this form does, it's made it impossible for me to do that anymore." "I see. So he's changing the future that rapidly then? This might be a larger problem than I anticipated." "You think?" "Regardless, time is on our side still," Uriah continued, ignoring the outburst. All he can do is change the present using new possible futures or stored presents. But he has nothing stored up from when he was healthy currently, nor does he have any futures where he survives that dagger's poison. The silver it's made of will eat him away, slowly devouring his magic and life until he's nothing more than a husk. And that will take how long exactly? Because he certainly doesn't feel like someone who is having his magic devoured. He's not weakening from what I can tell. I don't know how long, Uriah muttered. A few minutes? 20 perhaps at worst? No matter how much he tries, he will never be able to make a future perfectly matching the exact state he's after he heals himself. The new healthy state might only be a fraction of a second ahead of what it was before, but that's still moving him closer and closer to death's door. We either need to force him to it faster, perhaps by forcing his body to reach its limit to absorb magic, or damage him enough. Both will keep forcing him to heal up, and if we can keep the pressure up we could whittle down the time he has and try and cut this short. One problem though, he pointed out before Uriah could go any further. How much did you catch of Waiwaka's conversation to me? About your strength dwindling too. Yeah, that. Got probably 2 minutes at most before I exhaust too much energy to be able to keep this form stable. Once that happens I'm gone. And we'll lose the best person we had at keeping Waiwak in check. Damn. What if we could get you back to Mavis? What do you think I've been trying to do? He shot back in anger. He wasn't sure whether it was the pressure of the attacks or Uriah's words that was making him more and more irritated. Probably both. Waiwak won't give me an opening. But if you can make it to her, can you win? He paused for a moment, weighing up the chances he believed he would have against Waiwak in this state. I want to say yes. Without this form, Waiwak couldn't even slow me down. With it, I'd probably still win through sheer raw strength, provided I stuck fast enough. I don't want to imagine how many barriers he could replicate currently, nor see if it's enough to stop my attacks. All right. I'll try and find you an opening. Wait, don't be so reckless, he cried out in warning, reaching out to pull Uriah back and throw him to safety as the man tried to slip away in what appeared to be a point of calm in the storm of arrows. His actions avoided Uriah being skewered as the number of projectiles in the area tripled in an instant. He wasn't so lucky, having exposed himself to cover Uriah for a moment and paying the price with a dozen arrows sticking through his body, holes covering his whole left side. Who had he just saved? Why had he just done that? His eyes wanted to glance towards a particular direction, but each time they tried his mind found something more pressing to focus on. Like avoiding taking any more damage. Not that it would help much now, he realized as he swiftly used the chance to make a retreat to avoid the endless storm of arrows. After that much damage, he probably had 30 or 40 seconds. Get away from him. Natsa threw himself through the air, flames flying everywhere as he incinerated every arrow coming down towards him. It used to give Waiwak pause. It wasn't so effective when Natsa was suddenly slammed away by a giant blade of energy, barely managing to weaken the blow with his magic so that it merely swatted him instead of bisecting him. No sooner had the strike been done had Waiwak crossed the distance down after him, seeming to teleport forward so suddenly. Perhaps he had. Perhaps the man had grabbed a future where his position had been altered and brought that into reality, just as he was doing with everything else. It was close to catching him off guard, especially as it had brought Waiwak into striking range already swinging. But he was still that bit faster, his sword just reaching in time to catch Waiwaka's own and hold it in place. Except at that exact moment the blade in Waiwaka's hand was allowed to shatter while a second one instantly formed in the man's other hand. The force of his own swing had thrown his sword up and he barely managed to shift the dagger he had down and grip it with his free hand, blocking the second blow but still being knocked backwards from it. His dagger didn't crack, but the force behind it had almost made him let go, and he could swear 1 or 2 of his bones had cracked in that clash. The force had been unlike any other strike Waiwak had used. Had the man overlapped multiple futures and used that to amplify the force? God, he hoped not. The major problem was that he was running desperately out of time and he didn't even have time to think properly. Before his eyes Waiwak had extended both hands out to the side, multiple smaller, but still dangerous, versions of Abyss break rapidly forming before he even had a chance to do anything. He didn't even know how bad the blast radius might be because he certainly couldn't stop them all. But he could try. Slamming one foot against the ground, he prepared to charge forward and try and intercept them all before they could be scattered. Only the next moment he had to pull himself to a stop to avoid slamming face first into the ground. "Sorry," he heard Wendy mutter above him, familiar magic healing what few wounds hadn't already been closed shut. Additionally, he could also feel his magical power being recovered slowly, Nirvana's power doing wonders, and while it might not change much, it was enough to halt its loss. "I didn't have as much time as I wanted to focus on all the coordinates for you. Who took my place?" He wasted no time in asking, knowing he couldn't have been moved unless someone had been ready to take his place. He glanced around rapidly, noticing they were a bit further away from the fight than before, but even at a distance he could hardly mistake the giant form of the Celestial Spirit King, the giant's cloak wrapped around his body like a shield that seemed to have helped halt the barrage of abyss break. "Never mind, I've got my answer." Was this his idea? Mine and his, Wendy muttered quietly, causing him to have to strain his ears to hear her for a moment thanks to the loud thundering sound of Laxus magic as his friend rejoined the fight. Not that it did much do when dozens of barriers intercepted his strikes. He agreed to buy us some time. Us? You got something planned? Teleporting me to Mavis might be hard if we can't coordinate properly, and that is if Wywak doesn't even see it happening. Wendy quickly shook his head rapidly, drawing his focus properly and causing him to notice the strained look on Nabara's face. Alongside that, Wendy's eyes had taken on odd traits. Was this what happened when she used Nirvana now? He knew she was more deeply tied to it than before, but seeing it in action was something else. I think we might be able to break Wywaka's Volstandig." That was enough to make him pause for a moment. Enough to let him hope it was possible, even for just a moment. But reality was too cruel to let him believe it. He's got control of far too many futures. He'll see anything we try to do and dash. He didn't see it when I got rid of his sword. He didn't see it when I took away his medallion. The way Wendy spoke those words, there was not a single bit of room left to doubt them. She spoke them as pure absolutes, as facts that couldn't be disputed. Like how the futures he creates aren't visible to you until they occur, the future I revert things back to isn't easily visible either. "All right, I'm listening," he said, briefly glancing back to the fight to see Wywak sending the Celestial Spirit King to the ground only to halt on a follow-up attack from a rain of arrows from close range. Ah, that was Uriah. The man was making clever use of his script, it seemed, though it made it a pain to remember that he was doing so. "Be quick. We won't have long." Well, since he realized I could affect him with Nirvana, he's been cautious. I can't read his presence fast enough before it shifts. It makes trying to keep up an impossible task and makes him essentially untouchable to Nirvana. I'm waiting for a but here. This is only happening because he's making it impossible to actively affect him whenever I want. It's a different matter if I was to focus down on one particular instance. So long as a clear instance of him is retained, even if it takes time, it's possible to unravel the distortions he's causing. So theoretically you could send him miles away. Wendy shook her head, much to his dismay. "He's too far removed," she explained. "His current self and his past self are far too different to allow me to alter his present self based on such old values. But with his old self decoded, it becomes possible to fully revert back to the future he shifted away from. And in doing so you can revert him too," he muttered in realization. "This snapshot, when did you take it?" he asked urgently. "Was it before or after Uriah stabbed him?" "Before," Wendy answered immediately. "Quite a lot before actually." "I see. That's good," he muttered, carefully thinking over the possibilities. He'll be healed from the poison, but he'll also be removed from his Volstandig state. Would he still have that Bankai? Unfortunately yes. No, that's good. It would take time for him to discard it if he wishes to return to his Volstandig state. What about his position? Would changing him back to a previous state throw him somewhere else entirely? Not unless I was to be very specific. By default I'm simply returning him to a state he was in right before he healed from a few minor injuries. It won't slow him down unfortunately, but I couldn't afford to find a replacement snapshot with how much time had passed. No, it's fine, he muttered to her, eyeing Wywak for a moment as he began to imagine the potential clash. Same position, sudden strength change. He'd still act fast enough to avoid a killing blow, he has done before, but if timed right, this could work. How long do you need to complete decoding his past state? Oh, it's ready anytime, Wendy said with a smile, tilting her head slightly towards Nabera. Gramps has been analyzing it from the beginning. We originally planned to save it as a way to destabilize him for a second or two to create an opening, but, well, we thought this was a better time to use it. But it took a while to do this, so we won't get any other shots. Just one. One is more than enough. Wywak would never give us the time to try again if we did fail, so we have no choice but to make this count. So, what do you need me for? You wouldn't have gotten the Celestial Spirit King to buy us time if you didn't need my help in some way. Not if you're already ready to go. That's the problem, she muttered quietly. We're getting quite far away from the point I'll be reverting Wywak back to. And while I can keep him in the same position as he was, I can't determine the right moment for that. It's more than that, Nabera interjected suddenly. We know every bit of detail that makes up what Wywak is like in the world at that moment in time. There's far more than we can put into words. But if you could see it, you would understand the exact situation he'll create and can manipulate him into a position that best suits you for when he gets reverted. And we can't simply transfer the information as it is. You aren't familiar in the slightest with how Wendy and I see the world. But if your magic and hers can resonate for a moment, we can use your magic to transfer it in a way you would be able to perceive. My magic? He asked before a hand subconsciously went up to the eye he was keeping shut. No, Mavis, you mean. It's not exactly a future, but it is a point in time, and my eye is a gateway to view it. Is that correct? Roughly. We need to hurry though. The Celestial Spirit King will not last against Wywak alone. He could believe that. The few glances he was sparing were revealing just how much punishment the giant was taking, his strikes unable to reach while his body continued to suffer until a rain of punishments delivered from Wywak up high. All right, let's do this. Be careful so he doesn't notice. I'll do my best, Wendy stated nervously before grabbing his hand, the magic of Nirvana briefly flaring up. He noticed how Wywak's figure in the distance seemed to freeze at that moment, so he knew right then and there that Sutley was all but out. But before the man could do anything, the space between the two of them was ripped up, courtesy of a large slash from the Celestial Spirit King in an effect to buy them just a little bit more time. So that meant he had to do his part too. There wasn't much of Mavis' power left running through his system that he could easily draw upon. Their connection was still shaky, but what he did have still had the same traces. He had just been filtering it into the form he needed, but this time he allowed it to return to the form it was most familiar with, golden light interacting with the black and white lights that Wendy was emitting. He forced his right eye open and ignored the pain he felt in his head as static from countless shifting futures tried to fill his brain. Instead, he did everything he could to push through the static, taking the window to time he had in his eye and willing it to peer towards another point. The mere act felt almost impossible. He had no idea how Mavis could handle this power so easily. Second nature? Experience? He felt like if his focus slipped, then the gateway would return straight back to normal, but he kept pushing forward with it as he felt a pulse of magic from Wendy hit him, information beginning to flood his brain as a sight filled his right eye. He was barely able to maintain the vision he was seeing for more than a few seconds. But that was enough to get what he needed. The way Wywak stood, the expression on his face, the magic he wielded, the weapon he wielded, the swing he was making, and the actions he would need to take, considering all of this if he wanted to make it to Mavis. Wendy, I want you to switch him back when I shout out 5, he stated, breaking the connection as he took a step forward to ensure he stood between her and the slowly restoring space. Do you understand? 5? Why 5? It's the amount of seconds I'll have left before I disappear if I don't reach Mavis. Even if I shout that, Wywak will think I'm trying to hurry everyone up. He won't suspect you to act in this way. Now move and keep away from him. Without waiting for a response, he shot forward, kicking back off the ground and rushing through the distorted space. Instantly he found himself in an unfamiliar landscape, filled with odd planets of various small sizes and an array of stars hanging in the sky around him. The next moment he was back in the reality he knew, seeing far more of the same cracks and rips in space in various points. Was the Celestial Spirit King trying to unleash his world with spatial aurora? If so, Wywak was making quick work at his attempts and preventing him. "Let's go!" he roared out, catching the giant's attention and giving him a signal that he had completed his talk with Wendy. That was all the giant needed to hear before a giant smile burst across the giant's face, his sword being swung up and raised up high, energy being drawn in from the stars within the cracks in space and coating his blade with an ethereal glow. It was good that the giant had this kind of strength to spare still, because he only had a little over 20 seconds to work with. Though that was about to fall down drastically very soon. As the Celestial Spirit King swung his blade down, he stuck close to the slash it unleashed to help close the gap. The attack might be easy to see, but the way it was composed made it harder for energy to be leached away or for attacks to disperse it. Unfortunately, a lot of these assumptions he had were based on the Wywak of old. They couldn't apply to this one, he realized when the attack shifted into two, as if split down the middle yet without losing any power, and missing Wywak by a wide margin. Damn. Where he was now wasn't good. And Wywak would be seeing his every move. So, he just had to force an optimal path to exist. Locking his thoughts on what he sought to do if he was preventing from going right, he took the plunge and moved to circle Wywak. A dozen blasts of magic shot out to meet him, but he couldn't back away, not when he had known something like this was coming. If he had gone any other way, he would have unleashed a Getchuga Tenshou straight back in retaliation. Each one was easy to bat away with a blade, though each served a singular purpose. It was to chip away at his remaining energy, reducing the time he would have left. Wywak wanted to force this to an end just as much as he did, and was taking whatever measures he needed to do to ensure it. But that was fine. So long as he was in position, nothing else would matter. Halfway there now, but with only 16 seconds left with the time taken and the energy lost. He would barely make it at this rate. Not if Wywak began to switch tactics. Dismissing the blades he had, he let a few of the arrows sent his way pierce through his body, losing himself another 2 seconds. They reformed just how he needed them to, though, a bow forming with them as he condensed another second's worth of power down into the tiny projectile and unleashed it. That arrow never would have hit. No barrier was raised to try and stop it because Wywak knew they would do nothing. Nor was he planning to chase after the arrow, so there was little need to have such blockers. But with its position, Wywak would still have little choice but to move or try and overpower it. And whether it was because Wywak simply could afford to or wanted to bait him into trying again, Wywak redirected the attacks he was unleashing to intercept the tiny projectile and smash it into a million pieces. Perhaps in some cases he would follow up with another strike, in an attempt to push his luck. Honestly speaking, the last few seconds he would have with his power if Wendy's magic didn't kick in were unknown to even him. He'd probably just try and wing it, so perhaps something he was going to do in the current timelines was influenced by this site right here. He simply couldn't tell, but he'd be thankful for this chance anyway. With 10 seconds to spare, he was at the angle he needed. Just not the distance. He had to focus now. Too far and he'd never reach his goal. Too close and he'd arrive too early. This had to be perfect, and to do that Wywak needed to take the bait. With 2 blades forming, he wasted another 2 of his precious few seconds and slashed out, timing his attack with the movements he saw coming from the Celestial Spirit King. An arc of energy being swung out so wide that the very slash itself would hit on both sides. A giant blade coming down from behind. It all was to force Wywak one way. Forward. And the fact Wywak chose to do so meant that it was the most optimal path to his victory. Only it wasn't enough for Wywak to simply do that. In one move he simply shifted an arm towards the Celestial Spirit King, and a barrage of magic rained down from above, brought into their timeline in an instant, and smashing through the giant's armor, his sword slipping from his hands and digging into the ground at an angle at the end of his swing as his body fell to the ground. With his other hand, Wywak brought out barriers to circle him on all sides, adjusting them as he charged forward and rendering the slashes at each side pointless. Forming a new blade as he sped forward, he pushed what little energy he could spare for this into it and swung as Wywak came into range, his blade's size increasing in an attempt to reach the man and cleave him and the barriers he had in two. But it simply changed forms as Waiwak shifted his left hand, turning into a simple dagger that missed entirely, its short length not even close to reaching the man and instead leaving him completely exposed. In the same action that left hand swung up, the barriers disappearing instantly as a sword appeared in Waiwaka's left hand instead, and with that he found his entire arm severed in one swift move. He didn't bother trying to reform it. He actively suppressed that. He only had this last bit of energy left. So instead he dragged some of the excess from his body, uncaring on how it made him look like chunks had been suddenly ripped out, and formed another blade in his other hand, solidifying his thoughts to only this weapon. But Waiwak wasn't to meet him with another clash like before. His right hand was held back, but he could see the energy that had suddenly formed in the palm of Waiwaka's hand, a visible storm of magic ready to overpower what little magic he had left if he was caught unprotected by it. He knew what this was for. If he struck out, he wouldn't be able to land a killing blow. Not before this attack eradicated him. But he did still have enough power to weaken it if he threw up his sword in defense and used it to soften the blow. And with that, he would lose any initiative and be left with no time left. Perfect. With no time left to spare, he threw open his mouth as he shouted out the words that would give him the only chance he had left. 5. And with that, Wendy acted. And the world shifted once again drastically as the power of Nirvana took hold and returned reality to what it once was. Protector of the Fairies. Volstandig. For any Quincy it was their trump card. For him, it was a sort of prison. He hated it. When it came to power, there was nothing greater. He could see everything, and with a single thought he could bring them all into a single reality. When it came to knowledge, he could see so many countless futures that there was almost nothing that would not become obvious in some variation of the timelines. No, if it was from any of those then he would have never hesitated to use it. He hated this power because using it meant he had been forced to rely on a strength that surpassed countless gods. And anyone who could force him to use such a power meant that they had been strong enough to overcome his countless plans and methods with the Almighty as it was normally. And using it meant moving away from fighting indefinitely so long as paced himself to throwing it all up to bet on anywhere above a few minutes. Maintaining it any longer was simply impossible in fights that truly taxed him to his limits. His body would accumulate too much damage over time, even if minuscule thanks to his rapid healing from future instances, from all the magic he would be rapidly drawing in to replace the sheer amount lost to maintain such a form. Only once had he been forced to such a state. Yamamoto had done it through sheer raw strength. True, his strength had not yet been at its peak during those early days, but he had never forgotten the fear of knowing that if the fight wasn't won in those short few minutes then it would all be meaningless. It had been a fight like his where he had actually felt that fear once again. He was dying. It was unavoidable. He would soon perish. So when his Volstandig finally did end, there was a moment where he was terrified. Without it, he could never keep the poison at bay and fight off Ichigo before him. And yet what greeted him was not pain. His blood felt normal. His magic responded with ease he wouldn't have expected from the strain he had just been putting his body under. Even his magical power felt high considering he had just been thrown out of his Volstandig. There was a faint sensation in the air. Magic, one that was so dangerous that he had made sure to recognize its feel. This was Nirvana's work. And that sensation was coming from his whole body. That wasn't possible. He had been protecting himself to prevent this very possibility. And yet right when he had been about to unleash a storm of magic at Ichigo, he had lost access to all that power in a single moment and returned to a previous state. A state where he had yet to be poisoned. Had she been spending all this time unraveling his magic so she could finally affect him in some way? Was even these countermeasures not enough? No, they certainly were. The fact she was only doing this now revealed much about how long it took her to be able to affect him. And while he might not have the power he had been about to use, he had the advantages of his current form. The girl had made a mistake in recording a form of him with a blade, the perfect weapon for right now. So as Ichigo tried to strike with his one remaining arm, he stepped forward in the air, dodging the strike while tearing straight through Ichigo's body at the waist with his blade. As Ichigo began to fall past him, he took the brief moment to collect his bearings. The celestial spirit king was still down for the count, lying on the ground with his sword stuck deep in the earth. Ichibe was still nowhere to be seen, so he still had him to worry about. Laxus was buzzing about like a pest while Natsu was hurrying up towards him, shouting out profanities that he quickly filtered out. All in all, manageable odds. He only had to reclaim Mavis, who Ichigo was falling towards. It was a trap. He spun round immediately, lunging for Ichigo before the man's upper half of his body could fall out of his reach. But Ichigo was already prepared for him, two familiar words being spoken before he was face to face with a massive blast of energy, courtesy of what little Ichigo even had left. He wanted to heal. He wanted to put up a barrier. He did neither, relying on his blood to negate some of the damage while bearing with the rest as he shoved himself through. He could not afford to allow Ichigo to get away. Not when he had obviously been waiting for a moment. He had been careful to ensure that Ichigo never got a chance like this to reach Mavis first in their fight so far. It had taken a complete reversal of his physical condition to make him forget where he was, but all this would be for nothing for them if he crushed this plan here and now. With Ichigo's condition, they would have nothing left to play afterwards. Ichigo had a bit of a head start on him, that much he could see as he broke through the energy. But he would have been worried if Ichigo had his legs. Right now he was merely using the released energy as a form of propulsion, propelling himself towards Mavis like a rocket. It was slower, but it was all Ichigo had at this moment, and if it was that, then he could easily cover the gap in time. That was when Laxus struck. Not a sound cloud be heard over the deafening thunder as it rained down from above, Laxus unleashing everything he could muster in one giant breath attack, widening its range so much that there was nowhere that he could have dodged to even if he had a chance to see it coming. The attack hurt, his body refusing his orders as he felt the lightning paralyzing his nerves as it tried to keep him within the storm. It would likely hold him in place until the storm began to weaken, or until his body could adjust, or until he could deploy some magical countermeasure. Either way, he would lose precious seconds. That was not allowed. With the storm running around him, any magic he would attempt to manipulate to move his body would be damaged, if not destroyed entirely, before it could do its job. That only mattered if he wrapped it around his body externally, however. As it stood, he had countless channels that magic ran through naturally in his body like any mage, alongside the pathways his magic had formed for blood. He merely had to take control of all the energy running through them. Halt the running of magic, then adjust his body as necessary through massive shifts in the flow. In practice, it sounded simple. In reality, it was like performing surgery on your own body from the inside and hoping that nothing broke. But through fast glimpses, focused only on the exact next instance of his actions, alongside his own well-practiced skill, it was possible. It still hurt, and it was a far cry from the effortless movements of Ransutenge when bound correctly, but it was enough. He didn't need seamless movement. He just needed movement. His arm snapped upwards, and as it did he reached out for the formation he needed to shift energy to and let it shoot upwards. He had long since remembered the necessary steps to form Dragon Slayer magic now, and he just about could make out the cry of pain as the lightning stormed, knowing that his blow had hit home. That was the problem for these Dragon Slayers. A breath attack might be seen as one of their trump cards, but it also made them something else. An easy target. Still, the wound he had delivered wouldn't be lethal. It would only delay Laxus, for how long he had no idea, as he could hardly count on good aim with the extreme measures he had been forced to take. But that Dragon Slayer was a matter for later. Immediately he was kicked off the air as control naturally returned to his body, pushing himself straight after Ichigo. He had lost time. Too much time, in fact. The barrier that had held Mavis away from his grasp was down. She was lunging out for Ichigo, and he could see Ichigo trying to do the same as parts of his body continued to break away. But they wouldn't make it. If Laxus' attack had been a second longer, it would have been over. His hand snapped out, reaching out desperately and grabbing Ichigo by the shoulder, preparing to pull him away. Only for that same shoulder to break away, its form being discarded as Ichigo abandoned what little energy he had left to avoid being flung away. It still wouldn't be enough. Shifting a body part to energy would only work once. He let his hand continue down, magic springing forth and letting him grip onto what he otherwise would not be able to grasp, and then threw Ichigo back without a second look. Ichigo tried to stop him, energy exploding out that blocked his view for a moment, but even through that he had kept his arm moving, ignoring the burns it left across his arm. They were nothing more than a minor inconvenience. His other hand shot forward as he crossed the last bit of ground needed, preparing to claim the prize he had long sought. Mavis Vermilion was right before him, without even a hope at all of escaping. Just another step and he would win. And yet as his hand wrapped around her neck, his magic ready to tear out the secrets of Lumen Histoire and destroy the will of the consciousness until it was nothing more than a tool that would obey, the image before him broke apart, leaving his eye to widen in shock as he passed straight through her. And then in horror as his head snapped back round. It had been an illusion. If he had been looking into the future, it would have been clear. But he hadn't had a moment to. His condition and state being restored to a past version, the urgency he was forced to act under to prevent losing entirely, it was probably all for this moment. A moment where he would not have the time to spare to look into the future and see what was to come, not without potentially losing a precious window that he had to act in. And now as he saw Ichigo where he had flung the man to, hanging in the air with so little of his body left, his form more like a shade with a face and the barest amount of an arm, he saw the form of Mavis hanging there, mixed in within the darkness in a similar state, golden energy intermixing with the existing darkness. That was how they did it, wasn't it? It wasn't just Ichigo whose body was unstable. Hers was too. The clear difference would have been who had the majority of the magical power, but if she willingly allowed her body to turn to a similar state then a mere bit of contact was all the two ever needed. It must have been the briefest of touches, but if their hands had touched, even if just for a moment, or perhaps even just had their fingers brush against one another, they must have been able to connect their energy to one another once again. With that, all she would have needed to do would have been to turn to energy and get pulled back with Ichigo himself, to rearrange her being in a different location. It was over, he realized as he leaped away, his eye having glimpsed the future and seen nothing but a stream of darkness filling the streets around him. That couldn't have been Ichigo and Mavis, he knew his eye would not see them, but rather Ichibe's actions instead. Staying down there would have risked being affected by the man's magic, and desperately he did attempt to stop the man as he finally emerged from hiding. A dozen arrows shot out, stabbing into the man's flesh. But it wasn't enough to stop the monk, who appeared to have scarified protecting himself to do a single job. To write out a new name. This was how they were stabilized in the futures where he had arrived late and where Ichigo had been present. It made sense, as in no future had Ichigo been unstable like he had been in this fight. A name to bind him and Mavis together as a single existence, to tie him back to the mortal plane once again, and even if he tried and stopped it then it still would not matter. Ichigo and Mavis would still have fused, and they would not make the same mistake as last time. It was over. He had lost. His dream was falling out of reach, and he would never be able to make it a reality once again. Not without the power of Lumen Histoire. And he could not do that against the monster being summoned. There would be no future where he would win. So then perhaps it was worth throwing everything away. He wasn't going to win, so he would walk the path of death for whatever scrap he could get anyway. Even if it destroyed his body. Even if it tore him apart. Yes. It wasn't over. Not until he burnt out every last bit of his life away. Until his heart stopped beating, until his magic ran dry, he would still fight. And so with those thoughts in mind, he broke the one taboo he knew he would never recover from. With the medallion recovered through Wendy's actions to return him to a previous state, he let the power of Yamamoto's Bankai flow forth and channeled it out through his body. Then, even as his magic and body screamed out in warning, he shattered the medallion and ensured the energy was trapped within his body still. One could not use Volstandig with a stolen Bankai. But that wasn't strictly true. In reality, a Quincy could not use Volstandig not because the Bankai locked it away but because the medallion did. It was nothing more than a safety mechanism, allowing a Quincy to contain and harness a Shinigami's power through a medium that treated it as a pseudo-Volstandig. Destroy it and the energy was unleashed, allowing the true Volstandig to be wielded once again. But, if for some reason one was capable of holding onto the stolen energy of a Shinigami, even if only for a short while, it would be possible to use both powers. He was probably the only one with the control and the abilities to do so. But even so, nothing changed the fact that he would be wielding the pinnacle of both Shinigami powers and Quincy powers at once. The two powers that were far too incompatible with one another. He would die. But that was going to happen anyway, so what difference did it make adding more certainty to that? Because even if he was to die, he could still try and win first. No. He would win first. He would accept nothing less. That was what was necessary to reach his ideal future, even if only his past self would be able to realize it. Protector of the fairies. Hear me, being within. So loud. Who was that calling out to him? He was already having enough time trying to keep everything straight, thousands of memories muddling up inside his head. He remembered being alive 100 years ago. He remembered playing as a kid only a few decades past. He could see recent memories from two sides, the perspectives too different to have come from the same source. And he could even see memories that he couldn't quite recognize at all, a face he felt he should remember. A face that felt so familiar, in a time he could not even begin to place. Whose memory was this even? A mixture of entities old and young, a form of power that exists as a shell for the two. Oh, pitiful being without a name. Let that change right now. Pitiful? At least he didn't feel much confusion when it came to the emotion he was feeling right now. Everything within him was in unison about wanting to shout back at the man. Unfortunately, he was still struggling to find a voice to use. How was he meant to sound? How had he sounded? Or better yet, how was he even meant to look? Where was his mouth for words to be spoken from? Here now, as a witness to your existence, I christen you under a new name. Let this form be known by a single name. Let all that make it up find stability as a singular existence for as long as they wish. Was something hitting him? His limbs, if they could be called that, felt heavy. Was it from a lack of strength yet distributed in them? Or was something weighing him down? They felt like something was clinging to them, and it wasn't limited to purely them. His whole body felt like it had been coated in something. I name you now. Come forth, Getchuga. Getchuga? That was his name. Ah. Things were clearer now. He was Getchuga. He was an entity made up of three beings. For perhaps if he regarded the spirit of the Zanpakutu of one of the entities as a separate personality. Though he had to admit, it was amusing to be known as this name. One part of him had been crying out this name for most of his life, clinging to it as a cornerstone for his strength. Perhaps it was fitting that this name would be his name. He was strength to be relied on to do the jobs needed to be done. As his vision began to clear, what appeared to be ink sliding down from his body, he took his first breath of the world around him, wishing he could pause and marvel at it a bit. Memories were helpful to understand, but this experience right now was new. If only it was more peaceful. Turning to the man he recognized from his memories as Ichibe, he nodded his head briefly in thanks. My mind has cleared. Thank you for your assistance. It's no problem, the monk replied, looking like he had seen better days. Holes littered the man's body, and it looked like it was taking all the man's remaining energy to stand, using his brush as a cane to keep himself upright. If you wouldn't mind helping me a moment though. A favor for a favor. Of course. His memories more than told him what he needed to say. Ichibe. It was rather fascinating to see how the man's body instantly began to heal, and if he really focused he could dedicate the small transfer of magical power that occurred to help facilitate such regeneration. You waited some time to act. Were you waiting for my arrival? I hardly had the magic to spare fighting Waiwak outright, the monk replied, looking much better now. I used up what little power I had left to give you a name. I might be able to squeeze a few drops more if pushed, but I can hardly do anything that could be a sizable threat to Waiwak anymore. It's fine, he said simply, turning his gaze towards the man in question. Well, man was a hard way to describe the Quincy now. What he was looking at was more like a mixture of a burning corpse in a corrupted angle. The left side matched up with the memories of Waiwaka's previous form, enough to tell him that this was the man's Volstandig. But it looked to be close to breaking out of the man's own control, the energy spreading out wildly with countless eyes, some seeing clearly while others were bleeding black ooze, snapping open and shut at what he could only assume were random intervals. The right side was little better. This Bankai was the same one he had seen before, and back then it had been like Waiwak had been wreathed in flames. It had been like a second layer that he wore, perhaps even like a second skin. But however smooth it might have appeared before, now it was a far more gruesome sight. He could smell the stench of burning flesh in the air, Waiwaka's own skin being charred black. Quite rapidly it would shift back to a pristine state, right before his eyes, but no sooner would it do so would the process begin all over again. Not nearly as majestic as a phoenix's regeneration is it? He muttered in disgust. Individually both sides are formidable. To use both at once means creating a cycle of dying and reversal it seems though. What changed? Managing a Bankai and a Volstandig is hardly a difficult matter. A hybrid such as yourself can't be the judge for such difficulties, Ichibe shot back half-heartedly. You understand that I assume? Shinigami and Quincy powers cannot mix and be expected to stay in a state of equilibrium. One side must be victorious, but to try and maintain both in parallel? It's a death sentence. I'm alive. Because you had a medium that broke that deadlock. You're hardly managing a Bankai and a Volstandig but rather one singular power that can be shaped into either or both. Ichibe glanced up warily at Waiwaka before shaking his head. But this situation is worse than merely trying to balance the two powers. That Bankai is not his. He's trying to maintain the magical power of a man long gone from this world, and he's doing that by feeding it his own magic and shaping it into the closest equivalent form. But he's doing that while trying to multitask. In exchange for what must be great power, he's burning away his own life. The monk slowly let out a sigh, taking a step away as if to place himself behind him. He has become truly desperate. It doesn't matter. Pull everyone back. I'll finish this. Are you sure? He is capable of manipulating countless futures in which that Bankai is still going to be active in. The sky is about to burn, and everything nearly will be reduced to a crisp. That is merely a possibility that I can see if nothing changes, and it has already begun to change countless times since I began speaking. Move everyone back. They won't be able to withstand the heat, nor the power Waiwaka will likely exert. Natsu will likely protest. I don't care. And fighting by yourself, it is dash. Let me be clearer, he stated impatiently, turning his head to glare at Ichibe. Which personality was this coming from, he briefly wondered. Was it that king from another world? Was it the viciousness formed from a hollow-made Zanpakuta spirit? Or was it merely some mix that manifested in himself? I cannot fight as I want if you are all hanging around. You will all simply be liabilities. Is that so? Rather than look insulted, Ichibe instead looked relieved. I can tell you aren't lying. There isn't arrogance in those words you've spoken either. Trust me, I would be able to tell. It's pure fact to you, isn't it? That's a relief to hear. Turning to withdraw, Ichibe paused only briefly to add a single warning. Be careful at least. A man at the end of his rope is dangerous. Desperation can lead to a surprising amount of strength. And Waiwaka is truly desperate now if he has truly meant to throw even his own life away. I already know that, he muttered as he turned back to face the Quincy King, hearing the monk's footsteps quickly vanishing. Other magical signatures nearby looked to be on the move, some trying to converge with him before they began to turn away, some faster than others. Still, he didn't care much as long as they kept their distance. But he could tell he would get a headache if he didn't take precautions. Extending a hand out towards the way of his allies, he merely had to will the magic within to fulfill his wish. A golden barrier, large enough to shield everyone within the city still alive, sprung up from the ground, encircling everyone he wished to protect. Waiwaka didn't make any moves to stop him. He wondered if that was because Waiwaka didn't desire to, or whether it was because he was simply needing the time to manage his own power. If it was the latter, this would be the last opportunity that he would grant. With the barrier made, he moved his right hand out to the side and let a small stream of darkness take the rough shape of one of the blades he had in his memory. He didn't bother letting it take any physical shape, merely keeping it as energy. With how dense it could be packed in, there was little benefit to adding a physical form when it had enough presence to act in the same way. Getchuga. Ah. That might be annoying. He couldn't very well go calling out his own name every time he wanted to attack. And merely referring to these attacks as Tenshou felt wrong, like it was missing a necessary piece. Was there another name he could use? No. There was no point even thinking on this. All he needed to do was gather the energy and swing. Such an attack was as basic as any technique, so it hardly needed a name to stand out. Words would just be wasted, so he made sure to shut his mouth and abandon any attempts to find a replacement name. Then he swung. It was hardly an arc of energy like his memories showed it being used as. Instead it was more like a giant wave of darkness was risen up along his blade's path and tried to swallow everything in its path. He supposed it was a good thing that the area was already so ruined. At this point he was merely cleaning up part of the mess by ensuring none remained. But it didn't appear such a simple swing was enough to simply end Wywak there and then. An unstable vortex of flames shot out, barely missing him as it hit the ground next to him and simply burnt away the area it touched from existence. A powerful attack, he would admit that. But it was slow. Slow enough that he had been able to see it and realize he had no need to move to avoid it. Is that all, Wywak? I'm disappointed. Taking a step forward, he swung his arm a few times, releasing wave after wave of darkness. Each was split in two by repeated attacks, strikes that he could easily dodge still. A few of the attacks did multiply right before they reached him, Wywak obviously trying to catch him off guard, but the second he tried that he had leapt up into the air, sailing high above them and getting a clear view of the Quincy down below. Without giving Wywak time to track him, knowing he would have to do it manually now with so much magic distorting his normally shaped senses and with his eyes being unable to perceive him in the future, he shot straight back down from above, slicing down with a blade of darkness against Wywak's own unsteady one. Wywak's grip almost failed entirely, the arm bending back as if his strength was about to run out. But then Wywak healed once more, the strength being restored for that brief while until the flesh burnt away again. But that seemed to be hardly a concern to Wywak, not when the flames around him were swelling out to greater sizes. It must have been boiling being this close for anyone else. Though perhaps turning off his sense of heat wasn't the best move to take, even if it made it more comfortable to fight without. He had no idea how dangerous these flames could be from sheer proximity, and it probably wasn't a great sign that he could see parts of his body burning away. Deciding not to press his luck too much, he used the opening Wywak inevitably created before healing, the moment where his body would be at its weakest, and lashed out with a leg, sending the man flying to one side. The process destroyed his knee and left his leg hanging by only a few tendrils of energy, but the cost of repairing it with magic was hardly a concern. If it cost anything at all, he could hardly notice it. Guess short range isn't going to be the easy way to end this, huh? That's fine. I can just wear you down from a distance if I need to. If this is all he's capable of stopping, one final attack of significant strength should do it. Raising his hand up, he let the energy begin to gather, not caring as some of it leaked out into the air around him in his rush to contain it all. Then, with a single swing, he unleashed enough energy to cover half the city in darkness. It should have been it. It almost was. But right as he had begun to swing, Wywak had reappeared right in front of him. It hadn't been speed, Wywak wasn't close to being fast enough that he wouldn't be able to track him. The man had simply appeared, the telltale signs he could easily recognize now that showed that time magic had occurred. And as he swung down, Wywak lunged forward, being caught by part of the energy as it passed and tearing a chunk out of the man's left side. However, that was hardly a concern for Wywak when the damage healed instantly with another burst of his magic, and before he could act he had been grabbed by the throat by a newly reformed and outstretched left hand, the right arm swinging out with a blade intent on cutting him down a few inches. That wasn't too much of a concern, however. Instead he let it happen, swinging his body up as his legs vanished beneath him and unleashed a storm of energy directly. The act was enough to force Wywak to break his grip, trying to protect himself, and as he finished flipping over he already had a pair of new legs where the old ones had been, the energy still shifting as it tried to finish its work in restoring them. Give it. Huh? Didn't quite catch that? Bit hard to hear you over there. To me. Give it. To me. Wywak burst forward through the lingering energy, countless eyes widening as he brought his sword back. The act of swinging it brought hundreds of strikes into reality, each closing off countless points of retreat. The fastest method to put distance between himself and them was to kick backwards off the air, flying away from them and down towards the ground as a new blade of energy formed in his right hand. He let it widen for a moment, packing more energy into the strike, but rather than using it to unleash a stream of energy that might be cut through, he instead held it back to the last moment and used the energy to shatter a cluster of flame slashes to give himself an opening to dodge through. In the time he had taken to do that, Waiwak had not been resting patiently though. A barrier of thousands of arrows rained down upon him, each imbued with the same energy of the Bankai the man was using, and the result was nothing short than a downpour of fire. He could feel his body being burnt away as each arrow landed, the ground boiling and melting all around him, but he didn't feel any of the pain. He simply swung his hand up and let the magic he unleashed blast away one of the volleys. Unlike the slashes, they didn't possess anywhere close to the power needed to slice through his own attacks. It seemed though that even all of this was a smokescreen for Waiwak to move in closer, grabbing him once again by the throat and slamming him back against something. He could feel a familiar magic against one of his palms before he realized he was being pressed against the very barrier that was shielding the others. For someone who can't see the future anymore, it seems you can still control your enemies quite a lot if you brute force it. You've got me. So? What's your next move? Your power. Lumen Histo Ire, mine. Mine. He could feel the effects of a familiar magic, tugging at his own power and trying to snatch it away. And it made him sigh. So this is your final play, is it? You want to steal away the very power of Lumen Histo Ire. But even if you could, you would have barely enough magic to go back a few minutes by the time you are done. Or do you intend to steal my magical power too? If so, sorry, but I don't intend to offer you a chance to try. Switching focus to the barrier behind him, he grabbed a section of it and let it open it, the wall that he had been pressed against vanishing suddenly. The result had him being pressed through the gap, and before Waiwak could pull away in time he shut the barrier once more with a snap, severing the man's left hand and leaving it within the barrier with himself. He gave it a brief kick as he got his footing back properly, enjoying the sight of it not being reformed on Waiwak when the man healed. You really thought I wouldn't be taking measures already to limit your healing? The edge of this barrier is like the edge of my knife. That which is cut will stay cut until it heals. No time magic shenanigans will change that, but please feel free to try as much as you want. He paused for a moment, seeing the scathing look Waiwak was giving him but realizing it hadn't changed with any of his words. Ah, you can't hear me. Suppose the barrier does make it harder, doesn't it? But go on, hit it as much as you want. It won't dash. He paused in shock as Waiwak swung down at the barrier, and the sensation of countless timelines being merged into this one was unmissable. It was even more so when he saw the barrier begin to crack, flames leaking the gaps. How many futures were behind that attack to actual damage the barrier? He supposed opening it like he had would have reduced its structural integrity somewhat, but this kind of damage was still worrying. This barrier was to keep everyone safe while he fought. He could not afford to let Waiwak near it though if it was no longer as secure as he liked. As Waiwak raised his sword once again, the barrier opened up once more and he shot out, intercepting the second strike by catching the man's wrist and holding it in place. Then, with his own hand, he clenched it into a fist and swung up, slamming it straight into Waiwak's chest and sending him flying backwards as his grip on the wrist broke. With a swipe to the side he let the energy making up his body heal away the damage done by the flames and quickly made chase after Waiwak, knowing that the man would not be down for long. It seemed though that even rushing had been unnecessary. Waiwak was struggling back to his feet, far from the gracefulness he had shown in past encounters. The rate that he was healing it was slowing down massively. The flames that had once been limited to one side of the man's body were spreading further, while the power of the Volstandig was coating areas of dead flesh on the other side. It might look like it was trying to form a unison of some kind, but all it was doing was hastening the man's demise. Just stop it already. This is just sad. Not yet. I can still win. No, you can't. This isn't about winning or losing. What, are you upset you can't create your precious empire again? That you can't wreck 400 years of history all for your precious ego? Waiwak didn't take too kindly to his words, lashing out with the sword in his remaining hand and unleashing a wave of flames that would have caught him if he hadn't moved out of their path sharply, shooting forward while Waiwak's arm was overextended from his swing. Waiwak didn't appear to want him to have an easy time of it, the power of the Almighty forcing Waiwaka's arm back as a future where the sword hadn't been swung came into their reality. But even if it was there to block his strike, it didn't stop him from unleashing the energy that made up his blade and sending Waiwak skidding back along the ground. Sighing, he slowly followed after the man, keeping a close eye on him as he struggled to get back up. What did you think would happen? That you would create some kind of utopia? That everything would go happily ever after? News flash, it fell apart even under your rule. It may have dismantled itself after your death, but you lead your people in a war against the Shinigami. That you must have glimpsed. What? Did you realize too late to prevent it? Or was it simply how things had to be, and that no even the countless futures you could see could help you prevent that? Be quiet. No. Do my words hurt? I hope so. They are meant to. Baragan went to war for pure vengeance. Zeref had a mixture of goals that he wanted to achieve and an axe he wanted to grind with me. But I'm pretty confident those two understood the gravity that this war represented. They just weren't as concerned with the loss of life. But understanding what your goal is, did you see any of these casualties as real? He scoffed as he saw some of the eyes Waiwak had on his body glaring up at him. So I hit it on the head, huh? No matter how much is lost, no matter how sad it might be, it's all for the purpose of creating a so-called brighter future, and in doing so it will wipe away everything that was lost to make it. Changing the past will always destroy the future. You know that. I do, he admitted, kneeling down beside Waiwak for a moment. So I'm quite glad this power ended up in my hands instead of yours. Ichigo here, he's kind of like you when it comes to how desperately he might pursue something. Yet he had enough to sense to reach this cliff edge and know that jumping off it won't do any good. You though? Well, so long as you believe there to be a prize at the bottom, I'm sure you wouldn't even hesitate. Though being technical here, you are probably more the type to push someone off first to make sure it's safe and then follow after then. Enough. Waiwak roared, lunging out with his sword and almost stabbing it through his head. His arm even shifted as multiple futures came into reality, but it made little difference when all that happened was Waiwaka's hand shifted places with a broken hilt, the rest of the blade held within a small barrier of golden light. Predictable, he muttered, patting the barrier to one side and letting it take the majority of Waiwaka's blade away from them. And with that, the last of your blades is broken. You can try and manifest this Bankai's power through another, but will it be able to maintain itself in the same way this one could? He shook his head and got back to his feet, turning his back to Waiwak as he began to walk away. I doubt it. It's over. Accept it. Never. Waiwak roared out, struggling to his feet. He threw his head back to look at the Quincy for a moment, noticing blood trickling out of the man's mouth as the flames in Volstandig tried to spread their influence further. It seemed in Waiwaka's desperation, he was pushing it all to its limit in the hopes to gain something out of this. But what can you even gain? He muttered, a blade of dark energy slowly forming in his right hand. Bit by bit he poured his strength into it, making sure to create the distance he wanted so that his body wasn't constantly having to regenerate as the flames lashed out. Bladeless with one arm, your strength slowly killing you, it's over. But you still struggle on regardless, chasing after your goal without care for your own life. It might be somewhat admirable if it wasn't built upon such a horrible foundation. This is not how it ends. I will reach the past. I will. I will. The future, the past, all shall be, as I decree. Waiwak lunged forward, flames expanding as they abandoned any attempt at remaining close to the skin like a second skin and instead just lashed out at everything within a few meters, leaving nothing behind. The world itself kept warping, countless futures changing the present and filling the space with dozens of projectiles and magic, all showing the telltale signs of a last-ditch effort. So this final attack was the combined efforts of all them, he reckoned. The past, Waiwak roared out, stretching forward with his right hand, the present, and the future. None of it will interfere. For the sake of peace, I will do whatever is needed. Finally something we can agree on, he said as he turned round, swinging his arm up and letting the energy pour forth. Mujutsu. Bringing his arm down one final time, he didn't hold back anything this time. This was all Waiwak had left. There was nothing else to fear. No tricks to be wary of, no traps to be caught by, and even if there had been, he had seen the limits of Waiwak against him. So with one final attack he brought night to the land before him, the single slash unleashing so much energy that all anyone could see ahead of him was darkness. The magic that had been brought to bear against him, the flames that were trying to burn away his attack, all of it was smothered by the sheer density of the magical power unleashed. Goodbye Waiwak. You can go back to sleep, and this time you don't need to wake up again. And as the darkness began to clear, all that was left was a dying flame, quickly being blown at by the wind. Waiwak was no more. It was over. It was finally over. Protector of the fairies. The man named Getchuga. Running past trees, Laxus stopped briefly only when he felt the tapping on his shoulders speed up in urgency. He paused in his stride, carefully looking up at Levi as she gripped onto his back for dear life. Sorry, he muttered, realized he had been running too fast again. You all right? I'm fine, she shot back, and to her credit she wasn't showing any signs of discomfort. But she had taken a long time to wake up. Her injuries, while no longer threatening in any way thanks to Wendy, were probably still sore. But he had been impatient, same as her, and really a bit of pain was something Levi had decided to handle if it meant Wendy had more magic freely available to heal those who needed it right now. Still, it probably wasn't too comfortable riding on his back at high speeds, or at least not as comfortable as it might have been when he was purely human. We're close now. I recognize the area. Glad I wasn't the only one. He took off once again, making sure he was going slower this time so to not cause her any unnecessary pain when he inevitably had to jump over roots or take sharp turns in his haste. Honestly, this wouldn't have been so much trouble if Ichigo had just stayed where he was. He had seen the attack from the distance, recognizing it for one only he had the magic power to pull off, and arriving at the scene of the crime had shown there to be nothing left of Waiwak. Not that there had been too much doubt of it though. None of them had been able to sense the man's magical power anymore after that attack, but he had wanted to be sure in case it had been due to him suppressing it in attempting to flee. Ichigo though, he had gotten a brief glimpse of him, both before they were told to fall back and after when he arrived at the scene of destruction. The form was strange, the feel of his power was different, but it was still him. Standing in an area totally void of anything else, with what looked like a chunk sliced out of the land across where the attack had been fired, had been him. And for a moment their eyes had met and he had tried to say something. And then Ichigo had the audacity to just up and vanish in that moment. With not even a word, not even a sound, he had simply sped away faster than he could react to, leaving only dust in his wake. He had wanted to give chase then and there, and almost did. But how long would that have taken? He hadn't had a chance to go back and check on everyone since he started fighting Waiwak again for that last push. Even when told to fall back, he had stayed as close as he could to watch in case he needed to act and was given the chance. He had to make sure everyone was still alright. So reluctantly he had gone the opposite way, doing his best to at least keep an eye on the magical power he could sense from Ichigo. It was hard to actually pinpoint him with how much energy he was giving off currently. He could be standing right next to him and he might not notice with how much it was disrupting his attempts to locate him, but it at least meant that he was somewhere close by. Checking on other mages, helping out where he could, shifting rubble away to help create safer areas for people to rest in and begin some attempts of reconstruction, even if just temporary, and constantly checking on those of his guild that were in the worst conditions. None had died, but then that had never been a result of their own power. It was because Waiwak had simply wanted to prove a point on how little most of them could even do against him. Even now it frustrated him. How after everything they had thrown at him, it had still not been enough. But if it meant that everyone had survived in the end, he could accept such a result. With this, he could only hope that the war would finally come to a complete end. Of course once things had started to settle down, and when Levi had woken up, he had finally had the time again to go after Ichigo. He had done what he could for the moment and some of the others had insisted he take a break anyway, and Levi had been a bit impatient herself. Twice he caught her trying to sneak away, using makeshift crutches from words that she really shouldn't be using her magic for in her state. But he had understood the urgency as time passed. Perhaps she had sensed it first, or was just better at noticing the subtle changes, but as time had passed, the scope of Ichigo's magical power had begun to shrink. Neither knew whether this had been a good or a bad thing, but if it was the latter, then they could not afford to waste any more time. Following the energy until it became too unreadable had led them in the direction of the forest, and from there they had no longer needed to focus on tracking his magical power, even if it wouldn't have helped. There was only one place of relevance in this forest that mattered to Ichigo, and one he would surely know that they could find. Finally, as he pulled past familiar trees and entered a familiar clearing, he saw a sight that he hadn't seen in a long time now. Their old home. It had seen better days. No one had lived there in over 7 years. But it was still a familiar sight to him. Carefully letting Levi down off his back, they both approached it slowly, carefully looking for any signs that their friend was here. The door was left slightly ajar, but that could easily have been from a random stranger having broken in here over the years. The stairs creaked as he approached, carefully pulling it open and taking his first step into the familiar abode. And then there he was, sitting at the edge of the room, back placed against the wall, with a book in his hand. There were a lot of books out now that he noticed, his eyes briefly drifting towards Levi's room and seeing the door open, with a dozen books having fallen out across the floor. One glance towards Levi showed she was visibly having to resist going to try and fix the mess to make sure the books weren't damaged. Probably for the best. There was no knowing how many might have been, what with how many she had stored all over the place. Focusing on his friend though, he could see the man look up from the book he was holding, golden eyes staring them down as he carefully closed the book and placed it to one side. Seeing him properly now, he still found the form he was looking at odd. Black hair, especially this long, didn't really suit Ichigo as much as his shorter orange hair did. But then it would be hard for anyone to tell this was Ichigo at a glance. "Sorry," was the first word Ichigo said to them, his eyes flickering to the book briefly. "I needed a bit of time to myself. I was looking around some of the rooms and... Well, Levi, you should know better than to pile them to the ceiling. I just opened the door and a dozen piles collapsed." "What, was the door the only thing keeping them stable?" "No, that's not what I should be sorry about," Ichigo added, pressing the palm of one of his hands against his head in frustration. "I should have stayed. I know you wanted to say something to me. But my mind. I wanted clarity. I couldn't make sense of anything. It wasn't the right time to talk." "It's fine," he said, walking over and slotting himself down on the floor. Levi joined him, taking a bit longer as she carefully stepped around some of the books, before using the wall next to Ichigo to rest against, turning her head enough so she could still see him clearly. "I could have chased you at that moment. But I figured if you chose to run at that moment, it was probably for a reason." "Well, that and I probably wouldn't have caught up to you," he joked. "Probably not," Ichigo said back with a smile, letting out a small sigh. "You seem worried. At least I think you do. I recognize those looks." "I would think you would by this point," Levi joked herself, though as he glanced at her he noticed she was watching Ichigo very closely. "But you're being literal, aren't you? You recognize it, not remember it." I don't know how best to explain it. Or rather I do, but..." Groaning in frustration, Ichigo ran his hands down his face. "Perhaps it is best to say it. My memories are jumbled. They're there, though there's so many of them. From different perspectives, and with so many different emotions attached. I should understand them all, and to a degree I do. But some of these memories are Ichigo's, some of them are of those that are a part of him, whether from some spirit or from ones he copied from others, and some of them are Mavis. And I'm Getsuga." "You're confused," Ichigo added after a moment. Had it been that obvious, he wondered? Getsuga? That was the name of an attack, or rather half the name of one anyway. I suppose I should start at the beginning. The moment Ichigo died, he was lost. His soul shattered, entirely gone. At least it should have been. But it was still bound to the world, by faint strings that would only grow weaker over time. The bond that linked him to Mavis, the remnants left behind in the form of his Zanpakuto, even together it would all still not be enough. Not until Ziraf stepped in. Ziraf helped. He asked in disbelief. Levi looked equally as bewildered. The idea that Ziraf would help Ichigo of all people was, quite frankly, delusional. So how? I'm not sure completely myself if it was intentional on Ichigo's part, Ichigo, or rather Getsuga, stated. He was reaching the end of his life. He had the power to kill Zeref. And he merely took away his immortality instead, offering him a chance to live his life unbound by his curse. That was the last act of Ichigo Kurosaka before he perished. One of either kindness, or manipulation. Perhaps even both, Getsuga mused, considering the idea carefully. Regardless of his overall intention, the memories of back then are difficult to understand as it is with how much he was shattering at that point. He died leaving Zeref in his debt. Mavis at least understood that clearly enough. And for someone like Zeref, who hated Ichigo so much, being saved by him was probably the one thing he could never stand for. Pausing for a moment, Getsuga glanced up at the ceiling as he appeared to muse over his thoughts. You know, it's hard to understand why Zeref hates Ichigo so much. I don't really hate Zeref myself, so it's hard to visual what it's like in turn. But then there is a lot of confliction in these memories. Ichigo hated and pitied him. Mavis's feelings were a lot more complicated, changing so much over time. It's honestly easier to understand the hatred when it's shared, when all I have to go off is memories, because at least I can comprehend the rage felt towards someone like Baragan. But for Zeref, someone I only saw briefly with these eyes, it's hard to fully understand. But I digress, Getsuga added after another moment. Zeref, driven by whatever drives him to act, couldn't stand the way things ended. To live his life in debt to Ichigo for all the decades to come? He was free from one curse but bound by another. But that was one he could free himself from. All he had to do was pay the debt back. The tools already existed. Mavis for the strong bond and connection to seek out the shattered parts of Ichigo's soul, the Zanpakuta to act as the tools for boosting that bond and for acting as reference points to it, and his power to give life to entities. You're not a demon though, Levi stated simply, looking up and down Getsuga carefully as if to find evidence that she was wrong. The demons we've seen and faced, they all feel different. Even Grey is no exception to that. Becoming a demon changes you fundamentally, but while you feel different than before, you don't feel like they do. Your magical power, it's more like an amalgamation. Getsuga asked. I suppose that's right. You see, Mavis wasn't just the strongest link to the soul. She was also the foundation to help bring it back. Getsuga paused for a moment, as if to let it sink in for them, before he continued. She knew Ichigo's soul as well as his Zanpakuta spirits did. She had been bound to it for so long, it was only natural that she understood it. And with how obsessive she was, there was no way there would be a part of it that she did not know. She could gather it all up, but that alone merely gives you a pile of shards. Even if you slot it all back together, it's pointless without healing the cracks. And because of that, Zeref helped. Yes. Rather than binding a soul to a demon, he changed the process so that it used Mavis herself. In order to help Ichigo's soul heal, she became part of the foundation to do so, to help him in that way as he once did for her, though on a very different scale this time around, as you might imagine. And, as you can probably tell from me sitting here, it worked. But we saw you as you normally are earlier, he added as he stared at Getsuga in confusion, ignoring the confused look Levi shot him too. Ah yeah, he hadn't mentioned too much of that, had he? Though he supposed both had been too focused on meeting Ichigo, so it slipped his mind. Both you and Mavis existed as separate entities. Though Ichigo was unstable. Getsuga laughed slightly. I suppose that is true. They were both me to start with. I should have finished off Wywak in the chances I had. I should have done that. But I was a bit too arrogant. I played with him. I took my time, I didn't feel like I was rushed, but I failed to realize that something was wrong. Before I knew it, I was gone and they were back. But it was too early. I had been expended too much energy without proper care, and it destabilized myself at a time where I needed to stay composed in order to finish the work Zeref had done in the first place. And because I split apart at that moment, Ichigo was left in an incomplete state. Most wounds might have done nothing to him, but that was because at that moment he was pure magic that was binding a soul to the living world in a false body. And naturally, fighting Wywak meant using up that magic containing him. But you at least know some of this, Laxus. That is why you and all the others present were fighting so hard to give him an opportunity to come in contact with Mavis once again. And shortly after that you had us retreat. Getchuga nodded. It was right before that, which is what finished the process. I was named. Before that point. Well, I don't know what I was. I guess I was perhaps a blob of memories and will that was drifting among an immense amount of magic. But once Ichibe named me, I became something else. I became myself. I became Getchuga. Can you? He sighed for a moment, knowing this was going to sound rude to all hell but wanting to know the answer anyway. Can you turn back into him? Or is this how you will always be? If I was to tell you that I would always be like this, what would you do? I'd adapt, he simply said honestly. The fact you are alive is a miracle I thought we wouldn't be granted. No matter what form you are in, there isn't any doubt in my mind that we will still be friends. I would stake my own life on it if need be. Is that so? Muttered Getchuga, glancing towards Levi. And you? Is that a question that even needs answering? She responded with a smile. Of course we'd still be friends. Even if we have to build everything back up from scratch. I see. That's nice to know, Getchuga muttered, closing his eyes briefly as he leaned his head back against the wall and smiled. I can. You can what? Exactly what Laxus asked. I can turn back. What? Then why talk so dramatically as if you couldn't? Because I was curious, Getchuga replied simply as he opened his eyes again to look at them both. I simply wanted to know, I guess. See how you might treat me if faced with such news. I won't get many chances like that again, I reckon. Getchuga glanced at him momentarily, seeing the look he was sure he was undoubtedly giving Getchuga, and simply smiled again. Whether I like it or not, I'm splitting apart. But you said before that I split because I became unstable. I know. I've maintained the form for longer than I did then, but this time it's not a matter of expending too much power. Rather it's because this power is slowly but surely forcing itself apart once again, creating two solid containers for it. One for Mavis, one for Ichigo. There won't be a danger of him running off pure magic alone this time if you're worried, or at least I assume that's the case. I honestly couldn't tell you beyond some educated guesses based on Mavis's memories. The end result is the same though. I'll vanish in exchange for the two of them. Does that bother you? Considering you have all their memories. He didn't know how best to ask any of this, especially when the man before him was saying all of this so calmly. You'll die. I thought you wanted to see Ichigo. That's not what I mean and you know it. I know, Getchuga said softly. I think it's easy to accept. Perhaps this is what that Aaron Carr felt. The one named Stark, I was told that he split himself into two. The original did that willingly, and must have accepted becoming two others. In that same vein, I accept becoming Ichigo and Mavis once more. My existence is only a temporary one. Perhaps I will exist again if they need me. Perhaps I won't. But I'll still exist in some form, because it is only through them that I can ever exist. In which case, we'll say this before you're gone, Levi stated, pushing herself closer before catching Getchuga by surprise as she wrapped her arms around him tightly. Thank you for saving us. For saving everyone. Without you, we would all be dead. Ah, say it like that and I'm going to get a big head, Getchuga muttered in embarrassment as she slowly released him, setting herself carefully back down. Why Whack was going to come after me anyway, that was a fact so long as part of my makeup was lumen histo ire, so Just accept our thanks, he cut in, moving forward and pulling his friend into a hug of his own. You probably don't have long left to do so. No, I don't, Getchuga admitted. I probably could have held out for another hour or so but I've got enough to satisfy me. I can be happy with that. As if he was merely letting go of something, Getchuga let out a sigh and no sooner had he done so had his entire body began to break apart slowly, pieces drifting off. If you don't mind though, would you do me a favor? What is it? The next time the world is in trouble. Well, those cases are fine. But if you can solve the problem without my help, without Ichigo's help, please do that. That's your will, isn't it, not his? Yeah. But I say that as someone who both has his memories and can witness all he has done, all he has experienced, and can see it from the perspective of an outsider. If there is a problem, Ichigo will help if you ask him to. And he'll never show it, but he'll probably never be able to take it. I think he's had enough fighting for a lifetime. He's given enough. I think it's time for him to start enjoying life again. So make sure he can, alright. You have our word. I know I can trust that, Getsuga said back simply. It has been interesting seeing everything through these eyes. And one day I will again. But for now, I guess I can simply rest. Getsuga closed his eyes as the last of his body broke apart, the energy that had been unleashed gathering into two distinct piles, one larger than the other, as two new but familiar shapes rapidly formed. And this time he knew it was real at the sight of orange hair. Welcome back, he stated softly as the form of Ichigo that he was familiar with fell forward slightly as he fully materialized, Mavis struggling to keep her balance too as she found herself almost tripping over her own feet. You have a nice nap, Ichigo. It was unique, I'll give it that, replied the version of Ichigo he was familiar with, the man glancing up and down himself a few times, pulling at his clothes and stretching out his body a bit. I feel better now though. I wasn't sure what I'd be like near the end. You're home though. Whatever form you would have been, we're just glad to have you back. Protector of the fairies. You're quite quiet, Ishine stated, taking a small puff of the cigarette hanging between his fingers. He took his eyes off the horizon for a moment to glance at his friend, Ryukin barely acknowledging him as the man continued to stare at the destroyed remains of much of Magnolia. You not going to say anything? You've waited for this moment for a long time, right? I have, Ryukin admitted after a few more moments of silence. And, to be perfectly frank, I did not ever imagine seeing this day. I hope that doesn't mean you had planned to die. Not at all. But as much as I wanted to believe in victory. Ishine sighed, letting the cigarette fall away after one last puff from it. I think I understand. Hearing about Waiwak, and then later seeing what he was capable of, and then knowing he was still stronger than that, it makes it hard to imagine what comes afterwards. Because even if you plan it all out, down to the last detail, a part of you still thinks it won't be enough. It won't let you imagine the days to follow. And we are sure this isn't an illusion of some kind? That this peace isn't a trick of his? Ask questions like that and you'll never find peace. It's over, Ryukin. And I hope you'll take that to heart. I know, came the man's stoic response. With this, Connie's death has finally been avenged. As has Masaka's. With this, I can finally leave this business behind and focus on matters that truly matter. You'll be returning back to your clinic then? He asked, watching Ryukin slightly as the man began to turn away to leave. You don't have to rush away so quickly. At least go see your son before you leave. Urayu is fine. He's been fine for many years, and he doesn't need me checking in on him. I can tell everything that I need to know from here, and if he needs anything he can always find me. But right now I have work that must be done. The war is ending, but there are still lives that can be saved. Ryukin paused briefly as the man glanced back at him. What about yourself? You aren't bound anymore to the Magic Council, either through duty or threat. So what is next for you? I honestly don't know, he replied back, glancing at the city and the efforts ongoing to repair it. But this place isn't the only example of chaos out there. Just because the war ends, it doesn't mean everything immediately returns to normal. We've been making do with the War Council, but once we return to peace the time for that will end. A new Magic Council will need to be implemented, and new policies and organizations may spring up from that. Our relationship with Alvarez will be tense too. So for the short term, I'll stick it out. Make sure everything is fine. And then I'll leave. Finally enjoy the retirement from that place I started what feels like a lifetime ago. I see. Then reach out to me if you need me. Otherwise farewell for now. Before he even got another word in, Ryukin had vanished, disappearing off to whatever place needed him more right now, he supposed. For a man that didn't like magic, it bothered him how easily it came to Ryukin. But the man wasn't ever shy about his thoughts on it. To Ryukin, Magic was merely another tool he used to save lives as a doctor. If not for the fact some of the techniques were useful in his operations, he wasn't sure if Ryukin would have even bothered mastering it all. But when there was someone useful to obtain or learn, Ryukin wouldn't cut any corners. He was that kind of man. Hopefully Uriah did see that, no matter how strained the relationship was between that father and son. Ryukin never seemed like a very warm person, but that never meant he didn't care. Speaking of family, he should hurry to locate his own. Ichigo had disappeared off somewhere, and he wanted to hunt him down before anyone else. Knowing his only son was alive again, it was something he had never thought possible. The fact he had lost Ichigo once was already a shame. He knew would never leave him, that he had outlived one of his children, but he could at least smile knowing that he had him back. As for Karen, he hoped she was doing okay. He could sense her, so he wasn't as worried, but it would always be a nagging doubt in his mind after a battle like this. Though as things currently stood, the one he was most worried about was Yuzu. He wished he could see her now too, but it would take time to return to the camp she was resting in. He would have to do so soon, to let her know what had happened and that it was all over, but he could do so after confirming the safety of her siblings. It really is over, Hamasake, he muttered softly to himself. He didn't know what state her soul would be in if he ever saw her again once he died. He hoped it would be able to recover outside of Waiwaka's grasp. Time would tell. But at least finally the actions of that man could no longer influence his family's lives. Peace might not last. He knew from his profession how power and greed could consume people and lead them to commit horrible deeds. But he hoped this long war would keep that kind of darkness at bay for a long time. That the memory of it serve a greater purpose than it merely being the actions of the worst kind of men. Protector of the fairies. Wakey wakey, rise and shine. You don't need to say anything. It's doubtful he can hear you. Will the two of you shut up already? The idiot needs his rest. Familiar voices slowly began to reach the ears of Aoesu, voices he hadn't expected to hear again. Straining one eye open, he managed to briefly glimpse a rare smile from Mera, pure joy and relief on her face at the sight of any movement from him, before she quickly hid it away under fake annoyance. As if pretending that she didn't care he was fine. Ha! As if he couldn't see the relief and joy under that expression. She never was good at being honest with herself. Beside her his old friends were less caring about hiding their true feelings. Ichibe had a wide smile across his face, his arms folded and hidden beneath long sleeves, while Warad was letting out a joyful laugh. I feel, not dead. That's pretty good, right? You were lucky, Warad said, and he could notice if he strained his eyes that Warad was doing something with some plants. Here, eat this. It'll help speed up your recovery. It's not bitter, is it? He asked, complying all the same. He honestly felt a lot better than he should be feeling, and he could probably thank Warad for that. Plenty of plants had medical properties, and with magic like his Warad could easily pull those properties out to the surface, use them to their fullest, and keep him away from death's door. Yuck. Still as terrible as always. I don't know how you can eat stuff like this on a regular basis. Hush now. I don't want you moving around too much. When I found you, you were near death. The burns alone were severe, and it's going to take a long time for them to heal, even with magic. I've done the best I can, but dash. Look, I don't care about how I look much, Aoesu shot back, throwing up a smile to reassure his friend. I'm just a man whose only talent is making blades. And considering I'm now living to see another day, I'm looking forward to just wasting away a few more years making some. He paused briefly, a sudden thought crossing his mind. Wait, we're not immortal now. I wonder if I'll be able to make a better blade because of that. They say great progress comes when one knows their own mortality. Who says that? I don't know. Me? If no one has said it yet, it'll claim it. Letting out a small laugh, it turned quickly into a groan when his body responded in pain to his attempts to move it too much. Ow. Starting to see what you meant about staying still. We'll see how long you'll listen. I don't expect much, to be honest, though do wait until I'm gone before trying anything too strenuous. Like walking. In fact, Mera, you should probably carry him around for a while. Keep him in check too. Personally, I'd recommend slinging him over one shoulder. What? Mara, you wouldn't, would you? His eyes quickly sought out his Zanpakuta spirit, but she only shot him an amusing grin in turn. Sighing, he let the matter drop, tilting his head a bit and fighting some of the pain as he managed to get a glimpse of the city of Magnolia in the distance. It was standing. That was probably the best he could say about it if he was being honest. The place was an absolute wreck. Large chunks of the nearby forests were missing, over half the city was in pieces, and in some areas it looked like nothing was left at all. I don't sense whack. You shouldn't, Ichibe said. Against all the odds, we won. Whack is dead. That's good. Some of the last things he said to me was about how we'd gotten his power wrong. How he wanted hope so he could crush it. He almost did. We were very lucky. I can tell. I was honestly expecting half the city to be gone. To see anything standing is, well. So, who did the Quincy King in? That honor belongs to Ichigo. Ah, not bad. He paused for a moment, replaying the name over a few times as he made sure he hadn't heard it incorrectly. His face obviously showed his confusion, Ichibe taking pity on him and explaining before he needed to ask. Ichigo was revived. A combination of Zeref, Mavis, and some Zanpakuta pieces if I have all the details correct. Anchor points, huh? You catch on quick. Because I can see what they've done, at least in regards to the blades. Not too often one uses the concept of the blade as the wielder and takes it to the extreme. Excuse some of us for not realizing that's a literally thing your swords can make possible, he heard Warod mutter, his eyes glancing back towards the man as the man half started a rant on how broken some of his swords ended up being with their powers and premises. How about you anyway? How did you get back to Magnolia? You were in Alakatasia. Surely you couldn't have kept pace with Waiwak to reach here. No, that I could not do, Warod admitted. I had a ride back. A ride. Aoesu followed Warod's gaze, properly noticing the giant form of a man in the distance. Ah, forgot he was around. After Hibarian sent us. He paused, remembering their fallen comrade for a moment. Later on he'd have to properly honor him for his sacrifice. He risked everything for them. Well, after he got Ichibe and I out we didn't have time to think on anything but preparing for Waiwaka's arrival. And even that went as well as you'd expect. It matters little now. The battle is over. And with it, our purpose. 2 problems from over 400 years ago plus the greatest problem that hide for an eternity that we were all recruited to fight, all finally dealt with. So we're officially retired is what you're saying? I don't mind that. Neither do I, Ichibe replied with a smile. Thousands of years watching the world, knowing I would likely outlive everyone and everything around me. I've seen civilizations rise and fall, wars fought for petty reasons, and great celebrations be born for heroes of legends. But I don't think I've been a part of this world since my time was stopped and I became eternal. I think I'm going to enjoy however many years I have left. I just wish it was more clear-cut for me, Warod said snarky at them. You two are lucky, you have human bodies. How long does a half-human half-plant hybrid live for? I'm part tree, so am I going to still live as long as one? Or do I only have months or years left before the human part of me gives out? The man let out a long sigh, before somberly adding, whatever the case though, I suppose I'm fine with it. Outliving my friends was never something I wanted, and not for this long. Being able to see Mavis again made it worth it, but I am old. Certainly not as old as you two, but as a human still attached to this world, I am tired. I wonder how Precht felt about this when he prolonged his own life. Perhaps it is worth asking and catching up over these next few years. I doubt I'll approve of much of what he's done, but an old friend is still an old friend. Keep him out of trouble, won't you? The world doesn't need medmen like him running free. But that's not our job to worry about, Ichibe said, and Aoesu had to strain his head back to see Ichibe staring out at Magnolia. That will be their job. And then it will be the job of those that follow them. It's time for the past to fully come to an end, so that those living in this age can look towards the future proudly. No matter what follows, it's up to them now. They've proved they can handle it by any means. Protector of the Fairies. It wasn't until early the following morning that he finally found himself almost entirely alone. He had been dragged back to the remains of Magnolia, chatting with old friends long into the night as they celebrated the end of the dreadful war. They'd heard from those in talks with August that the remaining forces of Alvarez were in full retreat, that peace was being signed as they speak. With that one action, the last of the four armies was finally gone. Things might not be fully stable for a while. The demons had been wiped out entirely, unwilling to accept the idea of something like losses when it came to their commands to fight, and the Quincy army had been nothing more than the illusionary force of a single entity. The only force that remained in any capacity was the Hollows, and only because they have some sense of self-preservation. While most Hollows had been slain, many had scattered into the desert of Hueco Mundo when it became evident that they were going to lose. There would have to be a careful watch kept on those lands for some time, to keep the Hollows contained, but even if they gained some kind of leadership they'd never reach the threat they were under Barragan again. It was like a weight had finally been lifted from his shoulders. One that had tied him down for so long. He could stop, rest, and not worry about the next threat on a list that had to be dealt with. No more worries on what Ziref's next plan to target him would be. No need to fear on what long-running plan Barragan had in mind. No need to consider whether his own strength would be enough to counter Wywak. There was none of that left now. But that also meant he had a lot of apologizes to make. Starting with the girl sitting beside him and leaning against him. Mavis hadn't left his side since they reverted back to themselves from Getchuga. She would barely release her grip on him at times, and even now she had part of his sleeve in a death grip. When that hadn't been possible, she'd flung herself onto his back like she normally did and almost shocked him with how tight her grip was around his neck. He knew why. And while she wasn't saying it, he remembered too well how their last meeting went before he died. It ended with her crying and him breaking an important promise. A promise to never leave her, one that she saw as her dying with him if the worst was to happen. It hadn't been something he couldn't accept. He had been walking off to certain death, but he hadn't wanted to drag down anyone else with him. And he knew that would have been the case if she had been there. As vast as her ability to hold magic was, she would not have been able to shield it from Mimi Heiji. It still would have been stored in a physical container, not a spiritual one. But she would have tried, would have wanted him to share the burden once it was safe to do so. But doing so would have killed her too. It had killed him, because it was too much magic for one person to hold. Even her, with the capacity to hold so much magic it was seen as limitless, would have an upper limit. And it would always fall short of the full capacity of magic itself. The safest place for her had been in the vault, a space so saturated in time magic that it would keep her in and away from the battle, and that even when face neutralized the magic it would still keep her powerless for long enough for her to be unable to interfere and die with him. Yet now he was here, alive all because of her efforts and inability to accept his passing. And she had yet to say a single word about what went down earlier, instead letting her actions show it instead. She didn't want to be parted from him again. About back then, he started unsurely, getting a small reaction from her as he felt her tilt her head towards him slightly. At the vault. "I'm sorry. I shouldn't have separated us like that." "You're right, you shouldn't have." He could make excuses if he wanted. Explain it away. But she knew any justification he would make and he didn't want to try and deflect his guilt like that just to feel better. "I ignored your wishes, because I prioritized my own. I won't regret my actions but I regret that I had to do it, that I had to trample over your feelings, and that I left you with what you feared the most. I'm sorry I did that, and I'm sorry I died." Mavis was silent for a moment at that, but he could feel her tighten her grip on him. Then finally she spoke, slowly as she dredged up painful memories. "All I thought about in that vault was a desperate need to escape. It was painful. I could sense nothing outside of those walls. I couldn't break free. All I could hope to do was unleash as much power as I could manage and pray it would break the seal in time." And then face hit. She hesitated at that, and he could feel her shake a bit at his side. "I knew it was too late at that point. At that point in time the barrier was gone. Wiped out by magical barrier particles. It even affected me, sapping me of my energy. But I had enough to break free at that point if I wished. As powerful as Face is, I have far too much energy for it to negate entirely in one go. But there was no point to it. Even if I hadn't wanted to admit it, I could feel what happened to you through our bond. I could feel the shards that were once whole, and I knew that anything I did at that point was too late. So I just sat there, lost and alone, crying in despair. When magic returned, she added, I tried to trick myself into ignoring reality. If magic was back, maybe you were. I didn't want to accept that you might be dead. No, I think I refused to. I frightened Laxus for a bit in some of my delusions. He's a good friend, you know. He stopped me from going to the surface in that state, because I'm sure I would have killed someone with my presence with all the magical power I was releasing. He helped drag me back to reality, but there was one thing I couldn't accept. That he said you were dead. Logically he was right. Mavis raised her free hand slightly before bringing it to his face, letting it hover over his eye that he had sacrificed to strengthen their bond. Your body was gone, your soul shattered. But so long as even a fragment of the bond remained, I couldn't accept your death as reality. So long as we were still linked, even if by a tiny thread, I couldn't accept that you were gone. But I could do nothing to help. Just because I knew you were still there, I didn't mean I knew how to fix things. And then Ziraf showed up. Yeah. For a man who has caused so much pain, he's always been kind in my mind, she stated quietly. He's cruel, he's harsh, he's selfish, but over half my interactions with him have shown him as the Ziraf more similar to those of the past, just a bit more jaded than then. And I know he didn't do this out of kindness for you, I don't think he could ever do something like that, but he did help me. Maybe out of guilt, maybe out of a debt, I honestly don't care why he did it. I was happy to accept his help regardless, since the act of bringing back one who is lost is something he knows all too well. He provided the tools, I provided the guidance, and, well, I got you back. In a weird way at first. When we were Getchuga, he assumed. That form was strange. I know everything that went down like that, and the fact I wasn't who I am now should bother me. But it didn't feel wrong at that time, and it doesn't feel wrong now. That's because we still are Getchuga, Mavis stated. I was feeling the same in that state. Even separated, we could still reform Getchuga if we so wish. If anything, I doubt we can unleash either of our full strength outside of that state, or perhaps it's only in that state that we can achieve the full potential both of us can offer together. She paused for another moment, bringing her hand back down and looking at it a bit. I think that's also why I can deal with that pain. You betrayed me. But I understand why. It wasn't out of malice, but it still hurt. But if this is the result, I'm not opposed to it. You realize that the existence of Getchuga means we're more one entity than two now. And that's fine, she shot back. Zara and the Celestial Spirit King, their bond is strong, but she's the perfect example of being forcefully separated from her partner. She waited so long to be reunited with him, and she was prepared to get her hands dirty to be reunited. And she did so in Crocus. Nabera and Wendy, meanwhile, they can't be separated any further. Where the body ends and Lacrima begins aren't interchangeable anymore due to Nabera's actions to save her, so they will never have to worry about being apart. I'm still worried on how that might affect her. I was envious of it, you know, she countered. But unlike him, my Lacrima was not a small physical item but an entire body. I would always leave a physical presence in the world, so I'd never be bound like that. But the idea of separation never occurred to me once. It never occurs to any of us really. We get fixated on our partners, even if Nabera will pretend otherwise. But things are different now, she continued with a wide smile. If we can split and reform Getchuga, it means we're like them. In a different manner, mind you, but neither my body nor yours is our true form anymore. Our true form is Getchuga, we're just the containers for the energy split in two. Even this form means nothing for barriers now. To prove her words, she disappeared from his one side, the magic that made her up shifting around him until she reformed leaning against his back, her arms slung over his shoulders. Throughout the entire process though, he could still hear her talking in his mind. You can probably do this too with practice. You were doing it against Wywak, but back then you were so unstable physically that it would have been done effortlessly. But the point stands that these bodies are merely constructs of magic. They are based on the form of my lacrima and design. They are basically the real deal compared to the physical bodies of other humans, but they are still comprised of magic. They might age, they might get hurt, they might even perish. But we'll always reach the other so long as the other exists. Our bond isn't so easily broken now. If anything, you can't ever get rid of me, she added with a wide smile, one he noticed as he turned his head slightly to see her grin. So I'm forgiven. She disappeared once again, reforming in front of him with her smile still intact. Of course. I might guilt trip you for a while, but I know you tried to do what you thought was best. I picked you all those years ago because I wanted you, regardless of your flaws, so perhaps part of me always knew this was a risk that would happen. That one day you'd prioritize my life over my desires. But now that we're like this, that's not an option anymore. So long as you're fine being stuck with me, I'll be fine being stuck with you. No walls can separate us, not even death, so long as the other exists. And if we ever were to perish, neither of us will be left behind. You don't need to worry about prioritizing my life, and I don't need to worry about my fears. Though be wary of weapons targeting magic, they will likely hurt a hell of a lot more than they ever did before. Cost of having a physical body comprised of magic at its core. Thank you. He didn't need to specify which part he was thanking her for. His life, her forgiveness, those two words summoned up all of us as he smiled back at her in turn. He could feel one weight being lifted from his shoulders, the burden of guilt lessened ever so slightly. So, Mavis added teasingly, who's next on this list to apologize for? I bet Nozomi's been waiting for hers. You know, after you avoided ever giving her a straight answer. Ah, and there was the familiar sense of guilt back again. He wasn't done yet. He still had things to make up for. Things to answer. But at least right now he could do so. The future was there for them all, and for once he could go into it without worry of what was next to come. Protector of the Fairies. Check the description for the links to the author.